Library Śrīmad Bhāgavatam, Bhagavata Purana, Canto 8, Withdrawal of the Cosmic Creations Chapter 1. The Manas, administrators of the universe. First of all, let me offer my humble, respectful obeisances unto the lotus feet of my spiritual master, His Divine Grace Sri Śrīmad Bhakti Sarasvati Goswami Prabhupada. Sometime in the year 1935, when His Divine Grace was staying at Radhakunda, I went to see him from Bombay. At that time, he gave me many important instructions in regard to constructing temples and publishing books. He personally told me that publishing books is more important than constructing temples. Of course, those same instructions remain within my mind for many years. In 1944 I began publishing my Back to Godhead, and when I retired from family life in 1958 I began publishing Śrīmad Bhāgavatam in Delhi. When 3 parts of Śrīmad Bhāgavatam had been published in India, I then started for the United States of America on the 13th of August, 1965. I am continuously trying to publish books, as suggested by my spiritual master. Now, in this year, 1976, I have completed the 7th canto of Śrīmad Bhāgavatam, and a summary of the 10th canto has already been published as Krishna, the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Still, the 8th canto, 9th canto, 10th canto, 11th canto and 12th canto are yet to be published. On this occasion, therefore, I am praying to my spiritual master to give me strength to finish this work. I am neither a great scholar nor a great devotee, I am simply a humble servant of my spiritual master, and to the best of my ability I am trying to please him by publishing these books, with the cooperation of my disciples in America. Fortunately, scholars all over the world are appreciating these publications. Let us cooperatively publish more and more volumes of Śrīmad Bhāgavatam just to please His Divine Grace Bhakti Siddhanta Sarasvati Thakura. This first chapter of the 8th canto may be summarized as a description of 4 manas, namely Svayam Bhagavan, Svarosisa, Uddhava, and Tamasa. After hearing descriptions of the dynasty of Svayam Bhagavan until the end of the 7th canto, Maharaja Pariksit desired to know about other manas. He desired to understand how the Supreme Personality of Godhead descends, not only in the past but at the present and in the future, and how he acts in various pastimes as Manu. Since Pariksit Maharaja was eager to know all this, Sukadeva Goswami gradually described all the manas, beginning with the 6 manas who had appeared in the past. The first Manu was Svayambhuva Manu. His 2 daughters, namely Akuti and Devahuti, gave birth to 2 sons, named Yajna and Kapila respectively. Because Sukadeva Goswami had already described the activities of Kapila in the 3rd canto, he now described the activities of Yajna. The original Manu, along with his wife, Satarupa, went into the forest to practice austerities on the bank of the river Sunanda. They practiced austerities for 100 years, and then Manu, in a trance, formed prayers to the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Rakshasas and Asuras then attempted to devour him, but Yajna, accompanied by his sons the Yamas and the demigods, killed them. Then Yajna personally took the post of Indra, the king of the heavenly planets. The second Manu, whose name was Svarosisa, was the son of Agni, and his sons were headed by Dayumat, Susana, and Rasasmat. In the age of this Manu, Rokana became Indra, the ruler of the heavenly planets, and there were many demigods, headed by Tushita. There were also many saintly persons, such as Urya and Stamba. Among them was Vedasura, whose wife, Tushita, gave birth to Vibhu. Vibhu instructed 88,000 Dridavratas, or saintly persons, on self-control and austerity. Uttama, the son of Priyavrata, was the 3rd Manu. Among his sons were Pavana, Sranjaya, and Yajnahodara. During the reign of this Manu, the sons of Vashishta, headed by Pramada, became the 7 saintly persons. The Satyas, Devasrutas and Bhadras became the demigods, and Satyajit became Indra. From the womb of Sunrata, the wife of Dharma, the Lord appeared as Satyasanya, and he killed all the Yaksas and Rakshasas who were fighting with Satyajit. Tamasa, the brother of the 3rd Manu, was the 4th Manu, and he had 10 sons, including Prithu, Kyati, Nara, and Ketu. During his reign, the Satyakas, Haris, Virus and others were demigods. The 7 great saints were headed by Jayodardhama, and Trisika became Indra. Paramita begot a son named Hari in the womb of his wife Harini. This Hari, an incarnation of God, saved the devotee Gajendra. This incident is described as Gajendra Moksana. At the end of this chapter, Pariksit Maharaja particularly asks about this incident. Text 1, King Pariksit said, "O my lord, my spiritual master, now I have fully heard from your grace about the dynasty of Svayambhuva Manu. But there are also other manas, and I want to hear about their dynasties. Kindly describe them to us." Text 2, O learned Brahmana, Sukadeva Goswami, the great learned persons who are completely intelligent describe the activities and appearance of the Supreme Personality of Godhead during the various manvantaras. We are very eager to hear about these narrations. Kindly describe them. Text 3, O learned Brahmana, kindly describe to us whatever activities the Supreme Personality of Godhead, who created this cosmic manifestation, has performed in the past manvantaras, is performing at present, and will perform in the future manvantaras. Text 4, Sukadeva Goswami said, in the present kalpa there have already been 6 manas. I have described to you Svayambhuva Manu and the appearance of many demigods. In this kalpa of Brahma, Svayambhuva is the first Manu. Text 5, Svayambhuva Manu had 2 daughters, named Akuti and Devahuti. From their wombs, the Supreme Personality of Godhead appeared as 2 sons named Yajnamurti and Kapila respectively. These sons were entrusted with preaching about religion and knowledge. Text 6, O best of the Kurus, I have already described, in the 3rd canto, the activities of Kapila, the son of Devahuti. Now I shall describe the activities of Yajnapati, the son of Akuti. Text 7, Svayambhuva Manu, the husband of Satarupa, was by nature not at all attached to enjoyment of the senses. Thus he gave up his kingdom of sense enjoyment and entered the forest with his wife to practice austerities. Text 8, O scion of Burda, after Svayambhuva Manu had thus entered the forest with his wife, he stood on one leg on the bank of the river Sunanda, and in this way, with only one leg touching the earth, he performed great austerities for 100 years. While performing these austerities, he spoke as follows. Text 9, Lord Manu said, the Supreme Living Being has created this material world of animation. It is not that he was created by this material world. When everything is silent, the Supreme Being stays awake as a witness. The living entity does not know him, but he knows everything. Text 10, within this universe, the Supreme Personality of Godhead in his supersoul feature is present everywhere, wherever there are animate or inanimate beings. Therefore, one should accept only that which is allotted to him, one should not desire to infringe upon the property of others. Text 11, although the Supreme Personality of Godhead constantly watches the activities of the world, no one sees him. However, one should not think that because no one sees him, he does not see, for his power to see is never diminished. Therefore, everyone should worship the Supersoul, who always stays with the individual soul as a friend. Text 12, the Supreme Personality of Godhead has no beginning, no end and no middle. Nor does he belong to a particular person or nation. He has no inside or outside. The dualities found within this material world, such as beginning and end, mine and theirs, are all absent from the personality of the Supreme Lord. The universe, which emanates from him, is another feature of the Lord. Therefore the Supreme Lord is the ultimate truth, and he is complete in greatness. Text 13, the entire cosmic manifestation is the body of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, the Absolute Truth, who is millions of names and unlimited potencies. He is self-effulgent, unborn and changeless. He is the beginning of everything, but he has no beginning. Because he has created this cosmic manifestation by his external energy, the universe appears to be created, maintained and annihilated by him. Nonetheless, he remains inactive in his spiritual energy and is untouched by the activities of the material energy. Text 14, therefore, to enable people to reach the stage of activities that are not tinged by fruit of results, great saints first engage people in fruitive activities, for unless one begins by performing activities as recommended in the sastras, one cannot reach the stage of liberation, or activities that produce no reactions. Text 15, the Supreme Personality of Godhead is full in opulence by his own gain, yet he acts as the creator, maintainer and annihilator of this material world. In spite of acting in that way, he is never entangled. Hence devotees who follow in his footsteps are also never entangled. Text 16, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Krishna, works just like an ordinary human being, yet he does not desire to enjoy the fruits of work. He is full in knowledge, free from material desires and diversions, and completely independent. As the supreme teacher of human society, he teaches his own way of activities, and thus he inaugurates the real path of religion. I request everyone to follow him. Text 17, Sukadeva Goswami continued, Svayambhuva Manu was thus in a trance, chanting the mantras of Vedic instruction known as the Upanishads. Upon seeing him, the Rakshasas and Asuras, being very hungry, wanted to devour him. Therefore they ran after him with great speed. Text 18, the Supreme Lord, Vishnu, who sits in everyone's heart, appearing as Yajnapati, observed that the Rakshasas and demons were going to devour Svayambhuva Manu. Thus the Lord, accompanied by his sons named the Yamas and by all the other demigods, killed the demons and Rakshasas. He then took the post of Indra and began to rule the heavenly kingdom. Text 19, the son of Agni named Svarosisa became the second Manu. His several sons were headed by Dayumat, Susana, and Rasasmat. Text 20, during the reign of Svarosisa, the post of Indra was assumed by Rokana, the son of Yajna. Tushita and others became the principal demigods, and Urya, Stamba and others became the seven saints. All of them were faithful devotees of the Lord. Text 21, Vedasura was a very celebrated RSI. From the womb of his wife, whose name was Tushita, came the avatar named Vibhu. Text 22, Vibhu remained a brahmachari and never married throughout his life. From him, 88,000 other saintly persons took lessons on self-control, austerity and similar behavior. Text 23, O king, the third Manu, Uttama, was the son of King Priyavrata. Among the sons of this Manu were Pavana, Sranjaya, and Yajnahotra. Text 24, during the reign of the third Manu, Pramada and other sons of Vashishta became the seven sages. The Satyas, Vedasrutas and Bhadras became demigods, and Satyajit was selected to be Indra, the king of heaven. Text 25, in this Manvantara, the Supreme Personality of Godhead appeared from the womb of Sunrta, who was the wife of Dharma, the demigod in charge of religion. The Lord was celebrated as Satyasanya, and he appeared with other demigods, known as the Satyavratas. Text 26, Satyasanya, along with his friend Satyajit, who was the king of heaven, Indra, killed all the untruthful, impious and misbehaved Yaksas, Rakshasas and ghostly living entities, who gave pains to other living beings. Text 27, the brother of the third Manu, Uttama, was celebrated by the name Tamasa, and he became the fourth Manu. Tamasa had 10 sons, headed by Prithu, Kyati, Nara, and Ketu. Text 28, during the reign of Tamasa Manu, among the demigods were the Satyakas, Haris, and Viras. The heavenly king, Indra, was Trisika. The sages in Saptrasidama were headed by Jayodardhama. Text 29, O king, in the Tamasa Manvantara the sons of Vorti, who were known as the Vayortas, also became demigods. Since in course of time the Vedic authority was lost, these demigods, by their own powers, protected the Vedic authority. Text 30, also in this Manvantara, the Supreme Lord, Vishnu, took birth from the womb of Harini, the wife of Harimita, and he was known as Hari. Hari saved his devotee Gajendra, the king of the elephants, from the mouth of a crocodile. Text 31, King Pariksit said, My lord, Badarayani, we wish to hear from you in detail how the king of the elephants, when attacked by a crocodile, was delivered by Hari. Text 32, any literature or narration in which the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Uttama is described and glorified as certainly great, pure, glorious, auspicious and all good. Text 33, Sri Suta Goswami said, O Brahmanas, when Pariksit Maharaja, who was awaiting impending death, thus requested Sukadeva Goswami to speak, Sukadeva Goswami, encouraged by the king's words, offered respect to the king and spoke with great pleasure in the assembly of sages, who desired to hear him. Library Śrīmad Bhāgavatam, Bhagavata Purana, Canto 8, Withdrawal of the Cosmic Creations Chapter 2 The Elephant Gajendra's Crisis. The second, third and fourth chapters of this canto describe how the Lord, during the reign of the fourth Manu, gave protection to the king of the elephants. As described in this second chapter, when the king of the elephants, along with his female elephants, was enjoying in the water, a crocodile suddenly attacked him, and the elephants surrendered to the lotus feet of the personality of Godhead for protection. In the midst of the ocean of milk, there is a very high and beautiful mountain that has an altitude of 10,000 yojanas, or 80,000 miles. This mountain is known as Trikota. In a valley of Trikuta there is a nice garden named Richumat, which was constructed by Varuna, and in that area there is a very nice lake. Once the chief of the elephants, along with female elephants, went to enjoy bathing in that lake, and they disturbed the inhabitants of the water. Because of this, the chief crocodile in that water, who was very powerful, immediately attacked the elephant's leg. Thus there ensued a great fight between the elephant and the crocodile. This fight continued for 1,000 years. Neither the elephant nor the crocodile died, but since they were in the water, the elephant gradually became weak whereas the power of the crocodile increased more and more. Thus the crocodile became more and more encouraged. Then the elephant, being helpless and seeing that there was no other way for his protection, sought shelter at the lotus feet of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Text 1, Sukadeva Goswami said, My dear king, there is a very large mountain called Trikota. It is 10,000 yojanas, 80,000 miles, high. Being surrounded by the ocean of milk, it is very beautifully situated. Texts 2-3, the length and breadth of the mountain are of the same measurement, 80,000 miles. Its three principal peaks, which are made of iron, silver and gold, beautify all directions in the sky. The mountain also has other peaks, which are full of jewels and minerals and are decorated with nice trees, creepers and shrubs. The sounds of the waterfalls on the mountain create a pleasing vibration. In this way the mountain stands, increasing the beauty of all directions. Text 4, the ground at the foot of the mountain is always washed by waves of milk that produce emeralds all around in the 8 directions, north, south, east, west and the directions midway between them. Text 5, the inhabitants of the higher planets, the Siddhas, Karanas, Gandharvas, Vidyadharas, serpents, Kinnaras and Asparas, go to that mountain to sport. Thus all the caves of the mountain are full of these denizens of the heavenly planets. Text 6, because of the resounding vibrations of the denizens of heaven singing in the caves, the lions there, being very proud of their strength, roar with unbearable envy, thinking that another lion is roaring in that way. Text 7, the valleys beneath Trikuta mountain are beautifully decorated by many varieties of jungle animals, and in the trees, which are maintained in gardens by the demigods, varieties of birds chirp with sweet voices. Text 8, Trikuta mountain has many lakes and rivers, with beaches covered by small gems resembling grains of sand. The water is as clear as crystal, and when the demigod damsels bathe in it, their bodies lend fragrance to the water and the breeze, thus enriching the atmosphere. Texts 9-13, in a valley of Trikuta mountain there was a garden called Rishi. This garden belonged to the great devotee Varuna and was a sporting place for the damsels of the demigods. Flowers and fruits grew there in all seasons. Among them were mandaras, parijatas, patalas, asokas, kampikas, kutas, pialas, panasas, mangoes, amratakas, kramikas, coconut trees, date trees and pomegranates. There were madhukas, palm trees, tamalas, asanas, arjunas, aristas, udambaras, plaxas, banyan trees, kimsukas and sandalwood trees. There were also pikimirtas, kovidaras, saralas, siradarus, grapes, sugarcane, bananas, jambu, badaras, axes, abhayas and amalakas. Texts 14-19, in that garden there was a very large lake filled with shining golden lotus flowers and the flowers known as kamuda, kalara, utpala and satipatara, which added excellent beauty to the mountain. There were also bilva, kapitha, jambira and balataka trees. Intoxicated bumblebees drank honey and hummed with the chirping of the birds, whose songs were very melodious. The lake was crowded with swans, karandavas, kakravakas, cranes, and flocks of water chickens, datyus, koiastes and other murmuring birds. Because of the agitating movements of the fish and tortoises, the water was decorated with pollen that had fallen from the lotus flowers. The lake was surrounded by kadamba flowers, vitasa flowers, nalas, nipas, vanjulikas, kundas, kurubakas, asokas, cereses, kotajas, ingutas, kubjakas, swarnayuthis, nagas, panagas, jatis, malakas, satipatras, jalakas and madhavilatas. The banks were also abundantly adorned with varieties of trees that yielded flowers and fruits in all seasons. Thus the entire mountain stood gloriously decorated. Text 20, the leader of the elephants who lived in the forest of the mountain Trikuta once wandered toward the lake with his female elephants. He broke many plants, creepers, thickets and trees, not caring for their piercing thorns. Text 21, simply by catching scent of that elephant, all the other elephants, the tigers and the other ferocious animals, such as lions, rhinoceroses, great serpents and black and white sarabas, fled in fear. The Kamari deer also fled. Text 22, by the mercy of this elephant, animals like the foxes, wolves, buffaloes, bears, boars, gopikas, porcupines, monkeys, rabbits, the other deer and many other small animals loitered elsewhere in the forest. They were not afraid of him. Texts 23-24, surrounded by the herd's other elephants, including females, and followed by the young ones, Gajapati, the leader of the elephants, made Trikuta mountain tremble all around because of the weight of his body. He was perspiring, liquor dripped from his mouth, and his vision was overwhelmed by intoxication. He was being served by bumblebees who drank honey, and from a distance he could smell the dust of the lotus flowers, which was carried from the lake by the breeze. Thus surrounded by his associates, who were afflicted by thirst, he soon arrived at the bank of the lake. Text 25, the king of the elephants entered the lake, bathed thoroughly and was relieved of his fatigue. Then, with the aid of his trunk, he drank the cold, clear, nectarian water, which was mixed with the dust of lotus flowers and water lilies, until he was fully satisfied. Text 26. Like a human being who lacks spiritual knowledge and is too attached to the members of his family, the elephant, being illusioned by the external energy of Krishna, had his wives and children bathe and drink the water. Indeed, he raised water from the lake with his trunk and sprayed it over them. He did not mind the hard labor involved in this endeavor. Text 27. By the arrangement of providence, O king, a strong crocodile was angry at the elephant and attacked the elephant's leg in the water. The elephant was certainly strong, and he tried his best to get free from this danger sent by providence. Text 28. Thereafter, seeing Gajendra in that grave condition, his wives felt very, very sorry and began to cry. The other elephants wanted to help Gajendra, but because of the crocodile's great strength, they could not rescue him by grasping him from behind. Text 29. O king, the elephant and the crocodile fought in this way, pulling one another in and out of the water, for 1,000 years. Upon seeing the fight, the demigods were very surprised. Text 30. Thereafter, because of being pulled into the water and fighting for many long years, the elephant became diminished in his mental, physical and sensual strength. The crocodile, on the contrary, being an animal of the water, increased in enthusiasm, physical strength and sensual power. Text 31. When the king of the elephants saw that he was under the clutches of the crocodile by the will of providence and, being embodied and circumstantially helpless, could not save himself from danger, he was extremely afraid of being killed. He consequently thought for a long time and finally reached the following decision. Text 32. The other elephants, who are my friends and relatives, could not rescue me from this danger. What then to speak of my wives? They cannot do anything. It is by the will of providence that I have been attacked by this crocodile, and therefore I shall seek shelter of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, who is always the shelter of everyone, even of great personalities. Text 33. The Supreme Personality of Godhead is certainly not known to everyone, but he is very powerful and influential. Therefore, although the serpent of eternal time, which is fearful in force, endlessly chases everyone, ready to swallow him, if one who fears this serpent seeks shelter of the Lord gives him protection, for even death runs away in fear of the Lord. I therefore surrender unto him, the great and powerful Supreme Authority who is the actual shelter of everyone. Library Śrīmad Bhāgavatam, Bhagavata Purana, Canto 8, Withdrawal of the Cosmic Creations Chapter 3. Gajendra's prayers of surrender. In this chapter, the prayers by Gajendra, the king of the elephants, are described. It appears that the king of the elephants was formerly a human being known as Indradyumna and that he learned a prayer to the Supreme Lord. Fortunately he remembered that prayer and began to chant it to himself. First he offered his respectful obeisances to the Supreme Personality of Godhead, and because of his awkward position in having been attacked by the crocodile, he expressed his inability to recite prayers nicely. Nonetheless, he tried to chant the mantra and expressed himself in appropriate words as follows. The Supreme Personality of Godhead is the cause of all causes, the original person from whom everything has emanated. He is the root cause of this cosmic manifestation, and the entire cosmos rests in him, yet he is transcendental, for he does everything in relation to the material world through his external energy. He is eternally situated in the spiritual world, in Vaikuntha or Goloka Vrindavana, where he engages in his eternal pastimes. The material world is a product of his external energy, or material nature, which works under his direction. It is thus that creation, maintenance and annihilation take place. The Lord exists at all times. This is extremely difficult for a non-devotee to understand. Although the transcendental Supreme Personality of Godhead is perceivable by everyone, only the pure devotees perceive his presence and activities. The Supreme Personality of Godhead is completely free from material birth, death, old age and disease. Indeed, if anyone in this material world takes shelter of him, he also becomes situated in that transcendental position. For the satisfaction of the devotee, Paritranaya Sadhunam, the Lord appears and exhibits his activities. His appearance, disappearance and other pastimes are not at all material. One who knows this secret can enter the kingdom of God. In the Lord, all opposing elements are adjusted. The Lord is situated in everyone's heart. He is the controller of everything, he is the witness of all activities, and he is the original source of all living entities. Indeed, all living entities are parts of him, for he is the origin of Maha Vishnu, who is the source of the living entities within this material world. The Lord can observe the activities of our senses, which can work and achieve material results because of his mercy. Although he is the original source of everything, he is untouched by any of his byproducts. In this way he is like a gold mine, which is the source of gold in ornaments and yet is different from the ornaments themselves. The Lord is worshipped by the method prescribed in the Pancharatras. He is the source of our knowledge, and he can give us liberation. Therefore it is our duty to understand him according to the instructions of devotees, in particular the spiritual master. Although for us the mode of goodness is covered, by following the instructions of saintly persons and the spiritual master we can be freed from material clutches. The self-effulgent material form of the Supreme Personality of Godhead is adored by non-devotees, his impersonal form is adored by those advanced in spiritual knowledge, and his feature as the localized supersoul is appreciated by yogis. But his original form as a person is understood only by devotees. That Supreme Personality of Godhead is competent to dissipate the darkness of the conditioned soul through his instructions in Bhagavad Gita. He is the ocean of transcendental qualities and can be understood only by liberated persons freed from the bodily concept of life. By his causeless mercy, the Lord can rescue the conditioned soul from the material clutches and enable him to return home, back to Godhead, to become his personal associate. Nonetheless, a pure devotee does not aspire to go back to Godhead, he is simply satisfied with executing his service in this material world. A pure devotee does not ask anything from the Supreme Personality of Godhead. His only prayer is to be freed from the material conception of life and to be engaged in the Lord's transcendental loving service. In this way the king of the elephants, Gajendra, offered prayers directly to the Supreme Personality of Godhead, without mistaking him for one of the demigods. None of the demigods came to see him, not even Brahma or Shiva. Rather, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Narayana, seated on Garuda, personally appeared before him. Gajendra, by lifting his trunk, offered obeisances to the Lord, and the Lord immediately pulled him from the water along with the crocodile who had captured his leg. Then the Lord killed the crocodile and thus rescued Gajendra. Text 1, Sri Sukadeva Goswami continued, thereafter, the king of the elephants, Gajendra, fixed his mind in his heart with perfect intelligence and chanted a mantra which he had learned in his previous birth as Indradhyumna and which he remembered by the grace of Krishna. Text 2, the king of the elephants, Gajendra, said, I offer my respectful obeisances unto the Supreme Person, Vasudeva, Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Because of him this material body acts due to the presence of spirit, and he is therefore the root cause of everyone. He is worshipable for such exalted persons as Brahma and Shiva, and he has entered the heart of every living being. Let me meditate upon him. Text 3, the Supreme Godhead is the supreme platform on which everything rests, the ingredient by which everything has been produced, and the person who has created and is the only cause of this cosmic manifestation. Nonetheless, he is different from the cause and the result. I surrender unto him, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, who is self-sufficient in everything. Text 4, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, by expanding his own energy, keeps this cosmic manifestation visible and again sometimes renders it invisible. He is both the supreme cause and the supreme result, the observer and the witness, in all circumstances. Thus he is transcendental to everything. May that Supreme Personality of Godhead give me protection. Text 5, in due course of time, when all the causative and effective manifestations of the universe, including the planets and their directors and maintainers, are annihilated, there is a situation of dense darkness. Above this darkness, however, is the Supreme Personality of Godhead. I take shelter of his lotus feet. Text 6, an artist on stage, being covered by attractive dresses and dancing with different movements, is not understood by his audience. Similarly, the activities and features of the supreme artist cannot be understood even by the demigods or great sages, and certainly not by those who are unintelligent like animals. Neither the demigods and sages nor the unintelligent can understand the features of the Lord, nor can they express in words his actual position. May that Supreme Personality of Godhead give me protection. Text 7, renunciants and great sages who see all living beings equally, who are friendly to everyone and who flawlessly practice in the forest the vows of brahmacharya, vanaprastha and sannyasa desire to see the all-auspicious lotus feet of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. May that same Supreme Personality of Godhead be my destination. Texts 8-9, the Supreme Personality of Godhead has no material birth, activities, name, form, qualities or faults. To fulfill the purpose for which this material world is created and destroyed, he comes in the form of a human being like Lord Rama or Lord Krishna by his original internal potency. He has immense potency, and in various forms, all free from material contamination, he acts wonderfully. He is therefore the Supreme Brahman. I offer my respects to him. Text 10, I offer my respectful obeisances unto the Supreme Personality of Godhead, the self-effulgent Supersoul, who is the witness in everyone's heart, who enlightens the individual soul and who cannot be reached by exercises of the mind, words or consciousness. Text 11, the Supreme Personality of Godhead is realized by pure devotees who act in the transcendental existence of bhakti yoga. He is the bestower of uncontaminated happiness and is the master of the transcendental world. Therefore I offer my respect unto him. Text 12. I offer my respectful obeisances to Lord Vasudeva, who is all-pervading, to the Lord's fierce form as Lord Nrsimhadeva, to the Lord's form as an animal, Lord Varahadeva, to Lord Dattatreya, who preached impersonalism, to Lord Buddha, and to all the other incarnations. I offer my respectful obeisances unto the Lord, who has no material qualities but who accepts the three qualities goodness, passion and ignorance within this material world. I also offer my respectful obeisances unto the impersonal Brahma effulgence. Text 13. I beg to offer my respectful obeisances unto you, who are the Supersoul, the superintendent of everything, and the witness of all that occurs. You are the Supreme Person, the origin of material nature and of the total material energy. You are also the owner of the material body. Therefore, you are the Supreme Complete. I offer my respectful obeisances unto you. Text 14. My Lord, you are the observer of all the objectives of the senses. Without your mercy, there is no possibility of solving the problem of doubts. The material world is just like a shadow resembling you. Indeed, one accepts this material world as real because it gives a glimpse of your existence. Text 15. My Lord, you are the cause of all causes, but you yourself have no cause. Therefore you are the wonderful cause of everything. I offer my respectful obeisances unto you, who are the shelter of the Vedic knowledge contained in the Sastras like the Pancharatras and Vedanta Sutra, which are your representations, and who are the source of the Parampara system. Because it is you who can give liberation, you are the only shelter for all transcendentalists. Let me offer my respectful obeisances unto you. Text 16. My Lord, as the fire in irony wood is covered, you and your unlimited knowledge are covered by the material modes of nature. Your mind, however, is not attentive to the activities of the modes of nature. Those who are advanced in spiritual knowledge are not subject to the regulative principles directed in the Vedic literatures. Because such advanced souls are transcendental, you personally appear in their pure minds. Therefore I offer my respectful obeisances unto you. Text 17. Since an animal such as me has surrendered unto you, who are supremely liberated, certainly you will release me from this dangerous position. Indeed, being extremely merciful, you incessantly try to deliver me. By your partial feature as Paramatma, you are situated in the hearts of all embodied beings. You are celebrated as direct transcendental knowledge, and you are unlimited. I offer my respectful obeisances unto you, the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Text 18. My Lord, those who are completely freed from material contamination always meditate upon you within the cores of their hearts. You are extremely difficult to attain for those like me who are too attached to mental concoction, home, relatives, friends, money, servants and assistants. You are the Supreme Personality of Godhead, uncontaminated by the modes of nature. You are the reservoir of all enlightenment, the Supreme Controller. I therefore offer my respectful obeisances unto you. Text 19. After worshipping the Supreme Personality of Godhead, those who are interested in the four principles of religion, economic development, sense gratification and liberation obtain from him what they desire. What then is to be said of other benedictions? Indeed, sometimes the Lord gives a spiritual body to such ambitious worshippers. May that Supreme Personality of Godhead, who is unlimitedly merciful, bestow upon me the benediction of liberation from this present danger and from the materialistic way of life. Texts 20-21, Unalloyed devotees, who have no desire other than to serve the Lord, worship Him in full surrender and always hear and chant about His activities, which are most wonderful and auspicious. Thus they always merge in an ocean of transcendental bliss. Such devotees never ask the Lord for any benediction. I, however, am in danger. Thus I pray to that Supreme Personality of Godhead, who is eternally existing, who is invisible, who is the Lord of all great personalities, such as Brahma, and who is available only by transcendental bhakti yoga. Being extremely subtle, He is beyond the reach of my senses and transcendental to all external realization. He is unlimited, He is the original cause, and He is completely full in everything. I offer my obeisances unto Him. Texts 22-24, the Supreme Personality of Godhead creates His minor parts and parcels, the Yuva Tattva, beginning with Lord Brahma, the demigods and the expansions of Vedic knowledge, Sama, Arji, Yajur and Atharva, and including all other living entities, moving and non-moving, with their different names and characteristics. As the sparks of a fire or the shining rays of the sun emanate from their source and merge into it again and again, the mind, the intelligence, the senses, the gross and subtle material bodies, and the continuous transformations of the different modes of nature all emanate from the Lord and again merge into Him. He is neither demigod nor demon, neither human nor bird or beast. He is not woman, man, or neuter, nor is he an animal. He is not a material quality, a fruit of activity, a manifestation or non-manifestation. He is the last word in the discrimination of not this, and he is unlimited. All glories to the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Text 25, I do not wish to live anymore after I am released from the attack of the crocodile. What is the use of an elephant's body covered externally and internally by ignorance? I simply desire eternal liberation from the covering of ignorance. That covering is not destroyed by the influence of time. Text 26, now, fully desiring release from material life, I offer my respectful obeisances unto that Supreme Person who is the Creator of the universe, who is himself the form of the universe and who is nonetheless transcendental to this cosmic manifestation. He is the supreme knower of everything in this world, the supersoul of the universe. He is the unborn, supremely situated Lord. I offer my respectful obeisances unto him. Text 27, I offer my respectful obeisances unto the Supreme, the Supersoul, the Master of all mystic yoga, who is seen in the core of the heart by perfect mystics when they are completely purified and freed from the reactions of fruitive activity by practicing bhakti yoga. Text 28, my Lord, you are the controller of formidable strength in three kinds of energy. You appear as the reservoir of all sense pleasure and the protector of the surrendered souls. You possess unlimited energy, but you are unapproachable by those who are unable to control their senses. I offer my respectful obeisances unto you again and again. Text 29, I offer my respectful obeisances unto the Supreme Personality of Godhead, by whose illusory energy the yuga, who is part and parcel of God, forgets his real identity because of the bodily concept of life. I take shelter of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, whose glories are difficult to understand. Text 30, Sri Sukadeva Goswami continued, when the king of the elephants was describing the supreme authority, without mentioning any particular person, he did not invoke the demigods, headed by Lord Brahma, Lord Shiva, Indra, and Chandra. Thus none of them approached him. However, because Lord Hari is the Supersoul, pure Satama, the personality of Godhead, he appeared before Gajendra. Text 31, after understanding the awkward condition of Gajendra, who had offered his prayers, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Hari, who lives everywhere, appeared with the demigods, who were offering prayers to him. Carrying his disc and other weapons, he appeared there on the back of his carrier, Garuda, with great speed, according to his desire. Thus he appeared before Gajendra. Text 32, Gajendra had been forcefully captured by the crocodile in the water and was feeling acute pain, but when he saw that Narayana, wielding his disc, was coming in the sky on the back of Garuda, he immediately took a lotus flower in his trunk, and with great difficulty due to his painful condition, he uttered the following words, O my Lord, Narayana, Master of the universe, O Supreme Personality of Godhead, I offer my respectful obeisances unto you. Text 33, thereafter, seeing Gajendra in such an aggrieved position, the unborn Supreme Personality of Godhead, Hari, immediately got down from the back of Garuda by his causeless mercy and pulled the king of the elephants, along with the crocodile, out of the water. Then, in the presence of all the demigods, who were looking on, the Lord severed the crocodile's mouth from its body with his disc. In this way he saved Gajendra, the king of the elephants. Library Śrīmad Bhāgavatam, Bhagavata Purana, Canto 8, Withdrawal of the Cosmic Creations Chapter 4 Gajendra returns to the spiritual world. This fourth chapter describes the previous birth of Gajendra and the crocodile. It tells how the crocodile became a Gandharva and how Gajendra became an associate of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. There was a king on a Gandharva planet whose name was Hu. Once this king Hu was enjoying with women in the water, and while enjoying he pulled the leg of Devala Rsi, who was also taking a bath in the water. Upon this, the sage became very angry and immediately cursed him to become a crocodile. King Hu was very sorry when cursed in that way, and he begged pardon from the sage, who in compassion gave him the benediction that he would be freed when Gajendra was delivered by the personality of Godhead. Thus the crocodile was delivered when killed by Narayana. When Gajendra, by the mercy of the Lord, became one of the Lord's associates in Vaikuntha, he got 4 hands. This achievement is called Sarupa Mukti, or the liberation of receiving a spiritual body exactly like that of Narayana. Gajendra, in his previous birth, had been a great devotee of Lord Vishnu. His name was Indradyumna, and he was the king of the Tamila country. Following the Vedic principles, this king retired from family life and constructed a small cottage in the Malayakala hills, where he always worshipped the Supreme Personality of Godhead in silence. Agastya Rsi, along with many disciples, once approached King Indradyumna's asrama. But because the king was meditating on the Supreme Personality of Godhead, He could not receive Agastya RSI properly. Thus the RSI became very angry and cursed the king to become a dull elephant. In accordance with this curse, the king was born as an elephant, and he forgot all about his previous activities in devotional service. Nonetheless, in his birth as an elephant, when he was dangerously attacked by the crocodile, he remembered his past life in devotional service and remembered a prayer he had learned in that life. Because of this prayer, he again received the mercy of the Lord. Thus he was immediately delivered, and he became one of the Lord's four-handed associates. Sukadeva Goswami ends this chapter by describing the good fortune of the elephant. Sukadeva Goswami says that by hearing the narration of Gajendra's deliverance, one can also get the opportunity to be delivered. Sukadeva Goswami vividly describes this, and thus the chapter ends. Text 1, Sri Sukadeva Goswami said, when the Lord delivered Gajendra, king of the elephants, all the demigods, sages and Gandharvas, headed by Brahma and Shiva, praised this activity of the Supreme Personality of Godhead and showered flowers upon both the Lord and Gajendra. Text 2, there was a beating of kettle drums in the heavenly planets, the inhabitants of Gandharvaloka began to dance and sing, while great sages and the inhabitants of Karanaloka and Siddhaloka offered prayers to the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Purushotama. Text 3-4, the best of the Gandharvas, King Huhu, having been cursed by Devala Muni, had become a crocodile. Now, having been delivered by the Supreme Personality of Godhead, he assumed a very beautiful form as a Gandharva. Understanding by whose mercy this had happened, he immediately offered his respectful obeisances with his head and began chanting prayers just suitable for the Transcendental Lord, the Supreme Eternal, who is worshipped by the choicest verses. Text 5, having been favored by the causeless mercy of the Supreme Personality of Godhead and having regained his original form, King Huhu circumambulated the Lord and offered his obeisances. Then, in the presence of all the demigods, headed by Brahma, he returned to Gandharvaloka. He had been freed of all sinful reactions. Text 6, because Gajendra, king of the elephants, had been touched directly by the hands of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, he was immediately freed of all material ignorance and bondage. Thus he received the salvation of Sarupya Mukti, in which he achieved the same bodily features as the Lord, being dressed in yellow garments and possessing 4 hands. Text 7, this Gajendra had formerly been a Vaisnava and the king of the country known as Pandya, which is in the province of Dravida, South India. In his previous life, he was known as Indradyumna Maharaja. Text 8, Indradyumna Maharaja retired from family life and went to the Malaya hills, where he had a small cottage for his asrama. He wore matted locks on his head and always engaged in austerities. Once, while observing a vow of silence, he was fully engaged in the worship of the Lord and absorbed in the ecstasy of love of Godhead. Text 9, while Indradyumna Maharaja was engaged in ecstatic meditation, worshipping the Supreme Personality of Godhead, the great sage Agastya Muni arrived there, surrounded by his disciples. When the Muni saw that Maharaja Indradyumna, who was sitting in a secluded place, remained silent and did not follow the etiquette of offering him a reception, he was very angry. Text 10, Agastya Muni then spoke this curse against the king, this king Indradyumna is not at all gentle. Being low and uneducated, he has insulted a Brahmana. May he therefore enter the region of darkness and receive the dull, dumb body of an elephant. Texts 11-12, Sukadeva Goswami continued, my dear king, after Agastya Muni had thus cursed King Indradyumna, the Muni left that place along with his disciples. Since the king was a devotee, he accepted Agastya Muni's curse as welcome because it was the desire of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Therefore, although in his next life he got the body of an elephant, because of devotional service he remembered how to worship and offer prayers to the Lord. Text 13, upon delivering the king of the elephants from the clutches of the crocodile, and from material existence, which resembles a crocodile, the Lord awarded him the status of Sarupya Mukti. In the presence of the Gandharvas, the Siddhas and the other demigods, who were praising the Lord for his wonderful transcendental activities, the Lord, sitting on the back of his carrier, Garuda, returned to his all-wonderful abode and took Gajendra with him. Text 14, my dear King Pariksit, I have now described the wonderful power of Krishna, as displayed when the Lord delivered the king of the elephants. O best of the Kuru dynasty, those who hear this narration become fit to be promoted to the higher planetary systems. Simply because of hearing this narration, they gain a reputation as devotees, they are unaffected by the contamination of Kali Yuga, and they never see bad dreams. Text 15, therefore, after getting up from bed in the morning, those who desire their own welfare, especially the Brahmanas, Kshatriyas, Vaisyas and in particular the Brahmana Vaisnavas, should chant this narration as it is, without deviation, to counteract the troubles of bad dreams. Text 16, O best of the Kuru dynasty, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, the super soul of everyone, being thus pleased, addressed Gajendra in the presence of everyone there. He spoke the following blessings. Text 17-24, the Supreme Personality of Godhead said, freed from all sinful reactions are those who rise from bed at the end of night, early in the morning, and fully concentrate their minds with great attention upon my form, your form, this lake, this mountain, the caves, the gardens, the cane plants, the bamboo plants, the celestial trees, the residential quarters of me, Lord Brahma and Lord Shiva, the 3 peaks of Trikuta mountain, made of gold, silver and iron, my very pleasing abode, the ocean of milk, the white island, Svetadvipa, which is always brilliant with spiritual rays, my mark of Srivatsa, the Kaustuba gem, my Vajayanti garland, my club, Kamodaki, my Sudarsana disc and Pankayanya conch shell, my bearer, Garuda, the king of the birds, my bed, Sesanaga, my expansion of energy the goddess of fortune, Lord Brahma, Narada Muni, Lord Shiva, Prahlada, my incarnations like Matsya, Kurma and Vara, my unlimited all auspicious activities, which yield bhakti to he who hears them, the sun, the moon, fire, the mantra Omkara, the absolute truth, the total material energy, the cows and brahmanas, devotional service, the wives of Soma and Kasyapa, who are all daughters of King Daksa, the rivers Ganges, Sarasvati, Nanda and Yamuna, Kalindi, the elephant Ayurveda, Dhruvam Maharaja, the 7 rishis, and the pious human beings. Text 25, my dear devotee, unto those who rise from bed at the end of night and offer me the prayers offered by you, I give an eternal residence in the spiritual world at the end of their lives. Text 26, Sri Sukadeva Goswami continued, after giving this instruction, the Lord, who is known as Rishikesa, bugled with his Pankayanya conch shell, in this way pleasing all the demigods, headed by Lord Brahma. Then he mounted the back of his carrier, Garuda. Library Śrīmad Bhāgavatam, Bhagavata Purana, Canto 8, Withdrawal of the Cosmic Creations Chapter 5. The demigods appeal to the Lord for protection. This chapter describes the 5th and 6th manas, and it also describes the prayers of the demigods and the curse of Durvasa Muni. The brother of Tamasa, the 4th Manu, who has previously been described, was the 5th Manu, Revata. The sons of Revata included Arjuna, Bali, and Vindhya. During the reign of this Manu, Indra, the king of heaven, was known as Vibhu. Among the demigods were the Bhuttarayas, and among the 7 rishis were Hiranyaroma, Vedasura, and Urdhvabahu. The Rsi known as Subra, by his wife, Vaikuntha, gave birth to the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Vaikuntha. This Supreme Personality of Godhead manifested at Vaikuntha planet at the request of Ramadevi. His power and activities are mentioned in the 3rd canto. The 6th Manu was Kaksusa, the son of Kaksumanu. Among the sons of the 6th Manu were Puru, Purusa, and Sudyamna. During the reign of this Manu, Mantradrama was Indra, the king of the heavenly planets. Among the demigods were the Apyas, and among the 7 rishis were Havasman and Varaka. The wife of Vairaja, whose name was Devashambhuti, gave birth to Ajita, an incarnation of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. This Ajita, taking the shape of a tortoise and holding the mountain known as Mandara on his back, churned the ocean and produced nectar for the demigods. Maharaja Pariksit was very eager to hear about the churning of the ocean, and therefore Sukadeva Goswami began to explain to him how the demigods, having been cursed by Durvasa Muni, were defeated in battle by the Asuras. When the demigods were deprived of their heavenly kingdom, they went to the assembly house of Lord Brahma and informed Lord Brahma of what had happened. Then Brahma, along with all the demigods, went to the shore of the ocean of milk and offered prayers to Ksirodakasayi Vishnu. Text 1, Sukadeva Goswami continued, O king, I have described to you the pastime of Gajendra Moksana, which is most pious to hear. By hearing of such activities of the Lord, one can be freed from all sinful reactions. Now please listen as I describe Revata Manu. Text 2, the brother of Tamasa Manu was the 5th Manu, named Revata. His sons were headed by Arjuna, Bali, and Vindhya. Text 3, O king, in the millennium of Revata Manu the king of heaven was known as Vibhu, among the demigods were the Bhuttarayas, and among the 7 brahmanas who occupied the 7 planets were Hiranyaroma, Vedasura, and Urdhvabahu. Text 4, from the combination of Subra and his wife, Vaikuntha, there appeared the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Vaikuntha, along with demigods who were his personal plenary expansions. Text 5, just to please the goddess of fortune, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Vaikuntha, at her request, created another Vaikuntha planet, which is worshipped by everyone. Text 6. Although the great activities and transcendental qualities of the Supreme Personality of Godhead's various incarnations are wonderfully described, sometimes we are unable to understand them. Yet everything is possible for Lord Vishnu. If one could count the atoms of the universe, then he could count the qualities of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. But no one can count the atoms of the universe, nor can anyone count the transcendental qualities of the Lord. Text 7. The son of Kaksu known as Kaksusa was the sixth Manu. He had many sons, headed by Puru, Purusa, and Sudyumna. Text 8. During the reign of Kaksusa Manu, the king of heaven was known as Mantradrama. Among the demigods were the Apyas, and among the great sages were Havisman and Varaka. Text 9. In this sixth Manvantara millennium, Lord Vishnu, the master of the universe, appeared in his partial expansion. He was begotten by Vairaja in the womb of his wife, Devashambhuti, and his name was Ajita. Text 10. By churning the ocean of milk, Ajita produced nectar for the demigods. In the form of a tortoise, he moved here and there, carrying on his back the great mountain known as Mandara. Texts 11-12, King Pariksit inquired, O great Brahmana, Sukadeva Goswami, why and how did Lord Vishnu churn the ocean of milk? For what reason did he stay in the water as a tortoise and hold up Mandara mountain? How did the demigods obtain the nectar, and what other things were produced from the churning of the ocean? Kindly describe all these wonderful activities of the Lord. Text 13. My heart, which is disturbed by the three miserable conditions of material life, is not yet sated with hearing you describe the glorious activities of the Lord, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, who is the master of the devotees. Text 14. Sri Suta Goswami said, O learned Brahmanas assembled here at Naimisaranya, when Sukadeva Goswami, the son of Devapayana, was thus questioned by the king, he congratulated the king and then endeavored to describe further the glories of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Texts 15-16, Sukadeva Goswami said, when the Asuras, with their serpent weapons, severely attacked the demigods in a fight, many of the demigods fell and lost their lives. Indeed, they could not be revived. At that time, O king, the demigods had been cursed by Durvasa Muni, the three worlds were poverty-stricken, and therefore ritualistic ceremonies could not be performed. The effects of this were very serious. Texts 17-18, Lord Indra, Varuna and the other demigods, seeing their lives in such a state, consulted among themselves, but they could not find any solution. Then all the demigods assembled and went together to the peak of Sumeru mountain. There, in the assembly of Lord Brahma, they fell down to offer Lord Brahma their obeisances, and then they informed him of all the incidents that had taken place. Texts 19-20, upon seeing that the demigods were bereft of all influence and strength and that the three worlds were consequently devoid of auspiciousness, and upon seeing that the demigods were in an awkward position whereas all the demons were flourishing, Lord Brahma, who is above all the demigods and who is most powerful, concentrated his mind on the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Thus being encouraged, he became bright-faced and spoke to the demigods as follows. Text 21. Lord Brahma said, I, Lord Shiva, all of you demigods, the demons, the living entities born of perspiration, the living beings born of eggs, the trees and plants sprouting from the earth, and the living entities born from embryos, all come from the Supreme Lord, from his incarnation of Rajoguna, Lord Brahma, the Guna Avatara, and from the great sages, rishis, who are part of me. Let us therefore go to the Supreme Lord and take shelter of his lotus feet. Text 22. For the Supreme Personality of Godhead there is no one to be killed, no one to be protected, no one to be neglected and no one to be worshipped. Nonetheless, for the sake of creation, maintenance and annihilation according to time, he accepts different forms as incarnations either in the mode of goodness, the mode of passion or the mode of ignorance. Text 23. Now is the time to invoke the mode of goodness of the living entities who have accepted material bodies. The mode of goodness is meant to establish the Supreme Lord's rule, which will maintain the existence of the creation. Therefore, this is the opportune moment to take shelter of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Because he is naturally very kind and dear to the demigods, he will certainly bestow good fortune upon us. Text 24. O Maharaja Pariksit, subduer of all enemies, after Lord Brahma finished speaking to the demigods, he took them with him to the abode of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, which is beyond this material world. The Lord's abode is on an island called Svetadvipa, which is situated in the ocean of milk. Text 25. There, at Svetadvipa, Lord Brahma offered prayers to the Supreme Personality of Godhead, even though he had never seen the Supreme Lord. Simply because Lord Brahma had heard about the Supreme Personality of Godhead from Vedic literature, with a fixed mind he offered the Lord prayers as written or approved by Vedic literature. Text 26. Lord Brahma said, O Supreme Lord, O changeless, unlimited Supreme Truth. You are the origin of everything. Being all-pervading, you are in everyone's heart and also in the atom. You have no material qualities. Indeed, you are inconceivable. The mind cannot catch you by speculation, and words fail to describe you. You are the Supreme Master of everyone, and therefore you are worshipable for everyone. We offer our respectful obeisances unto you. Text 27. The Supreme Personality of Godhead directly and indirectly knows how everything, including the living force, mind and intelligence, is working under his control. He is the illuminator of everything and has no ignorance. He does not have a material body subject to the reactions of previous activities, and he is free from the ignorance of partiality and materialistic education. I therefore take shelter of the lotus feet of the Supreme Lord, who is eternal, all-pervading and as great as the sky and who appears with 6 opulences in 3 yugas, Satya, Treta and Dvapara. Text 28. In the cycle of material activities, the material body resembles the wheel of a mental chariot. The 10 senses, 5 for working and 5 for gathering knowledge, and the 5 life airs within the body form the 15 spokes of the chariot's wheel. The 3 modes of nature, goodness, passion and ignorance, are its center of activities, and the 8 ingredients of nature, earth, water, fire, air, sky, mind, intelligence and false ego, comprise the rim of the wheel. The external, material energy moves this wheel like electrical energy. Thus the wheel revolves very quickly around its hub or central support, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, who is the Supersoul and the ultimate truth. We offer our respectful obeisances unto him. Text 29. The Supreme Personality of Godhead is situated in pure goodness, Suta Sattva, and therefore he is Ekavarna, the Omkara, Pranava. Because the Lord is beyond the cosmic manifestation, which is considered to be darkness, he is not visible to material eyes. Nonetheless, he is not separated from us by time or space, but is present everywhere. Seated on his carrier, Garuda, he is worshipped by means of mystical yogic power by those who have achieved freedom from agitation. Let us all offer our respectful obeisances unto him. Text 30. No one can overcome the Supreme Personality of Godhead's illusory energy, Maya, which is so strong that it bewilders everyone, making one lose the sense to understand the aim of life. That same Maya, however, is subdued by the Supreme Personality of Godhead, who rules everyone and who is equally disposed toward all living entities. Let us offer our obeisances unto him. Text 31. Since our bodies are made of sattva guna, we, the demigods, are internally and externally situated in goodness. All the great saints are also situated in that way. Therefore, if even we cannot understand the Supreme Personality of Godhead, what is to be said of those who are most insignificant in their bodily constitutions, being situated in the modes of passion and ignorance? How can they understand the Lord? Let us offer our respectful obeisances unto him. Text 32. On this earth there are 4 kinds of living entities, who are all created by him. The material creation rests on his lotus feet. He is the great Supreme Person, full of opulence and power. May he be pleased with us. Text 33. The entire cosmic manifestation has emerged from water, and it is because of water that all living entities endure, live and develop. This water is nothing but the semen of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Therefore, may the Supreme Personality of Godhead, who has such great potency, be pleased with us. Text 34. Soma, the moon, is the source of food grains, strength and longevity for all the demigods. He is also the master of all vegetation and the source of generation for all living entities. As stated by learned scholars, the moon is the mind of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. May that Supreme Personality of Godhead, the source of all opulences, be pleased with us. Text 35. Fire, which is born for the sake of accepting oblations and ritualistic ceremonies, is the mouth of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Fire exists within the depths of the ocean to produce wealth, and fire is also present in the abdomen to digest food and produce various secretions for the maintenance of the body. May that supremely powerful Personality of Godhead be pleased with us. Text 36. The Sun God marks the path of liberation, which is called Archaic. He is the chief source for understanding of the Vedas, he is the abode where the absolute truth can be worshipped, he is the gateway to liberation, and he is the source of eternal life as well as the cause of death. The Sun God is the eye of the Lord. May that Supreme Lord, who is supremely opulent, be pleased with us. Text 37. All living entities, moving and non-moving, receive their vital force, their bodily strength and their very lives from the air. All of us follow the air for our vital force, exactly as servants follow an emperor. The vital force of air is generated from the original vital force of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. May that Supreme Lord be pleased with us. Text 38. May the supremely powerful personality of Godhead be pleased with us. The different directions are generated from his ears, the wholes of the body come from his heart, and the vital force, the senses, the mind, the air within the body, and the ether, which is the shelter of the body, come from his navel. Text 39. Mahendra, the king of heaven, was generated from the prowess of the Lord, the demigods were generated from the mercy of the Lord, Lord Shiva was generated from the anger of the Lord, and Lord Brahma from his sober intelligence. The Vedic mantras were generated from the bodily wholes of the Lord, and the great saints and Prajapatis were generated from his genitals. May that supremely powerful Lord be pleased with us. Text 40. The goddess of fortune was generated from his chest, the inhabitants of Pitraloka from his shadow, religion from his bosom, and irreligion, the opposite of religion, from his back. The heavenly planets were generated from the top of his head, and the asparas from his sense enjoyment. May that supremely powerful personality of Godhead be pleased with us. Text 41. The Brahmanas and Vedic knowledge come from the mouth of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, the Kshatriyas and bodily strength come from his arms, the Vaisyas and their expert knowledge in productivity and wealth come from his thighs, and the Sudras, who are outside of Vedic knowledge, come from his feet. May that Supreme Personality of Godhead, who is full in prowess, be pleased with us. Text 42. Greed is generated from his lower lip, affection from his upper lip, bodily luster from his nose, animalistic lusty desires from his sense of touch, Yamaraja from his eyebrows, and eternal time from his eyelashes. May that Supreme Lord be pleased with us. Text 43. All learned men say that the five elements, eternal time, fruitive activity, the three modes of material nature, and the varieties produced by these modes are all creations of Yoga Maya. This material world is therefore extremely difficult to understand, but those who are highly learned have rejected it. May the Supreme Personality of Godhead, who is the controller of everything, be pleased with us. Text 44. Let us offer our respectful obeisances unto the Supreme Personality of Godhead, who is completely silent, free from endeavor, and completely satisfied by his own achievements. He is not attached to the activities of the material world through his senses. Indeed, in performing his pastimes in this material world, he is just like the unattached air. Text 45. O Supreme Personality of Godhead, we are surrendered unto you, yet we wish to see you. Please make your original form and smiling lotus face visible to our eyes and appreciable to our other senses. Text 46. O Lord, O Supreme Personality of Godhead, by your sweet will you appear in various incarnations, millennium after millennium, and act wonderfully, performing uncommon activities that would be impossible for us. Text 47. Karmas are always anxious to accumulate wealth for their sense gratification, but for that purpose they must work very hard. Yet even though they work hard, the results are not satisfying. Indeed, sometimes their work results only in frustration. But devotees who have dedicated their lives to the service of the Lord can achieve substantial results without working very hard. These results exceed the devotees' expectations. Text 48. Activities dedicated to the Supreme Personality of Godhead, even if performed in small measure, never go in vain. The Supreme Personality of Godhead, being the Supreme Father, is naturally very dear and always ready to act for the good of the living entities. Text 49. When one pours water on the root of a tree, the trunk and branches of the tree are automatically pleased. Similarly, when one becomes a devotee of Lord Vishnu, everyone is served, for the Lord is the supersoul of everyone. Text 50. My Lord, all obeisances unto you, who are eternal, beyond time's limits of past, present and future. You are inconceivable in your activities, you are the master of the three modes of material nature, and, being transcendental to all material qualities, you are free from material contamination. You are the controller of all three of the modes of nature, but at the present you are in favor of the quality of goodness. Let us offer our respectful obeisances unto you. Library Śrīmad Bhāgavatam, Bhagavata Purana, Canto 8, Withdrawal of the Cosmic Creations Chapter 6. The demigods and demons declare a truce. This chapter describes how the Lord appeared before the demigods when they offered him their prayers. Following the advice of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, the demigods executed a truce with the demons for the purpose of churning nectar from the sea. Because of the prayers offered by the demigods in the previous chapter, Lord Kshirodakasaya Vishnu was pleased with the demigods, and thus he appeared before them. The demigods were almost blinded by his transcendental bodily effulgence. At first, therefore, they could not even see any part of his body. After some time, however, when Brahma could see the Lord, he, along with Lord Shiva, began to offer the Lord prayers. Lord Brahma said, "The Supreme Personality of Godhead, being beyond birth and death, is eternal. He has no material qualities. Yet he is the ocean of unlimited auspicious qualities. He is subtler than the most subtle, he is invisible, and his form is inconceivable. He is worshipable for all the demigods. Innumerable universes exist within his form, and therefore he is never separated from these universes by time, space or circumstances. He is the chief and the pradhana. Although he is the beginning, the middle and the end of the material creation, the idea of pantheism conceived by Mayavadi philosophers has no validity. The Supreme Personality of Godhead controls the entire material manifestation through his subordinate agent, the external energy. Because of his inconceivable transcendental position, he is always the master of the material energy. The Supreme Personality of Godhead, in his various forms, is always present even within this material world, but the material qualities cannot touch him. One can understand his position only by his instructions, as given in Bhagavad Gita, as stated in Bhagavata Gita 10.10, Dadami Buddha Yogam Tam. Buddha Yoga means Bhakti Yoga. Only through the process of Bhakti Yoga can one understand the Supreme Lord. When offered prayers by Lord Shiva and Lord Brahma, the Supreme Personality of Godhead was pleased. Thus he gave appropriate instructions to all the demigods. The Supreme Personality of Godhead, who is known as Ajita, unconquerable, advised the demigods to make a peace proposal to the demons, so that after formulating a truce, the demigods and demons could churn the ocean of milk. The rope would be the biggest serpent, known as Vasuki, and the churning rod would be Mandara mountain. Poison would also be produced from the churning, but it would be taken by Lord Shiva, and so there would be no need to fear it. Many other attractive things would be generated by the churning, but the Lord warned the demigods not to be captivated by such things. Nor should the demigods be angry if there were some disturbances. After advising the demigods in this way, the Lord disappeared from the scene. Following the instructions of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, the demigods established a peace with Maharaja Bali, the king of the demons. Then both the demons and the demigods started for the ocean, taking Mandara mountain with them. Because of the great heaviness of the mountain, the demigods and demons became fatigued, and some of them actually died. Then the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Vishnu, appeared there on the back of his carrier, Garuda, and by his mercy he brought these demigods and demons back to life. The Lord then lifted the mountain with one of his hands and placed it on the back of Garuda. The Lord sat on the mountain and was carried to the spot of the churning by Garuda, who placed the mountain near the sea. Then the Lord asked Garuda to leave that place because as long as Garuda was present, Vasuki could not come there. Text 1, Sri Sukadeva Goswami said, O King Pariksit, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Hari, being thus worshipped with prayers by the demigods and Lord Brahma, appeared before them. His bodily effulgence resembled the simultaneous rising of thousands of suns. Text 2, the vision of all the demigods was blocked by the Lord's effulgence. Thus they could see neither the sky, the directions, the land, nor even themselves, what to speak of seeing the Lord, who was present before them. Text 3-7, Lord Brahma, along with Lord Shiva, saw the crystal-clear personal beauty of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, whose blackish body resembles a Maracotta gem, whose eyes are reddish like the depths of a lotus, who is dressed with garments that are yellow like molten gold, and whose entire body is attractively decorated. They saw his beautiful, smiling, lotus-like face, crowned by a helmet bedecked with valuable jewels. The Lord has attractive eyebrows, and his cheeks are adorned with earrings. Lord Brahma and Lord Shiva saw the belt on the Lord's waist, the bangles on his arms, the necklace on his chest, and the ankle bells on his legs. The Lord is bedecked with flower garlands, his neck is decorated with the Kaustuba gem, and he carries with him the goddess of fortune and his personal weapons, like his disc and club. When Lord Brahma, along with Lord Shiva and the other demigods, thus saw the form of the Lord, they all immediately fell to the ground, offering their obeisances. Text 8, Lord Brahma said, Although you are never born, your appearance and disappearance as an incarnation never cease. You are always free from the material qualities, and you are the shelter of transcendental bliss resembling an ocean. Eternally existing in your transcendental form, you are the supreme subtle of the most extremely subtle. We therefore offer our respectful obeisances unto you, the Supreme, whose existence is inconceivable. Text 9, O best of persons, O Supreme Director, those who actually aspire for supreme good fortune worship this form of your lordship according to the Vedic tantras. My Lord, we can see all the three worlds in you. Text 10, My dear Lord, who are always fully independent, this entire cosmic manifestation arises from you, rests upon you and ends in you. Your lordship has the beginning, sustenance and end of everything, like the earth, which is the cause of an earthen pot, which supports the pot, and to which the pot, when broken, finally returns. Text 11. O Supreme, you are independent in yourself and do not take help from others. Through your own potency, you create this cosmic manifestation and enter into it. Those who are advanced in Krishna consciousness, who are fully in knowledge of the authoritative sastra, and who, through the practice of bhakti yoga, are cleansed of all material contamination, can see with clear minds that although you exist within the transformations of the material qualities, your presence is untouched by these qualities. Text 12. As one can derive fire from wood, milk from the milk bag of the cow, food grains and water from the land, and prosperity in one's livelihood from industrial enterprises, so, by the practice of bhakti yoga, even within this material world, one can achieve your favor or intelligently approach you. Those who are pious all affirm this. Text 13. Elephants afflicted by a forest fire become very happy when they get water from the Ganges. Similarly, O my Lord, from whose navel grows a lotus flower, since you have now appeared before us, we have become transcendently happy. By seeing your Lordship, whom we have desired to see for a very long time, we have achieved our ultimate goal in life. Text 14. My Lord, we, the various demigods, the directors of this universe, have come to your lotus feet. Please fulfill the purpose for which we have come. You are the witness of everything, from within and without. Nothing is unknown to you, and therefore it is unnecessary to inform you again of anything. Text 15. I, Lord Brahma, Lord Shiva and all the demigods, accompanied by the Prajapatis like Daksa, are nothing but sparks illuminated by you, who are the original fire. Since we are particles of you, what can we understand about our welfare? O Supreme Lord, please give us the means of deliverance that is suitable for the Brahmanas and demigods. Text 16. Sukadeva Goswami continued, when the Lord was thus offered prayers by the demigods, headed by Lord Brahma, he understood the purpose for which they had approached him. Therefore, in a deep voice that resembled the rumbling of clouds, the Lord replied to the demigods, who all stood there attentively with folded hands. Text 17. Although the Supreme Personality of Godhead, the Master of the demigods, was capable of performing the activities of the demigods by himself, he wanted to enjoy pastimes in churning the ocean. Therefore he spoke as follows. Text 18. The Supreme Personality of Godhead said, O Lord Brahma, Lord Shiva and other demigods, please hear me with great attention, for what I say will bring good fortune for all of you. Text 19. As long as you are not flourishing, you should make a truce with the demons and asuras, who are now being favored by time. Text 20. O demigods, fulfilling one's own interests is so important that one may even have to make a truce with one's enemies. For the sake of one's self-interest, one has to act according to the logic of the snake and the mouse. Text 21. Immediately endeavor to produce nectar, which a person who is about to die may drink to become immortal. Texts 22-23. O demigods, cast into the ocean of milk all kinds of vegetables, grass, creepers and drugs. Then, with my help, making Mandara mountain the churning rod and Vasuki the rope for churning, churn the ocean of milk with undiverted attention. Thus the demons will be engaged in labor, but you, the demigods, will gain the actual result, the nectar produced from the ocean. Text 24. My dear demigods, with patience and peace everything can be done, but if one is agitated by anger, the goal is not achieved. Therefore, whatever the demons ask, agree to their proposal. Text 25. A poison known as Kalakuta will be generated from the ocean of milk, but you should not fear it. And when various products are churned from the ocean, you should not be greedy for them or anxious to obtain them, nor should you be angry. Text 26. Sukadeva Goswami continued, O King Pariksit, after advising the demigods in this way, the independent Supreme Personality of Godhead, the best of all living entities, disappeared from their presence. Text 27. Then Lord Brahma and Lord Shiva, after offering their respectful obeisances to the Lord, returned to their abodes. All the demigods then approached Maharaja Bali. Text 28. Maharaja Bali, a most celebrated king of the demons, knew very well when to make peace and when to fight. Thus although his commanders and captains were agitated and were about to kill the demigods, Maharaja Bali, seeing that the demigods were coming to him without a militant attitude, forbade his commanders to kill them. Text 29. The demigods approached Bali Maharaja, the son of Virakana, and sat down near him. Bali Maharaja was protected by the commanders of the demons and was most opulent, having conquered the entire universe. Text 30. After pleasing Bali Maharaja with mild words, Lord Indra, the king of the demigods, who was most intelligent, very politely submitted all the proposals he had learned from the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Lord Vishnu. Text 31. The proposals submitted by King Indra were immediately accepted by Bali Maharaja and his assistants, headed by Sambara and Aristanemi, and by all the other residents of Tripura. Text 32, O Maharaja Pariksit, chastiser of enemies, the demigods and the demons thereafter made an armistice between them. Then, with great enterprise, they arranged to produce nectar, as proposed by Lord Indra. Text 33, thereafter, with great strength, the demons and demigods, who were all very powerful and who had long, stout arms, uprooted Mandara mountain. Crying very loudly, they brought it toward the ocean of milk. Text 34, because of conveying the great mountain for a long distance, King Indra, Maharaja Bali and the other demigods and demons became fatigued. Being unable to carry the mountain, they left it on the way. Text 35, the mountain known as Mandara, which was extremely heavy, being made of gold, fell and smashed many demigods and demons. Text 36, the demigods and demons were frustrated and disheartened, and their arms, thighs and shoulders were broken. Therefore the Supreme Personality of Godhead, who knows everything, appeared there on the back of his carrier, Garuda. Text 37, observing that most of the demons and the demigods had been crushed by the falling of the mountain, the Lord glanced over them and brought them back to life. Thus they became free from grief, and they even had no bruises on their bodies. Text 38, the Lord very easily lifted the mountain with one hand and placed it on the back of Garuda. Then, he too got on the back of Garuda and went to the ocean of milk, surrounded by the demigods and demons. Text 39, thereafter, Garuda, the chief of birds, unloaded Mandara mountain from his shoulder and brought it near the water. Then he was asked by the Lord to leave that place, and he left. Library Śrīmad Bhāgavatam, Bhagavata Purana, Canto 8, Withdrawal of the Cosmic Creations Chapter 7 Lord Shiva saves the universe by drinking poison. The summary of the 7th chapter is as follows. As described in this chapter, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, appearing in his incarnation as a tortoise, dove deep into the ocean to carry Mandara mountain on his back. At first the churning of the ocean produced Kalakuta poison. Everyone feared this poison, but Lord Shiva satisfied them by drinking it. With the understanding that when the nectar was generated from the churning they would share it equally, the demigods and the demons brought Vasuki to be used as the rope for the churning rod. By the expert arrangement of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, the demons held the snake near the mouth, whereas the demigods held the tail of the great snake. Then, with great endeavor, they began pulling the snake in both directions. Because the churning rod, Mandara mountain, was very heavy and was not held by any support in the water, it sank into the ocean, and in this way the prowess of both the demons and the demigods was vanquished. The Supreme Personality of Godhead then appeared in the form of a tortoise and supported Mandara mountain on his back. Then the churning resumed with great force. As a result of the churning, a huge amount of poison was produced. The Prajapatis, seeing no one else to save them, approached Lord Shiva and offered him prayers full of truth. Lord Shiva is called Ajutosa because he is very pleased if one is a devotee. Therefore he easily agreed to drink all the poison generated by the churning. The goddess Durga, Bhavani, the wife of Lord Shiva, was not at all disturbed when Lord Shiva agreed to drink the poison, for she knew Lord Shiva's prowess. Indeed, she expressed her pleasure at this agreement. Then Lord Shiva gathered the devastating poison, which was everywhere. He took it in his hand and drank it. After he drank the poison, his neck became bluish. A small quantity of the poison dropped from his hands to the ground, and it is because of this poison that there are poisonous snakes, scorpions, toxic plants and other poisonous things in this world. Text 1, Sukadeva Goswami said, "O best of the Kurus, Maharaja Pariksit, the demigods and demons summoned Vasuki, king of the serpents, requesting him to come and promising to give him a share of the nectar. They coiled Vasuki around Mandara mountain as a churning rope, and with great pleasure they endeavored to produce nectar by churning the ocean of milk." Text 2, the Personality of Godhead, Ajita, grasped the front portion of the snake, and then the demigods followed. Text 3, the leaders of the demons thought it unwise to hold the tail, the inauspicious portion of the snake. Instead, they wanted to hold the front, which had been taken by the Personality of Godhead and the demigods, because that portion was auspicious and glorious. Thus the demons, on the plea that they were all highly advanced students of Vedic knowledge and were all famous for their birth and activities, protested that they wanted to hold the front of the snake. Text 4, thus the demons remained silent, opposing the desire of the demigods. Seeing the demons and understanding their motive, the Personality of Godhead smiled. Without discussion, he immediately accepted their proposal by grasping the tail of the snake, and the demigods followed him. Text 5, after thus adjusting how the snake was to be held, the sons of Kasyapa, both demigods and demons, began their activities, desiring to get nectar by churning the ocean of milk. Text 6, O son of the Pandu dynasty, when Mandara mountain was thus being used as a churning rod in the ocean of milk, it had no support, and therefore although held by the strong hands of the demigods and demons, it sank into the water. Text 7, because the mountain had been sunk by the strength of providence, the demigods and demons were disappointed, and their faces seemed to shrivel. Text 8, seeing the situation that had been created by the will of the Supreme, the unlimitedly powerful Lord, whose determination is infallible, took the wonderful shape of a tortoise, entered the water, and lifted the great Mandara mountain. Text 9, when the demigods and demons saw that Mandara mountain had been lifted, they were enlivened and encouraged to begin churning again. The mountain rested on the back of the great tortoise, which extended for 800,000 miles like a large island. Text 10, O king, when the demigods and demons, by the strength of their arms, rotated Mandara mountain on the back of the extraordinary tortoise, the tortoise accepted the rolling of the mountain as a means of scratching his body, and thus he felt a pleasing sensation. Text 11, thereafter, Lord Vishnu entered the demons as the quality of passion, the demigods as the quality of goodness, and Vasuki as the quality of ignorance to encourage them and increase their various types of strength and energy. Text 12, manifesting himself with thousands of hands, the Lord then appeared on the summit of Mandara mountain, like another great mountain, and held Mandara mountain with one hand. In the upper planetary systems, Lord Brahma and Lord Shiva, along with Indra, king of heaven, and other demigods, offered prayers to the Lord and showered flowers upon him. Text 13, the demigods and demons worked almost madly for the nectar, encouraged by the Lord, who was above and below the mountain and who had entered the demigods, the demons, Vasuki and the mountain itself. Because of the strength of the demigods and demons, the ocean of milk was so powerfully agitated that all the alligators in the water were very much perturbed. Nonetheless, the churning of the ocean continued in this way. Text 14, Vasuki had thousands of eyes and mouths. From his mouths he breathed smoke and blazing fire, which affected the demons, headed by Paloma, Kaliya, Bali, and Ilvala. Thus the demons, who appeared like sarala trees burned by a forest fire, gradually became powerless. Text 15, because the demigods were also affected by the blazing breath of Vasuki, their bodily lustres diminished, and their garments, garlands, weapons and faces were blackened by smoke. However, by the grace of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, clouds appeared on the sea, pouring torrents of rain, and breezes blew, carrying particles of water from the sea waves, to give the demigods relief. Text 16, when nectar did not come from the ocean of milk, despite so much endeavor by the best of the demigods and demons, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Ajita, personally began to churn the ocean. Text 17, the Lord appeared like a blackish cloud. He was dressed with yellow garments, his earrings shone on his ears like lightning, and his hair spread over his shoulders. He wore a garland of flowers, and his eyes were pinkish. With his strong, glorious arms, which award fearlessness throughout the universe, he took hold of Vasuki and began churning the ocean, using Mandara mountain as a churning rod. When engaged in this way, the Lord appeared like a beautifully situated mountain named Indranila. Text 18, the fish, sharks, tortoises and snakes were most agitated and perturbed. The entire ocean became turbulent, and even the large aquatic animals like whales, water elephants, crocodiles and timingila fish, large whales that can swallow small whales, came to the surface. While the ocean was being churned in this way, it first produced a fiercely dangerous poison called halahala. Text 19, O king, when that uncontrollable poison was forcefully spreading up and down in all directions, all the demigods, along with the Lord himself, approached Lord Shiva, Sadasiva. Feeling unsheltered and very much afraid, they sought shelter of him. Text 20, the demigods observed Lord Shiva sitting on the summit of Kailasa hill with his wife, Bhavani, for the auspicious development of the three worlds. He was being worshipped by great saintly persons desiring liberation. The demigods offered him their obeisances and prayers with great respect. Text 21, the Prajapata said, O greatest of all demigods, Mahadeva, supersoul of all living entities and cause of their happiness and prosperity, we have come to the shelter of your lotus feet. Now please save us from this fiery poison, which is spreading all over the three worlds. Text 22, O Lord, you are the cause of bondage and liberation of the entire universe because you are its ruler. Those who are advanced in spiritual consciousness surrender unto you, and therefore you are the cause of mitigating their distresses, and you are also the cause of their liberation. We therefore worship your lordship. Text 23, O Lord, you are self-effulgent and supreme. You create this material world by your personal energy, and you assume the names Brahma, Vishnu and Maheshvara when you act in creation, maintenance and annihilation. Text 24, you are the cause of all causes, the self-effulgent, inconceivable, impersonal Brahman, which is originally Parabrahman. You manifest various potencies in this cosmic manifestation. Text 25, O Lord, you are the original source of Vedic literature. You are the original cause of material creation, the life force, the senses, the five elements, the three modes and the Mahatattva. You are eternal time, determination and the two religious systems called truth, Satya, and truthfulness, Rita. You are the shelter of the syllable Om, which consists of three letters Aum. Text 26, O Father of all planets, learned scholars know that fire is your mouth, the surface of the globe is your lotus feet, eternal time is your movement, all the directions are your ears, and Varuna, master of the waters, is your tongue. Text 27, O Lord, the sky is your navel, the air is your breathing, the sun is your eyes, and the water is your semen. You are the shelter of all kinds of living entities, high and low. The god of the moon is your mind, and the upper planetary system is your head. Text 28, O Lord, you are the three Vedas personified. The seven seas are your abdomen, and the mountains are your bones. All drugs, creepers and vegetables are the hairs on your body, the Vedic mantras like Gayatri are the seven layers of your body, and the Vedic religious system is the core of your heart. Text 29, O Lord, the five important Vedic mantras are represented by your five faces, from which the 38 most celebrated Vedic mantras have been generated. Your lordship, being celebrated as Lord Shiva, is self-illuminated. You are directly situated as the supreme truth, known as Paramatma. Text 30, O Lord, your shadow is seen in your religion, which brings about varieties of religious creations. The three modes of nature, goodness, passion and ignorance, are your three eyes. All the Vedic literatures, which are full of verses, are emanations from you because their compilers wrote the various scriptures after receiving your glance. Text 31, O Lord Gurisa, since the impersonal Brahma effulgence is transcendental to the material modes of goodness, passion and ignorance, the various directors of this material world certainly cannot appreciate it or even know where it is. It is not understandable even to Lord Brahma, Lord Vishnu or the King of Heaven, Mahendra. Text 32, when annihilation is performed by the flames and sparks emanating from your eyes, the entire creation is burned to ashes. Nonetheless, you do not know how this happens. What then is to be said of your destroying the Daksha Yajna, Triparasura and the Kalakuta poison? Such activities cannot be subject matters for prayers offered to you. Text 33, exalted, self-satisfied persons who preach to the entire world think of your lotus feet constantly within their hearts. However, when persons who do not know your austerity see you moving with Uma, they misunderstand you to be lofty, or when they see you wandering in the crematorium they mistakenly think that you are ferocious and envious. Certainly they are shameless. They cannot understand your activities. Text 34, even personalities like Lord Brahma and other demigods cannot understand your position, for you are beyond the moving and non-moving creation. Since no one can understand you in truth, how can one offer you prayers? It is impossible. As far as we are concerned, we are creatures of Lord Brahma's creation. Under the circumstances, therefore, we cannot offer you adequate prayers, but as far as our ability allows, we have expressed our feelings. Text 35, O greatest of all rulers, your actual identity is impossible for us to understand. As far as we can see, your presence brings flourishing happiness to everyone. Beyond this, no one can appreciate your activities. We can see this much, and nothing more. Text 36, Srila Sukadeva Goswami continued, Lord Shiva is always benevolent toward all living entities. When he saw that the living entities were very much disturbed by the poison, which was spreading everywhere, he was very compassionate. Thus he spoke to his eternal consort, Sati, as follows. Text 37, Lord Shiva said, My dear Bhavani, just see how all these living entities have been placed in danger because of the poison produced from the churning of the ocean of milk. Text 38, It is my duty to give protection and safety to all living entities struggling for existence. Certainly it is the duty of the Master to protect his suffering dependents. Text 39, People in general, being bewildered by the illusory energy of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, are always engaged in animosity toward one another. But devotees, even at the risk of their own temporary lives, try to save them. Text 40, My dear gentle wife Bhavani, when one performs benevolent activities for others, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Hari, is very pleased. And when the Lord is pleased, I am also pleased, along with all other living creatures. Therefore, let me drink this poison, for all the living entities may thus become happy because of me. Text 41. Srila Sukadeva Goswami continued, after informing Bhavani in this way, Lord Shiva began to drink the poison, and Bhavani, who knew perfectly well the capabilities of Lord Shiva, gave him her permission to do so. Text 42. Thereafter, Lord Shiva, who is dedicated to auspicious, benevolent work for humanity, compassionately took the whole quantity of poison in his palm and drank it. Text 43. As if in defamation, the poison born from the ocean of milk manifested its potency by marking Lord Shiva's neck with a bluish line. That line, however, is now accepted as an ornament of the Lord. Text 44. It is said that great personalities almost always accept voluntary suffering because of the suffering of people in general. This is considered the highest method of worshipping the Supreme Personality of Godhead, who is present in everyone's heart. Text 45. Upon hearing of this act, everyone, including Bhavani, the daughter of Maharaja Daksa, Lord Brahma, Lord Vishnu, and the people in general, very highly praised this deed performed by Lord Shiva, who is worshipped by the demigods and who bestows benedictions upon the people. Text 46. Scorpions, cobras, poisonous drugs and other animals whose bites are poisonous took the opportunity to drink whatever little poison had fallen and scattered from Lord Shiva's hand while he was drinking. After Lord Shiva drank all the poison, both the demigods and demons took courage and resumed their activities of churning. Because of this churning, first a Surabi cow was produced. Great saintly persons accepted this cow to derive clarified butter from its milk and offer this clarified butter in oblations for great sacrifices. Thereafter, a horse named Unequivocally was generated. This horse was taken by Bali Maharaja. Then there appeared Airavata and other elephants that could go anywhere in any direction, and she-elephants also appeared. The gem known as Kaustuba was also generated, and Lord Vishnu took that gem and placed it on his chest. Thereafter, a Parijata flower and the Asparas, the most beautiful women in the universe, were generated. Then the goddess of fortune, Lakshmi, appeared. The demigods, great sages, Gandharvas and others offered her their respectful worship. The goddess of fortune could not find anyone to accept as her husband. At last she selected Lord Vishnu to be her master. Lord Vishnu gave her a place to stay everlastingly at his chest. Because of this combination of Lakshmi and Narayana, all who were present, including the demigods and people in general, were very pleased. The demons, however, being neglected by the goddess of fortune, were very depressed. Then Vruni, the goddess of drinking, was generated, and by the order of Lord Vishnu the demons accepted her. Then the demons and demigods, with renewed energy, began to churn again. This time a partial incarnation of Lord Vishnu called Dhanvantari appeared. He was very beautiful, and he carried a jug containing nectar. The demons immediately snatched the jug from Dhanvantari's hand and began to run away, and the demigods, being very morose, took shelter of Vishnu. After the demons snatched the jug from Dhanvantari, they began to fight among themselves. Lord Vishnu solaced the demigods, who therefore did not fight, but remained silent. While the fighting was going on among the demons, the Lord himself appeared as the incarnation Mohini, the most beautiful woman in the universe. Text 1. Sukadeva Goswami continued, upon Lord Shiva's drinking the poison, both the demigods and the demons, being very pleased, began to churn the ocean with renewed vigor. As a result of this, there appeared a cow known as Surabi. Text 2. O King Pariksit, great sages who were completely aware of the Vedic ritualistic ceremonies took charge of that Surabi cow, which produced all the yogurt, milk and ghee absolutely necessary for offering oblations into the fire. They did this just for the sake of pure ghee, which they wanted for the performance of sacrifices to elevate themselves to the higher planetary systems, up to Brahmaloka. Text 3. Thereafter, a horse named Unequivocally, which was as wide as the moon, was generated. Bali Maharaja desired to possess this horse, and Indra, the king of heaven, did not protest, for he had previously been so advised by the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Text 4. As the next result of the churning, the king of elephants, named Airavata, was generated. This elephant was white, and with its 4 tusks it defied the glories of Kailasa mountain, the glorious abode of Lord Shiva. Text 5. Thereafter, O king, 8 great elephants, which could go in any direction, were generated. They were headed by Airavata. 8 she-elephants, headed by Abramu, were also generated. Text 6. Generated thereafter from the great ocean were the celebrated gems Kaustubhamani and Padmaragamani. Lord Vishnu, to decorate his chest, desired to possess them. Generated next was the Parijata flower, which decorates the celestial planets. O king, as you fulfill the desires of everyone on this planet by fulfilling all ambitions, the Parijata fulfills the desires of everyone. Text 7. Next there appeared the Asparas, who were used as prostitutes on the heavenly planets. They were fully decorated with golden ornaments and lockets and were dressed in fine and attractive clothing. The Asparas move very slowly in an attractive style that bewilders the inhabitants of the heavenly planets. Text 8. Then there appeared the goddess of fortune, Rama, who is absolutely dedicated to being enjoyed by the Supreme Personality of Godhead. She appeared like electricity, surpassing the lightning that might illuminate a marble mountain. Text 9. Because of her exquisite beauty, her bodily features, her youth, her complexion and her glories, everyone, including the demigods, the demons and the human beings, desired her. They were attracted because she is the source of all opulences. Text 10. The King of Heaven, Indra, brought a suitable sitting place for the goddess of fortune. All the rivers of sacred water, such as the Ganges and Yamuna, personified themselves, and each of them brought pure water in golden water pots for Mother Lakshmi, the goddess of fortune. Text 11. The land became a person and collected all the drugs and herbs needed for installing the deity. The cows delivered 5 products, namely milk, yogurt, ghee, urine and cow dung, and spring personified collected everything produced in spring, during the months of Kaitra and Vasika, April and May. Text 12. The great sages performed the bathing ceremony of the goddess of fortune as directed in the authorized scriptures. The Gandharvas chanted all auspicious Vedic mantras, and the professional women dancers very nicely danced and sang authorized songs prescribed in the Vedas. Text 13. The clouds in personified form beat various types of drums, known as mridangas, panavas, mirajas and anakas. They also blew conch shells and bugles known as gamakas and played flutes and stringed instruments. The combined sound of these instruments was tumultuous. Text 14. Thereafter, the great elephants from all the directions carried big water jugs full of Ganges water and bathed the goddess of fortune, to the accompaniment of Vedic mantras chanted by learned brahmanas. While thus being bathed, the goddess of fortune maintained her original style, with a lotus flower in her hand, and she appeared very beautiful. The goddess of fortune is the most chaste, for she does not know anyone but the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Text 15. The ocean, which is the source of all valuable jewels, supplied the upper and lower portions of a yellow silken garment. The predominating deity of the water, Varuna, presented flower garlands surrounded by 6-legged bumblebees, drunken with honey. Text 16. Visvakarma, one of the Prajapatis, supplied varieties of decorated ornaments. The goddess of learning, Sarasvati, supplied a necklace, Lord Brahma supplied a lotus flower, and the inhabitants of Nagalika supplied earrings. Text 17. Thereafter, Mother Lakshmi, the goddess of fortune, having been properly celebrated with an auspicious ritualistic ceremony, began moving about, holding in her hand a garland of lotus flowers, which were surrounded by humming bumblebees. Smiling with shyness, her cheeks decorated by her earrings, she looked extremely beautiful. Text 18. Her 2 breasts, which were symmetrical and nicely situated, were covered with sandalwood pulp and kumkuma powder, and her waist was very thin. As she walked here and there, her ankle bells jingling softly, she appeared like a creeper of gold. Text 19. While walking among the Gandharvas, Yaksas, Asuras, Siddhas, Karanas and denizens of heaven, Lakshmi Devi, the goddess of fortune, was scrutinizingly examining them, but she could not find anyone naturally endowed with all good qualities. None of them was devoid of faults, and therefore she could not take shelter of any of them. Text 20. The goddess of fortune, examining the assembly, thought in this way: someone who has undergone great austerity has not yet conquered anger. Someone possesses knowledge, but he has not conquered material desires. Someone is a very great personality, but he cannot conquer lusty desires. Even a great personality depends on something else. How, then, can he be the supreme controller? Text 21. Someone may possess full knowledge of religion but still not be kind to all living entities. In someone, whether human or demigod, there may be renunciation, but that is not the cause of liberation. Someone may possess great power and yet be unable to check the power of eternal time. Someone else may have renounced attachment to the material world, yet he cannot compare to the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Therefore, no one is completely freed from the influence of the material modes of nature. Text 22. Someone may have longevity but not have auspiciousness or good behavior. Someone may have both auspiciousness and good behavior, but the duration of his life is not fixed. Although such demigods as Lord Shiva have eternal life, they have inauspicious habits like living in crematoriums. And even if others are well qualified in all respects, they are not devotees of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Text 23. Sukadeva Goswami continued, in this way, after full deliberation, The goddess of fortune accepted Mukunda as her husband because although he is independent and not in one of her, he possesses all transcendental qualities and mystic powers and is therefore the most desirable. Text 24, approaching the Supreme Personality of Godhead, the goddess of fortune placed upon his shoulders the garland of newly grown lotus flowers, which was surrounded by humming bumblebees searching for honey. Then, expecting to get a place on the bosom of the Lord, she remained standing by his side, her face smiling in shyness. Text 25, the Supreme Personality of Godhead is the Father of the three worlds, and his bosom is the residence of Mother Lakshmi, the goddess of fortune, the proprietor of all opulences. The goddess of fortune, by her favorable and merciful glance, can increase the opulence of the three worlds, along with their inhabitants and their directors, the demigods. Text 26, the inhabitants of Gandharvaloka and Karanalika then took the opportunity to play their musical instruments, such as conch shells, bugles and drums. They began dancing and singing along with their wives. Text 27, Lord Brahma, Lord Shiva, the great sage Angira, and similar directors of universal management showered flowers and chanted mantras indicating the transcendental glories of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Text 28, all the demigods, along with the Prajapatis and their descendants, being blessed by Lakshmiji's glance upon them, were immediately enriched with good behavior and transcendental qualities. Thus they were very much satisfied. Text 29, O king, because of being neglected by the goddess of fortune, the demons and Rakshasas were depressed, bewildered and frustrated, and thus they became shameless. Text 30, next appeared Varuni, the lotus-eyed goddess who controls drunkards. With the permission of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Krishna, the demons, headed by Bali Maharaja, took possession of this young girl. Text 31, O king, thereafter, while the sons of Kasyapa, both demons and demigods, were engaged in churning the ocean of milk, a very wonderful male person appeared. Text 32, he was strongly built, his arms were long, stout and strong, his neck, which was marked with 3 lines, resembled a conch shell, his eyes were reddish, and his complexion was blackish. He was very young, he was garlanded with flowers, and his entire body was fully decorated with various ornaments. Text 33, he was dressed in yellow garments and wore brightly polished earrings made of pearls. The tips of his hair were anointed with oil, and his chest was very broad. His body had all good features, he was stout and strong like a lion, and he was decorated with bangles. In his hand he carried a jug filled to the top with nectar. Text 34, this person was Dhanvantari, a plenary portion of Lord Vishnu. He was very conversant with the science of medicine, and as one of the demigods he was permitted to take a share in sacrifices. Text 35, upon seeing Dhanvantari carrying the jug of nectar, the demons, desiring the jug and its contents, immediately snatched it away by force. Text 36, when the jug of nectar was carried off by the demons, the demigods were morose. Thus they sought shelter at the lotus feet of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Hari. Text 37, when the Supreme Personality of Godhead, who always desires to fulfill the ambitions of his devotees, saw that the demigods were morose, he said to them, do not be aggrieved. By my own energy I shall bewilder the demons by creating a quarrel among them. In this way I shall fulfill your desire to have the nectar. Text 38, O king, a quarrel then arose among the demons over who would get the nectar first. Each of them said, you cannot drink it first. I must drink it first. Me first, not you. Text 39-40, some of the demons said, all the demigods have taken part in churning the ocean of milk. Now, as everyone has an equal right to partake in any public sacrifice, according to the eternal religious system it is befitting that the demigods now have a share of the nectar. O king, in this way the weaker demons forbade the stronger demons to take the nectar. Texts 41-46, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Vishnu, who can counteract any unfavorable situation, then assumed the form of an extremely beautiful woman. This incarnation as a woman, Mohini Murti, was most pleasing to the mind. Her complexion resembled in color a newly grown blackish lotus, and every part of her body was beautifully situated. Her ears were equally decorated with earrings, her cheeks were very beautiful, her nose was raised and her face full of youthful luster. Her large breasts made her waist seem very thin. Attracted by the aroma of her face and body, bumblebees hummed around her, and thus her eyes were restless. Her hair, which was extremely beautiful, was garlanded with malika flowers. Her attractively constructed neck was decorated with a necklace and other ornaments, her arms were decorated with bangles, her body was covered with a clean sari, and her breasts seemed like islands in an ocean of beauty. Her legs were decorated with ankle bells. Because of the movements of her eyebrows as she smiled with shyness and glanced over the demons, all the demons were saturated with lusty desires, and every one of them desired to possess her. Library Śrīmad Bhāgavatam, Bhagavata Purana, Canto 8, Withdrawal of the Cosmic Creations Chapter 9. The Lord incarnates as Mohini Murti. This chapter describes how the demons, being enchanted by the beauty of the Mohini form, agreed to hand over the container of nectar to Mohini Devi, who tactfully delivered it to the demigods. When the demons got possession of the container of nectar, an extraordinarily beautiful young woman appeared before them. All the demons became captivated by the young woman's beauty and became attached to her. Now, because the demons were fighting among themselves to possess the nectar, they selected this beautiful woman as a mediator to settle their quarrel. Taking advantage of their weakness in this regard, Mohini, the incarnation of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, got the demons to promise that whatever decision she might give, they would not refuse to accept it. When the demons made this promise, the beautiful woman, Mohini Murti, had the demigods and demons sit in different lines so that she could distribute the nectar. She knew that the demons were quite unfit to drink the nectar. Therefore, by cheating them she distributed all the nectar to the demigods. When the demons saw this cheating of Mohini Murti, they remained silent. But one demon, named Rahu, dressed himself like a demigod and sat down in the line of the demigods. He sat beside the sun and the moon. When the Supreme Personality of Godhead understood how Rahu was cheating, he immediately cut off the demon's head. Rahu, however, had already tasted the nectar, and therefore although his head was severed, he remained alive. After the demigods finished drinking the nectar, the Supreme Personality of Godhead assumed his own form. Sukadeva Goswami ends this chapter by describing how powerful is the chanting of the holy names, pastimes and paraphernalia of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Text 1. Sukadeva Goswami said, "Thereafter, the demons became inimical toward one another. Throwing and snatching the container of nectar, they gave up their friendly relationship. Meanwhile, they saw a very beautiful young woman coming forward toward them." Text 2. Upon seeing the beautiful woman, the demons said, "Alas, how wonderful is her beauty, how wonderful the luster of her body, and how wonderful the beauty of her youthful age." Speaking in this way, they quickly approached her, full of lusty desires to enjoy her, and began to inquire from her in many ways. Text 3. O wonderfully beautiful girl, you have such nice eyes, resembling the petals of a lotus flower. Who are you? Where do you come from? What is your purpose in coming here, and to whom do you belong? O you whose thighs are extraordinarily beautiful, our minds are becoming agitated simply because of seeing you. Text 4. What to speak of human beings, even the demigods, demons, siddhas, gandharvas, Puranas and the various directors of the universe, the Prajapatis, have never touched you before. It is not that we are unable to understand your identity. Text 5. Ah beautiful girl with beautiful eyebrows, certainly Providence, by his causeless mercy, has sent you to please the senses and minds of all of us. Is this not a fact? Text 6. We are now all engaged in enmity among ourselves because of this one subject matter, the container of nectar. Although we have been born in the same family, we are becoming increasingly inimical. O thin-waisted woman, who are so beautiful in your prestigious position, we therefore request you to favor us by settling our dispute. Text 7. All of us, both demons and demigods, had been born of the same father, Kasyapa, and thus we are related as brothers. But now we are exhibiting our personal prowess in dissension. Therefore we request you to settle our dispute and divide the nectar equally among us. Text 8. Having thus been requested by the demons, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, who had assumed the form of a beautiful woman, began to smile. Looking at them with attractive feminine gestures, she spoke as follows. Text 9. The Supreme Personality of Godhead, in the form of Mohini, told the demons, O sons of Kasyapa Muni, I am only a prostitute. How is it that you have so much faith in me? A learned person never puts his faith in a woman. Text 10. O demons, as monkeys, jackals and dogs are unsteady in their sexual relationships and want newer and newer friends every day, women who live independently seek new friends daily. Friendship with such a woman is never permanent. This is the opinion of learned scholars. Text 11. Sri Sukadeva Goswami continued, after the demons heard the words of Mohini Murti, who had spoken as if jokingly, they were all very confident. They laughed with gravity, and ultimately they delivered the container of nectar into her hands. Text 12. Thereafter, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, having taken possession of the container of nectar, smiled slightly and spoke in attractive words. She said, My dear demons, if you accept whatever I may do, whether honest or dishonest, then I can take responsibility for dividing the nectar among you. Text 13. The chiefs of the demons were not very expert in deciding things. Upon hearing the sweet words of Mohini Morty, they immediately assented. Yes, they answered. What you have said is all right. Thus the demons agreed to accept her decision. Texts 14-15. The demigods and demons then observed a fast. After bathing, they offered clarified butter and oblations into the fire and gave charity to the cows and to the brahmanas and members of the other orders of society, namely the kshatriyas, vaisyas and sudras, who were all rewarded as they deserved. Thereafter, the demigods and demons performed ritualistic ceremonies under the directions of the brahmanas. Then they dressed themselves with new garments according to their own choice, decorated their bodies with ornaments, and sat facing east on seats made of kusa grass. Texts 16-17. O king, as the demigods and demons sat facing east in an arena fully decorated with flower garlands and lamps and fragrant with the smoke of incense, that woman, dressed in a most beautiful sari, her ankle bells tinkling, entered the arena, walking very slowly because of her big, low hips. Her eyes were restless due to youthful pride, her breasts were like water jugs, her thighs resembled the trunks of elephants, and she carried a water pot in her hand. Text 18. Her attractive nose and cheeks and her ears, adorned with golden earrings, made her face very beautiful. As she moved, her sari's border on her breasts moved slightly aside. When the demigods and demons saw these beautiful features of Mohini Morty, who was glancing at them and slightly smiling, they were all completely enchanted. Text 19. Demons are by nature crooked like snakes. Therefore, to distribute a share of the nectar to them was not at all feasible, since this would be as dangerous as supplying milk to a snake. Considering this, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, who never falls down, did not deliver a share of nectar to the demons. Text 20. The Supreme Personality of Godhead as Mohini Morty, the Master of the Universe, arranged separate lines of sitting places and seated the demigods and demons according to their positions. Text 21. Taking the container of nectar in her hands, she first approached the demons, satisfied them with sweet words and thus cheated them of their share of the nectar. Then she administered the nectar to the demigods, who were sitting at a distant place, to make them free from invalidity, old age and death. Text 22. O king, since the demons had promised to accept whatever the woman did, whether just or unjust, now, to keep this promise, to show their equilibrium and to save themselves from fighting with a woman, they remained silent. Text 23. The demons had developed affection for Mohini Morty and a kind of faith in her, and they were afraid of disturbing their relationship. Therefore they showed respect and honor to her words and did not say anything that might disturb their friendship with her. Text 24. Rahu, the demon who causes eclipses of the sun and moon, covered himself with the dress of a demigod and thus entered the assembly of the demigods and drank nectar without being detected by anyone, even by the Supreme Personality of Godhead. The moon and the sun, however, because of permanent animosity toward Rahu, understood the situation. Thus Rahu was detected. Text 25. The Supreme Personality of Godhead, Hari, using his disc, which was sharp like a razor, at once cut off Rahu's head. When Rahu's head was severed from his body, the body, being untouched by the nectar, could not survive. Text 26. Rahu's head, however, having been touched by the nectar, became immortal. Thus Lord Brahma accepted Rahu's head as one of the planets. Since Rahu is an eternal enemy of the moon and the sun, he always tries to attack them on the nights of the full moon and the dark moon. Text 27. The Supreme Personality of Godhead is the best friend and well-wisher of the three worlds. Thus when the demigods had almost finished drinking the nectar, the Lord, in the presence of all the demons, disclosed his original form. Text 28. The place, the time, the cause, the purpose, the activity and the ambition were all the same for both the demigods and the demons, but the demigods achieved one result and the demons another. Because the demigods are always under the shelter of the dust of the Lord's lotus feet, they could very easily drink the nectar and get its result. The demons, however, not having sought shelter at the lotus feet of the Lord, were unable to achieve the result they desired. Text 29. In human society there are various activities performed for the protection of one's wealth and life by one's words, one's mind and one's actions, but they are all performed for one's personal or extended sense gratification with reference to the body. All these activities are baffled because of being separate from devotional service. But when the same activities are performed for the satisfaction of the Lord, the beneficial results are distributed to everyone, just as water poured on the root of a tree is distributed throughout the entire tree. Library Śrīmad Bhāgavatam, Bhagavata Purana, Canto 8, Withdrawal of the Cosmic Creations Chapter 10. The battle between the demigods and the demons. The summary of Chapter 10 is as follows. Because of envy, the fight between the demons and the demigods continued. When the demigods were almost defeated by demoniac maneuvers and became morose, Lord Vishnu appeared among them. Both the demigods and the demons are expert in activities involving the material energy, but the demigods are devotees of the Lord, whereas the demons are just the opposite. The demigods and demons churned the ocean of milk to get nectar from it, but the demons, not being devotees of the Lord, could derive no profit. After feeding nectar to the demigods, Lord Vishnu returned to his abode on the back of Garuda, but the demons, being most aggrieved, again declared war against the demigods. Bali Maharaja, the son of Virakana, became the commander-in-chief of the demons. In the beginning of the battle, the demigods prepared to defeat the demons. Indra, king of heaven, fought with Bali, and other demigods, like Vayu, Agni, and Varuna, fought against other leaders of the demons. In this fight the demons were defeated, and to save themselves from death they began to manifest many illusions through material maneuvers, killing many soldiers on the side of the demigods. The demigods, finding no other recourse, surrendered again to the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Vishnu, who then appeared and counteracted all the illusions presented by the jugglery of the demons. Heroes among the demons such as Kalanimi, Mali, Sumali and Malyavan fought the Supreme Personality of Godhead and were all killed by the Lord. The demigods were thus freed from all dangers. Text 1, Sukadeva Goswami said, O king, the demons and deities all engaged with full attention and effort in churning the ocean, but because they were not devotees of Vasudeva, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Krishna, they were not able to drink the nectar. Text 2, O king, after the Supreme Personality of Godhead had brought to completion the affairs of churning the ocean and feeding the nectar to the demigods, who were his dear devotees, he left the presence of them all and was carried by Garuda to his own abode. Text 3, seeing the victory of the demigods, the demons became intolerant of their superior opulence. Thus they began to march toward the demigods with raised weapons. Text 4, thereafter, being enlivened because of drinking the nectar, the demigods, who are always at the shelter of the lotus feet of Narayana, used their various weapons to counterattack the demons in a fighting spirit. Text 5, O king, a fierce battle on the beach of the ocean of milk ensued between the demigods and the demons. The fighting was so terrible that simply hearing about it would make the hair on one's body stand on end. Text 6, both parties in that fight were extremely angry at heart, and in enmity they beat one another with swords, arrows and varieties of other weapons. Text 7, the sounds of the conch shells, bugles, drums, buris and damaris, kettle drums, as well as the sounds made by the elephants, horses and soldiers, who were both on chariots and on foot, were tumultuous. Text 8, on that battlefield, the charioteers fought with the opposing charioteers, the infantry soldiers with the opposing infantry, the soldiers on horseback with the opposing soldiers on horseback, and the soldiers on the backs of elephants with the enemy soldiers on elephants. In this way, the fighting took place between equals. Text 9, some soldiers fought on the backs of camels, some on the backs of elephants, some on asses, some on white-faced and red-faced monkeys, some on tigers and some on lions. In this way, they all engaged in fighting. Texts 10 to 12, O king, some soldiers fought on the backs of vultures, eagles, ducks, hawks and bos birds. Some fought on the backs of timingilas, which can devour huge whales, some on the backs of sarabas, and some on buffalo, rhinoceroses, cows, bulls, jungle cows and arunas. Others fought on the backs of jackals, rats, lizards, rabbits, human beings, goats, black deer, swans and boars. In this way, mounted on animals of the water, land and sky, including animals with deformed bodies, both armies faced each other and went forward. Texts 13 to 15, O king, O descendant of Maharaja Pandu, the soldiers of both the demigods and demons were decorated by canopies, colorful flags, and umbrellas with handles made of valuable jewels and pearls. They were further decorated by fans made of peacock feathers and by other fans also. The soldiers, their upper and lower garments waving in the breeze, naturally looked very beautiful, and in the light of the glittering sunshine their shields, ornaments and sharp, clean weapons appeared dazzling. Thus the ranks of soldiers seemed like two oceans with bands of aquatics. Texts 16 to 18, for that battle the most celebrated commander-in-chief, Maharaja Bali, son of Virakana, was seated on a wonderful airplane named Vajrayasa. O king, this beautifully decorated airplane had been manufactured by the demon Maya and was equipped with weapons for all types of combat. It was inconceivable and indescribable. Indeed, it was sometimes visible and sometimes not. Seated in this airplane under a beautiful protective umbrella and being fanned by the best of chimeras, Maharaja Bali, surrounded by his captains and commanders, appeared just like the moon rising in the evening, illuminating all directions. Texts 19-24, surrounding Maharaja Bali on all sides were the commanders and captains of the demons, sitting on their respective chariots. Among them were the following demons: Namusi, Sambara, Bana, Viper City, Iomika, Devamurta, Kalanaba, Prayati, Heti, Ilvala, Sakuni, Bhutasantapa, Vajradamstra, Virakana, Hayagriva, Sankusira, Kapila, Megadundubi, Taraka, Kakradrak, Sumba, Nisarba, Jama, Utkala, Arista, Aristanemi, Triparadipa, Maya, the sons of Pulama, the Kaliyas and Nivatakavaka. All of these demons had been deprived of their share of the nectar and had shared merely in the labor of churning the ocean. Now, they fought against the demigods, and to encourage their armies, they made a tumultuous sound like the roaring of lions and blew loudly on conch shells. Balabhit, Lord Indra, upon seeing this situation of his ferocious rivals, became extremely angry. Text 25, sitting on Airavata, an elephant who can go anywhere and who holds water and wine in reserve for showering, Lord Indra looked just like the sun rising from Udayagiri, where there are reservoirs of water. Text 26, surrounding Lord Indra, King of Heaven, were the demigods, seated on various types of vehicles and decorated with flags and weapons. Present among them were Vayu, Agni, Varuna and other rulers of various planets, along with their associates. Text 27, the demigods and demons came before each other and reproached one another with words piercing to the heart. Then they drew near and began fighting face to face in pairs. Text 28, O King, Maharaja Bali fought with Indra, Kartikeya with Taraka, Varuna with Heti, and Mitra with Prayati. Text 29, Yamaraja fought with Kalanaba, Visvakarma with Mayadanava, Tvasta with Sambara, and the sun god with Virakana. Texts 30-31, the demigod Aparajita fought with Namusi, and the two Asvini Kumara brothers fought with Visprava. The sun god fought with the 100 sons of Maharaja Bali, headed by Bana, and the moon god fought with Rahu. The demigod controlling air fought with Pulama, and Samba and Nisamba fought the supremely powerful material energy, Durgadevi, who is called Bhadrakali. Texts 32-34, O Maharaja Pariksit, suppressor of enemies, Arindama, Lord Shiva fought with Jama, and Vaibhavasu fought with Mahishasura. Ilvala, along with his brother Vadapi, fought the sons of Lord Brahma. Durmarsa fought with Cupid, the demon Utkala with the Matrka demigoddesses, Brahaspashi with Shukrakarya, and Sun Iskara, Saturn, with Narakasura. The Maruts fought Nivatakavaka, the Visas fought the Kalakya demons, the Vaivdeva demigods fought the Paloma demons, and the Rudras fought the Krodavasa demons, who were victims of anger. Text 35, all of these demigods and demons assembled on the battlefield with a fighting spirit and attacked one another with great strength. All of them desiring victory, they fought in pairs, hitting one another severely with sharpened arrows, swords and lances. Text 36, they severed one another's heads, using weapons like busundis, kakras, clubs, ristas, patisas, saktis, almakas, prasas, parasvatas, nistrimsas, lances, parayas, mudgaras and pindipalas. Text 37, the elephants, horses, chariots, charioteers, infantry soldiers and various kinds of carriers, along with their riders, were slashed to pieces. The arms, thighs, necks and legs of the soldiers were severed, and their flags, bows, armor and ornaments were torn apart. Text 38, because of the impact on the ground of the legs of the demons and demigods and the wheels of the chariots, particles of dust flew violently into the sky and made a dust cloud that covered all directions of outer space, as far as the sun. But when the particles of dust were followed by drops of blood being sprinkled all over space, the dust cloud could no longer float in the sky. Text 39, in the course of the battle, the warfield became strewn with the severed heads of heroes, their eyes still staring and their teeth still pressed against their lips in anger. Helmets and earrings were scattered from these severed heads. Similarly, many arms, decorated with ornaments and clutching various weapons, were strewn here and there, as were many legs and thighs, which resembled the trunks of elephants. Text 40, many headless trunks were generated on that battlefield. With weapons in their arms, those ghostly trunks, which could see with the eyes in the fallen heads, attacked the enemy soldiers. Text 41, Maharaja Bali then attacked Indra with 10 arrows and attacked Airavata, Indra's carrier elephant, with 3 arrows. With 4 arrows he attacked the 4 horsemen guarding Airavata's legs, and with 1 arrow he attacked the driver of the elephant. Text 42, before Bali Maharaja's arrows could reach him, Indra, king of heaven, who is expert in dealing with arrows, smiled and counteracted the arrows with arrows of another type, known as Bala, which were extremely sharp. Text 43, when Bali Maharaja saw the expert military activities of Indra, he could not restrain his anger. Thus he took up another weapon, known as Sakti, which blazed like a great firebrand. But Indra cut that weapon to pieces while it was still in Bali's hand. Text 44, thereafter, one by one, Bali Maharaja used a lance, prasa, tamara, verstis and other weapons, but whatever weapons he took up, Indra immediately cut them to pieces. Text 45, my dear king, Bali Maharaja then disappeared and resorted to demoniac illusions. A giant mountain, generated from illusion, then appeared above the heads of the demigod soldiers. Text 46, from that mountain fell trees blazing in a forest fire. Chips of stone, with sharp edges like picks, also fell and smashed the heads of the demigod soldiers. Text 47, scorpions, large snakes and many other poisonous animals, as well as lions, tigers, boars and great elephants, all began falling upon the demigod soldiers, crushing everything. Text 48, O my king, many hundreds of male and female carnivorous demons, completely naked and carrying tridents in their hands, then appeared, crying the slogans cut them to pieces. Pierce them. Text 49, fierce clouds, harassed by strong winds, then appeared in the sky. Rumbling very gravely with the sound of thunder, they began to shower live coals. Text 50, a great devastating fire created by Bali Maharaja began burning all the soldiers of the demigods. This fire, accompanied by blasting winds, seemed as terrible as the Samvartaka fire, which appears at the time of dissolution. Text 51, thereafter, whirlpools and sea waves, agitated by fierce blasts of wind, appeared everywhere, before everyone's vision, in a furious flood. Text 52, while this magical atmosphere in the fight was being created by the invisible demons, who were expert in such illusions, the soldiers of the demigods became morose. Text 53, O king, when the demigods could find no way to counteract the activities of the demons, they wholeheartedly meditated upon the Supreme Personality of Godhead, the Creator of the universe, who then immediately appeared. Text 54, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, whose eyes resemble the petals of a newly blossomed lotus, sat on the back of Garuda, spreading his lotus feet over Garuda's shoulders. Dressed in yellow, decorated by the Kaustuba gem and the goddess of fortune, and wearing an invaluable helmet and earrings, the Supreme Lord, holding various weapons in his 8 hands, became visible to the demigods. Text 55, as the dangers of a dream cease when the dreamer awakens, the illusions created by the jugglery of the demons were vanquished by the transcendental prowess of the Supreme Personality of Godhead as soon as he entered the battlefield. Indeed, simply by remembrance of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, one becomes free from all dangers. Text 56, O king, when the demon Kalanimi, who was carried by a lion, saw that the Supreme Personality of Godhead, carried by Garuda, was on the battlefield, the demon immediately took his trident, whirled it and discharged it at Garuda's head. The Supreme Personality of Godhead, Hari, the master of the 3 worlds, immediately caught the trident, and with the very same weapon he killed the enemy Kalanimi, along with his carrier, the lion. Text 57, thereafter, 2 very powerful demons named Mali and Sumali were killed by the Supreme Lord, who severed their heads with his disc. Then Malyavan, another demon, attacked the Lord. With his sharp club, the demon, who was roaring like a lion, attacked Garuda, the Lord of the birds, who are born from eggs. But the Supreme Personality of Godhead, the original person, used his disc to cut off the head of that enemy also. Library Śrīmad Bhāgavatam, Bhagavata Purana, Canto 8, Withdrawal of the Cosmic Creations Chapter 11. King Indra annihilates the demons as described in this chapter. The great Saint Narada Muni, being very compassionate to the demons who had been killed by the demigods, forbade the demigods to continue killing. Then Shukrakarya, by his mystic power, renewed the lives of all the demons. Having been graced by the Supreme Personality of Godhead, the demigods began fighting the demons again, with renewed energy. King Indra released his thunderbolt against Bali, and when Bali fell, his friend Jamyasura attacked Indra, who then cut off Jamyasura's head with his thunderbolt. When Narada Muni learned that Jamyasura had been killed, he informed Jamyasura's relatives Namusi, Bala, and Paka, who then went to the battlefield and attacked the demigods. Indra, king of heaven, severed the heads of Bala and Paka and released the weapon known as Kulisa, the thunderbolt, against Namusi's shoulder. The thunderbolt, however, returned unsuccessful, and thus Indra became morose. At that time, an unseen voice came from the sky. The voice declared, "A dry or wet weapon cannot kill Namusi." Hearing this voice, Indra began to think of how Namusi could be killed. He then thought of foam, which is neither moist nor dry. Using a weapon of foam, he was able to kill Namusi. Thus Indra and the other demigods killed many demons. Then, at the request of Lord Brahma, Narada went to the demigods and forbade them to kill the demons any longer. All the demigods then returned to their abodes. Following the instructions of Narada, whatever demons remained alive on the battlefield took Bali Maharaja to Asta mountain. There, by the touch of Shukrakarya's hand, Bali Maharaja regained his senses and consciousness, and those demons whose heads and bodies had not been completely lost were brought back to life by the mystic power of Shukrakarya. Text 1. Sukadeva Goswami said, "Thereafter, by the supreme grace of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Sri Hari, all the demigods, headed by Indra and Vayu, were brought back to life. Being enlivened, the demigods began severely beating the very same demons who had defeated them before." Text 2. When the most powerful Indra became angry and took his thunderbolt in hand to kill Maharaja Bali, the demons began lamenting, "Alas, alas!" Text 3. Sober and tolerant and well equipped with paraphernalia for fighting, Bali Maharaja moved before Indra on the great battlefield. King Indra, who always carries the thunderbolt in his hand, rebuked Bali Maharaja as follows. Text 4. Indra said, "O rascal, as a cheater sometimes binds the eyes of a child and takes away his possessions, you are trying to defeat us by displaying some mystic power, although you know that we are the masters of all such mystic powers." Text 5. Those fools and rascals who want to ascend to the upper planetary system by mystic power or mechanical means, or who endeavor to cross even the upper planets and achieve the spiritual world or liberation, I cause to be sent to the lowest region of the universe. Text 6. Today, with my thunderbolt, which has hundreds of sharp edges, I, the same powerful person, shall sever your head from your body. Although you can produce so much jugglery through illusion, you are endowed with a poor fund of knowledge. Now, try to exist on this battlefield with your relatives and friends. Text 7. Bali Maharaja replied, "All those present on this battlefield are certainly under the influence of eternal time, and according to their prescribed activities, they are destined to receive fame, victory, defeat and death, one after another." Text 8. Seeing the movements of time, those who are cognizant of the real truth neither rejoice nor lament for different circumstances. Therefore, because you are jubilant due to your victory, you should be considered not very learned. Text 9. You demigods think that your own selves are the cause of your attaining fame and victory. Because of your ignorance, saintly persons feel sorry for you. Therefore, although your words afflict the heart, we do not accept them. Text 10. Sukadeva Goswami said, after thus rebuking Indra, king of heaven, with sharp words, Bali Maharaja, who could subdue any other hero, drew back to his ear the arrows known as Narakas and attacked Indra with these arrows. Then he again chastised Indra with strong words. Text 11. Since Maharaja Bali's rebukes were truthful, King Indra did not at all become sorry, just as an elephant beaten by its driver's rod does not become agitated. Text 12. When Indra, the defeater of enemies, released his infallible thunderbolt scepter at Bali Maharaja with a desire to kill him, Bali Maharaja indeed fell to the ground with his airplane, like a mountain with its wings cut off. Text 13. When the demon Jamyasura saw that his friend Bali had fallen, he appeared before Indra, the enemy, just to serve Bali Maharaja with friendly behavior. Text 14. The greatly powerful Jamyasura, carried by a lion, approached Indra and forcefully struck him on the shoulder with his club. He also struck Indra's elephant. Text 15. Being beaten by Jamyasura's club, Indra's elephant was confused and aggrieved. Thus it touched its knees to the ground and fell unconscious. Text 16. Thereafter, Matali, Indra's chariot driver, brought Indra's chariot, which was drawn by 1,000 horses. Indra then left his elephant and got onto the chariot. Text 17. Appreciating Matali's service, Jamyasura, the best of the demons, smiled. Nonetheless, he struck Matali in the battle with a trident of blazing fire. Text 18. Although the pain was extremely severe, Matali tolerated it with great patience. Indra, however, became extremely angry at Jamyasura. He struck Jamyasura with his thunderbolt and thus severed his head from his body. Text 19. When Narada Rsi informed Jamyasura's friends and relatives that Jamyasura had been killed, the three demons named Namusi, Bala and Paka arrived on the battlefield in great haste. Text 20. Rebuking Indra with harsh, cruel words that were piercing to the heart, these demons showered him with arrows, just as torrents of rain wash a great mountain. Text 21. Quickly handling the situation on the battlefield, the demon Bala put all of Indra's 1,000 horses into tribulation by simultaneously piercing them all with an equal number of arrows. Text 22. Paka, another demon, attacked both the chariot, with all its paraphernalia, and the chariot driver, Mitali, by fitting 200 arrows to his bow and releasing them all simultaneously. This was indeed a wonderful act on the battlefield. Text 23, Then Namusi, another demon, attacked Indra and injured him with 15 very powerful golden feathered arrows, which were like a cloud full of water. Text 24, Other demons covered Indra, along with his chariot and chariot driver, with incessant showers of arrows, just as clouds cover the sun in the rainy season. Text 25, The demigods, being severely oppressed by their enemies and being unable to see Indra on the battlefield, were very anxious. Having no captain or leader, they began lamenting like traders in a wrecked vessel in the midst of the ocean. Text 26, Thereafter, Indra released himself from the cage of the network of arrows. Appearing with his chariot, flag, horses and chariot driver and thus pleasing the sky, the earth and all directions, he shone effulgently like the sun at the end of night. Indra was bright and beautiful in the vision of everyone. Text 27, When Indra, who is known as Vajradhara, the carrier of the thunderbolt, saw his own soldiers so oppressed by the enemies on the battlefield, he became very angry. Thus he took up his thunderbolt to kill the enemies. Text 28, O King Pariksit, King Indra used his thunderbolt to cut off the heads of both Bala and Paka in the presence of all their relatives and followers. In this way he created a very fearful atmosphere on the battlefield. Text 29, O King, when Namusi, another demon, saw the killing of both Bala and Paka, he was full of grief and lamentation. Thus he angrily made a great attempt to kill Indra. Text 30, Being angry and roaring like a lion, the demon Namusi took up a steel spear, which was bound with bells and decorated with ornaments of gold. He loudly cried, Now you are killed. Thus coming before Indra to kill him, Namusi released his weapon. Text 31, O King, when Indra, King of Heaven, saw this very powerful spear falling toward the ground like a blazing meteor, he immediately cut it to pieces with his arrows. Then, being very angry, he struck Namusi's shoulder with his thunderbolt to cut off Namusi's head. Text 32, Although King Indra hurled his thunderbolt at Namusi with great force, it could not even pierce his skin. It is very wonderful that the famed thunderbolt that had pierced the body of Vritrasura could not even slightly injure the skin of Namusi's neck. Text 33, When Indra saw the thunderbolt return from the enemy, he was very much afraid. He began to wonder whether this had happened because of some miraculous superior power. Text 34, Indra thought, Formerly, when many mountains flying in the sky with wings would fall to the ground and kill people, I cut their wings with this same thunderbolt. Text 35, Vritrasura was the essence of the austerities undergone by Tvasta, yet the thunderbolt killed him. Indeed, not only he but also many other stalwart heroes, whose very skin could not be injured even by all kinds of weapons, were killed by the same thunderbolt. Text 36, But now, although the same thunderbolt has been released against a less important demon, it has been ineffectual. Therefore, although it was as good as a Brahmastra, it has now become useless like an ordinary rod. I shall therefore hold it no longer. Text 37, Sukadeva Goswami continued, While the morose Indra was lamenting in this way, an ominous, unembodied voice said from the sky, This demon Namusi is not to be annihilated by anything dry or moist. Text 38, The voice also said, O Indra, because I have given this demon the benediction that he will never be killed by any weapon that is dry or moist, you have to think of another way to kill him. Text 39, After hearing the ominous voice, Indra, with great attention, began to meditate on how to kill the demon. He then saw that foam would be the means, for it is neither moist nor dry. Text 40, Thus Indra, King of Heaven, severed Namusi's head with a weapon of foam, which was neither dry nor moist. Then all the sages satisfied Indra, the exalted personality, by showering flowers and garlands upon him, almost covering him. Text 41, Visvavasu and Paravasu, the two chiefs of the Gandharvas, sang in great happiness. The kettle drums of the demigods sounded, and the Asparas danced in jubilation. Text 42, Vayu, Agni, Varuna and other demigods began killing the demons who opposed them, just as lions kill deer in a forest. Text 43, O King, when Lord Brahma saw the imminent total annihilation of the demons, he sent a message with Narada, who went before the demigods to make them stop fighting. Text 44, The great sage Narada said, All of you demigods are protected by the arms of Narayana, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, and by his grace you have gotten the nectar. By the grace of the Goddess of Fortune, you are glorious in every way. Therefore, please stop this fighting. Text 45, Sri Sukadeva Goswami said, Accepting the words of Narada, the demigods gave up their anger and stopped fighting. Being praised by their followers, they returned to their heavenly planets. Text 46, Following the order of Narada Muni, Whatever demons remained on the battlefield took Bali Maharaja, who was in a precarious condition, to the hill known as a staggery. Text 47, there, on that hill, Shukrakarya brought to life all the dead demoniac soldiers who had not lost their heads, trunks and limbs. He achieved this by his own mantra, known as Samjivani. Text 48, Bali Maharaja was very experienced in universal affairs. When he regained his senses and memory by the grace of Shukrakarya, he could understand everything that had happened. Therefore, although he had been defeated, he did not lament. Library Śrīmad Bhāgavatam, Bhagavata Purana, Canto 8, Withdrawal of the Cosmic Creations Chapter 12. The Mohini Morty incarnation bewilders Lord Shiva. This chapter describes how Lord Shiva was bewildered upon seeing the beautiful Mohini Morty incarnation of the Supreme Personality of Godhead and how he later came to his senses. When Lord Shiva heard about the pastimes performed by the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Hari, in the form of an attractive woman, he mounted his bull and went to see the Lord. Accompanied by his wife, Uma, and his servants, the Bhutagana, or ghosts, he approached the lotus feet of the Lord. Lord Shiva offered obeisances to the Supreme Lord as the all-pervading Lord, the universal form, the supreme controller of creation, the Supersoul, the resting place for everyone, and the completely independent cause of all causes. Thus he offered prayers giving truthful descriptions of the Lord. Then he expressed his desire. The Supreme Personality of Godhead is very kind to his devotees. Therefore, to fulfill the desire of his devotee Lord Shiva, he expanded his energy and manifested himself in the form of a very beautiful and attractive woman. Upon seeing this form, even Lord Shiva was captivated. Later, by the grace of the Lord, he controlled himself. This demonstrates that by the power of the Lord's external energy, everyone is captivated by the form of woman in this material world. Again, however, by the grace of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, one can overcome the influence of Maya. This was evinced by Lord Shiva, the topmost devotee of the Lord. First he was captivated, but later, by the grace of the Lord, he restrained himself. It is declared in this connection that only a pure devotee can restrain himself from the attractive feature of Maya. Otherwise, once a living entity is trapped by the external feature of Maya, he cannot overcome it. After Lord Shiva was graced by the Supreme Lord, he circumambulated the Lord along with his wife, Bhavani, and his companions, the ghosts. Then he left for his own abode. Sukadeva Goswami concludes this chapter by describing the transcendental qualities of Uttama, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, and by declaring that one can glorify the Lord by 9 kinds of devotional service, beginning with Sravanam Kirtanam. Texts 1-2, Sukadeva Goswami said, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Hari, in the form of a woman, captivated the demons and enabled the demigods to drink the nectar. After hearing of these pastimes, Lord Shiva, who is carried by a bull, went to the place where Madhusudana, the Lord, resides. Accompanied by his wife, Uma, and surrounded by his companions, the ghosts, Lord Shiva went there to see the Lord's form as a woman. Text 3, the Supreme Personality of Godhead welcomed Lord Shiva and Uma with great respect, and after being seated comfortably, Lord Shiva duly worshipped the Lord and smilingly spoke as follows. Text 4, Lord Mahadeva said, O chief demigod among the demigods, O all-pervading Lord, Master of the universe, by your energy you are transformed into the creation. You are the root and efficient cause of everything. You are not material. Indeed, you are the supersoul or supreme living force of everything. Therefore, you are Paramesvara, the supreme controller of all controllers. Text 5, the manifest, the unmanifest, false ego in the beginning, maintenance and annihilation of this cosmic manifestation all come from you, the Supreme Personality of Godhead. But because you are the Absolute Truth, the Supreme Absolute Spirit Soul, the Supreme Brahman, such changes as birth, death and sustenance do not exist in you. Text 6, pure devotees are great saintly persons who desire to achieve the highest goal in life and who are completely free from all material desires for sense gratification engage constantly in the transcendental service of your lotus feet. Text 7, my Lord, you are the Supreme Brahman, complete in everything. Being completely spiritual, you are eternal, free from the material modes of nature, and full of transcendental bliss. Indeed, for you there is no question of lamentation. Since you are the supreme cause, the cause of all causes, nothing can exist without you. Yet we are different from you in a relationship of cause and effect, for in one sense the cause and effect are different. You are the original cause of creation, manifestation and annihilation, and you bestow benedictions upon all living entities. Everyone depends upon you for the results of his activities, but you are always independent. Text 8, my dear Lord, your lordship alone is the cause and the effect. Therefore, although you appear to be two, you are the absolute one. As there is no difference between the gold of a golden ornament and the gold in a mine, there is no difference between cause and effect, both of them are the same. Only because of ignorance do people concoct differences and dualities. You are free from material contamination, and since the entire cosmos is caused by you and cannot exist without you, it is an effect of your transcendental qualities. Thus the conception that Brahman is true and the world false cannot be maintained. Text 9. Those who are known as the impersonalist Vedantists regard you as the impersonal Brahman. Others, known as the Mimamsaka philosophers, regard you as religion. The Sankhya philosophers regard you as the transcendental person who is beyond Prakriti and Purusa and who is the controller of even the demigods. The followers of the codes of devotional service known as the Pancharatras regard you as being endowed with 9 different potencies. And the Patanjali philosophers, the followers of Patanjali Muni, regard you as the supreme independent personality of Godhead, who has no equal or superior. Text 10. O my Lord, I, who am considered to be the best of the demigods, and Lord Brahma and the great Narcissus, headed by Maharishi, are born of the mode of goodness. Nonetheless, we are bewildered by your illusory energy and cannot understand what this creation is. Aside from us, what is to be said of others, like the demons and human beings, who are in the base modes of material nature, Rajoguna and Tamoguna? How will they know you? Text 11. My Lord, you are the supreme knowledge personified. You know everything about this creation and its beginning, maintenance and annihilation, and you know all the endeavors made by the living entities, by which they are either implicated in this material world or liberated from it. As the air enters the vast sky and also enters the bodies of all moving and non-moving entities, you are present everywhere, and therefore you are the knower of all? Text 12. My Lord, I have seen all kinds of incarnations you have exhibited by your transcendental qualities, and now that you have appeared as a beautiful young woman, I wish to see that form of your lordship. Text 13. My Lord, we have come here desiring to see that form of your lordship which you showed to the demons to captivate them completely and in this way enable the demigods to drink nectar. I am very eager to see that form. Text 14. Sukadeva Goswami said, when Lord Vishnu was thus requested by Lord Shiva, who carries a trident in his hand, he smiled with gravity and replied to Lord Shiva as follows. Text 15. The Supreme Personality of Godhead said, when the demons took away the jug of nectar, I assumed the form of a beautiful woman to bewilder them by directly cheating them and thus to act in the interest of the demigods. Text 16. Ah, best of the demigods, I shall now show you my form that is very much appreciated by those who are lofty. Since you want to see that form, I shall reveal it in your presence. Text 17. Sukadeva Goswami continued, after speaking in this way, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Vishnu, immediately disappeared, and Lord Shiva remained there with Uma, looking for him all around with moving eyes. Text 18. Thereafter, in a nice forest nearby, full of trees with reddish-pink leaves and varieties of flowers, Lord Shiva saw a beautiful woman playing with a ball. Her hips were covered with a shining sari and ornamented with a belt. Text 19. Because the ball was falling down and bouncing up, as she played with it her breasts trembled, and because of the weight of those breasts and her heavy flower garlands, her waist appeared to be all but breaking at every step, as her 2 soft feet, which were reddish like coral, moved here and there. Text 20. The woman's face was decorated by broad, beautiful, restless eyes, which moved as the ball bounced here and there from her hand. The 2 brilliant earrings on her ears decorated her shining cheeks like bluish reflections, and the hair scattered on her face made her even more beautiful to see. Text 21. As she played with the ball, the sari covering her body became loose, and her hair scattered. She tried to bind her hair with her beautiful left hand, and at the same time she played with the ball by striking it with her right hand. This was so attractive that the Supreme Lord, by his internal potency, in this way captivated everyone. Text 22. While Lord Shiva observed the beautiful woman playing with the ball, she sometimes glanced at him and slightly smiled in bashfulness. As he looked at the beautiful woman and she watched him, he forgot both himself and Uma, his most beautiful wife, as well as his associates nearby. Text 23. When the ball leapt from her hand and fell at a distance, the woman began to follow it, but as Lord Shiva observed these activities, a breeze suddenly blew away the fine dress and belt that covered her. Text 24. Thus Lord Shiva saw the woman, every part of whose body was beautifully formed, and the beautiful woman also looked at him. Therefore, thinking that she was attracted to him, Lord Shiva became very much attracted to her. Text 25. Lord Shiva, his good sense taken away by the woman because of lusty desires to enjoy with her, became so mad for her that even in the presence of Bhavani he did not hesitate to approach her. Text 26. The beautiful woman was already naked, and when she saw Lord Shiva coming toward her, she became extremely bashful. Thus she kept smiling, but she hid herself among the trees and did not stand in one place. Text 27, his senses being agitated, Lord Shiva, victimized by lusty desires, began to follow her, just as a lusty elephant follows a she-elephant. Text 28, after following her with great speed, Lord Shiva caught her by the braid of her hair and dragged her near him. Although she was unwilling, he embraced her with his arms. Texts 29-30, being embraced by Lord Shiva like a female elephant embraced by a male, the woman, whose hair was scattered, swirled like a snake. O king, this woman, who had large, high hips, was a woman of Yoga Maya presented by the Supreme Personality of Godhead. She released herself somehow or other from the fond embrace of Lord Shiva's arms and ran away. Text 31, as if harassed by an enemy in the form of lusty desires, Lord Shiva followed the path of Lord Vishnu, who acts very wonderfully and who had taken the form of Mohini. Text 32, just as a maddened bull elephant follows a female elephant who is able to conceive pregnancy, Lord Shiva followed the beautiful woman and discharged semen, even though his discharge of semen never goes in vain. Text 33, O king, wheresoever on the surface of the globe fell the semen of the great personality of Lord Shiva, mines of gold and silver later appeared. Text 34, following Mohini, Lord Shiva went everywhere, near the shores of the rivers and lakes, near the mountains, near the forests, near the gardens, and wherever there lived great sages. Text 35, O Maharaja Pariksit, best of kings, when Lord Shiva had fully discharged semen, he could see how he himself had been victimized by the illusion created by the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Thus he restrained himself from any further maya. Text 36, thus Lord Shiva could understand his position and that of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, who is unlimited potencies. Having reached this understanding, he was not at all surprised by the wonderful way Lord Vishnu had acted upon him. Text 37, seeing Lord Shiva unagitated and unashamed, Lord Vishnu, Madhusudana, was very pleased. Thus he resumed his original form and spoke as follows. Text 38, the Supreme Personality of Godhead said, O best of the demigods, although you have been amply harassed because of my potency in assuming the form of a woman, you are established in your position. Therefore, may all good fortune be upon you. Text 39, my dear Lord Shambha, who within this material world but you can surpass my illusory energy. People are generally attached to sense enjoyment and conquered by its influence. Indeed, the influence of material nature is very difficult for them to surmount. Text 40, the material, external energy, Maya, who cooperates with me in creation and who is manifested in the three modes of nature, will not be able to bewilder you any longer. Text 41, Sukadeva Goswami said, O king, having thus been praised by the Supreme Personality, who bears the mark of Srivatsa on his chest, Lord Shiva circumambulated him. Then, after taking permission from him, Lord Shiva returned to his abode, Kailasa, along with his associates. Text 42, O descendant of Bharata Maharaja, Lord Shiva, in jubilation, then addressed his wife, Bhavani, who is accepted by all authorities as the potency of Lord Vishnu. Text 43, Lord Shiva said, O goddess, you have now seen the illusory energy of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, who is the unborn master of everyone. Although I am one of the principal expansions of his lordship, even I was illusioned by his energy. What then is to be said of others, who are fully dependent on Maya? Text 44, when I finished performing mystic yoga for 1000 years, you asked me upon whom I was meditating. Now, here is that Supreme Person to whom time has no entrance and who the Vedas cannot understand. Text 45, Sukadeva Goswami said, My dear king, the person who bore the great mountain on his back for the churning of the ocean of milk is the same Supreme Personality of Godhead, known as Sukadeva. I have now described to you his prowess. Text 46, the endeavor of one who constantly hears or describes this narration of the churning of the ocean of milk will never be fruitless. Indeed, chanting the glories of the Supreme Personality of Godhead is the only means to annihilate all sufferings in this material world. Text 47, assuming the form of a young woman and thus bewildering the demons, the Supreme Personality of Godhead distributed to his devotees, the demigods, the nectar produced from the churning of the ocean of milk. Unto that Supreme Personality of Godhead, who always fulfills the desires of his devotees, I offer my respectful obeisances. Library Śrīmad Bhāgavatam, Bhagavata Purana, Canto 8, Withdrawal of the Cosmic Creations Chapter 13 Description of future manas of the 14 manas. 6 manas have already been described. Now, this chapter will consecutively describe each manu from the 7th to the 14th. The 7th manu, who is the son of Vivasvan, is known as Sratadeva. He has 10 sons, named Ikshvaku, Nabhaga, Trista, Saryati, Narasyana, Nabhaga, Dista, Tarusa, Prasadra, and Vasaman. In this Manvantara, or reign of Manu, among the demigods are the Aditya, Visas, Rudras, Vibdevas, Maruts, Asvini Kumaras and Rabas. The king of heaven, Indra, is known as Purandara, and the 7 sages are known as Kasyapa, Atri, Vashishta, Vaisvamitra, Gautama, Jamadagni, and Bharadvaja. During this period of Manu, the Supreme Personality of Godhead Vishnu appears from the womb of Aditi in his incarnation as the son of Kasyapa. In the period of the 8th Manu, the Manu is Savarni. His sons are headed by Nirmoka, and among the demigods are the Satapas. Bali, the son of Virakana, is Indra, and Galava and Parasurama are among the 7 sages. In this age of Manu, the incarnation of the Supreme Personality of Godhead appears as Sarvabhauma, the son of Devagya and Sarasvati. In the period of the 9th Manu, the Manu is Daksha Savarni. His sons are headed by Bhutakitu, and among the demigods are the Marasagarbhas. Adbhuta is Indra, and among the 7 sages is Dayutaman. In this period of Manu, the incarnation Risabha is born of Asman and Ambudara. In the period of the 10th Manu, the Manu is Brahma Savarni. Among his sons is Burasena, and the 7 sages are Havasman and others. Among the demigods are the Suvashanas, and Shamba is Indra. The incarnation in this period of Manu is Visvaksena, who is a friend of Shamba and who is born from the womb of Vishasi in the house of a Brahmana named Visvasrasta. In the period of the 11th Manu, the Manu is Dharma Savarni, who has 10 sons, headed by Satyadharma. Among the demigods are the Vihangamas, Indra is known as Vayorta, and the 7 sages are Aruna and others. In this Manvantara, the incarnation is Dharmasetu, who is born of Vayorta and Aryaka. In the period of the 12th Manu, the Manu is Rudra Savarni, whose sons are headed by Devavin. The demigods are the Haritas and others, Indra is Ratadama, and the 7 sages are Tapamurti and others. The incarnation in this Manvantara is Sudhama, or Svadama, who is born from the womb of Sunrata. His father's name is Satyasaha. In the period of the 13th Manu, the Manu is Devasavarni. Among his sons is Citrasanya, the demigods are the Sukarmas and others, Indra is Devaspashi, and Nirmoka is among the sages. The Manvantara Avatara is Yogasvara, who is born of Devahotra and Brahati. In the period of the 14th Manu, the Manu is Indra Savarni. Among his sons are Uru and Gambhira, the demigods are the Pavitras and others, Indra is Suchi, and among the sages are Agni and Bahu. The incarnation of this Manvantara is known as Brahadbhanu. He is born of Satrayana from the womb of Vitana. The total duration of the periods ruled by these manas is calculated to be 1,000 Chatur Yugas, or 4,300,000 times 1,000 years. Text 1, Sukadeva Goswami said, the present Manu, who is named Sratadeva, is the son of Vivasvan, the predominating deity on the sun planet. Sratadeva is the 7th Manu. Now please hear from me as I describe his sons. Texts 2-3, O King Pariksit, among the 10 sons of Manu are Ikshvaku, Nabhaga, Drista, Saryati, Narasyana, and Nabhaga. The 7th son is known as Dista. Then come Tarusa and Prasadra, and the 10th son is known as Vasaman. Text 4, in this Manvantara, O King, the Aditya, the Visas, the Rudras, the Vibdevas, the Maruts, the 2 Asvini Kumara brothers and the Rabas are the demigods. Their head king, Indra, is Purandara. Text 5, Kasyapa, Atri, Vashishta, Vaisvamitra, Gautama, Jamadagni and Bharadvaja are known as the 7 sages. Text 6, in this Manvantara, the Supreme Personality of Godhead appeared as the youngest of all the Aditya, known as Vamana, the dwarf. His father was Kasyapa and his mother Aditi. Text 7, I have briefly explained to you the position of the 7 manas. Now I shall describe the future manas, along with the incarnations of Lord Vishnu. Text 8, O King, I have previously described, in the 6th canto, the 2 daughters of Visvakarma, named Samjna and Haya, who were the first 2 wives of Vivasvan. Text 9, it is said that the sun god had a 3rd wife, named Vadava. Of the 3 wives, the wife named Samjna had 3 children, Yama, Yami, and Sratadeva. Now let me describe the children of Haya. Text 10, Haya had a son named Savarni and a daughter named Tapati, who later became the wife of King Samvarana. Haya's 3rd child is known as son Iskara, Saturn. Vadava gave birth to 2 sons, namely the Asvini brothers. Text 11, O King, when the period of the 8th Manu arrives, Savarni will become the Manu. Nirmoka and Virajaska will be among his sons. Text 12, In the period of the 8th Manu, among the demigods will be the Sutapas, the Virajas and the Amritaprabhas. The king of the demigods, Indra, will be Bali Maharaja, the son of Vairukana. Text 13, Bali Maharaja gave a gift of 3 paces of land to Lord Vishnu, and because of this charity he lost all the 3 worlds. Later, however, when Lord Vishnu is pleased because of Bali's giving everything to him, Bali Maharaja will achieve the perfection of life. Text 14, with great affection, the personality of Godhead bound Bali and then installed him in the kingdom of Sutala, which is more opulent than the heavenly planets. Maharaja Bali now resides on that planet and is more comfortably situated than Indra. Texts 15 to 16, O king, during the 8th Manvantara, the great personalities Galava, Diptaman, Parasurama, Asvathama, Karpakarya, Rishi and our father, Vyasadeva, the incarnation of Narayana, will be the 7 sages. For the present, they are all residing in their respective asramas. Text 17, in the 8th Manvantara, the greatly powerful personality of Godhead Sarvabhauma will take birth. His father will be Devagya, and his mother will be Sarasvati. He will take the kingdom away from Purandara, Lord Indra, and give it to Bali Maharaja. Text 18, O king, the 9th Manu will be Daksha Savarni, who is born of Varuna. Among his sons will be Bhutaketu, and Diptaketu. Text 19, in this 9th Manvantara, the Paras and Marasagarbhas will be among the demigods. The king of heaven, Indra, will be named Adbhuta, and Dayutaman will be among the 7 sages. Text 20, Risambhadeva, a partial incarnation of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, will take birth from his father, Asman, and his mother, Ambudara. He will enable the Indra named Adbhuta to enjoy the opulence of the 3 worlds. Text 21, the son of Upasloka known as Brahma Savarni will be the 10th Manu. Burasena will be among his sons, and the Brahmanas headed by Havisman will be the 7 sages. Text 22, Havisman, Shukrata, Satya, Jaya, Morati and others will be the 7 sages. The Suvashanas and Varudas will be among the demigods, and Shamba will be their king, Indra. Text 23, in the home of Visvasresta, a plenary portion of the Supreme Personality of Godhead will appear from the womb of Vijasi as the incarnation known as Visvaksena. He will make friends with Shamba. Text 24, in the 11th Manvantara, the Manu will be Dharma Savarni, who will be extremely learned in spiritual knowledge. From him there will come 10 sons, headed by Satyadharma. Text 25, the Vihangamas, Kamagamas, Nirvanarusas and others will be the demigods. The king of the demigods, Indra, will be Vayorta, and the 7 sages will be headed by Aruna. Text 26, the son of Aryaka known as Dharmasetu, a partial incarnation of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, will appear from the womb of Vayorta, the wife of Aryaka, and will rule the 3 worlds. Text 27, O king, the 12th Manu will be named Rudrasavarni. Devavan, Upadava and Devasrestha will be among his sons. Text 28, in this Manvantara, the name of Indra will be Ratadama, and the demigods will be headed by the Haritas. Among the sages will be Tapamurti, Tapasvi, and Agnoraka. Text 29, from the mother named Sunarda and the father named Satyasaha will come Svadama, a partial incarnation of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. He will rule that Manvantara. Text 30, the 13th Manu will be named Devasavarni, and he will be very advanced in spiritual knowledge. Among his sons will be Citrasena and Visidara. Text 31, in the 13th Manvantara, the Sukarmas and Sutramas will be among the demigods, Devaspashi will be the king of heaven, and Nirmoka and Tadvadarsa will be among the 7 sages. Text 32, the son of Devahotra known as Yogasvara will appear as a partial incarnation of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. His mother's name will be Barhati. He will perform activities for the welfare of Devaspashi. Text 33, the name of the 14th Manu will be Indra Savarni. He will have sons like Uru, Gambhira, and Buddha. Text 34, the Pavitras and Kaksusas will be among the demigods, and Suchi will be Indra, the king of heaven. Agni, Bahu, Suchi, Suta, Magadha and others of great austerity will be the 7 sages. Text 35, O King Pariksit, in the 14th Manvantara the Supreme Personality of Godhead will appear from the womb of Vaitana, and his father's name will be Satrayana. This incarnation will be celebrated as Brahadbhanu, and he will administer spiritual activities. Text 36, O King, I have now described to you the 14 Manas appearing in the past, present and future. The total duration of time ruled by these Manas is 1000 yuga cycles. This is called a kalpa, or 1 day of Lord Brahma. Library Śrīmad Bhāgavatam, Bhagavata Purana, Canto 8, Withdrawal of the Cosmic Creations Chapter 14 The System of Universal Management. This chapter describes the duties allotted to Manu by the Supreme Personality of Godhead. All the Manas, as well as their sons, the sages, the demigods and the Indras, act under the orders of various incarnations of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. At the end of every Chatura Yuga, consisting of Satya Yuga, Dvapara Yuga, Treta Yuga and Kali Yuga, the sages, acting under the orders of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, distribute the Vedic knowledge and thus reinstate eternal religious principles. Manu's duty is to re-establish the system of religion. Manu's sons execute Manu's orders, and thus the entire universe is maintained by Manu and his descendants. The Indras are various rulers of the heavenly planets. Assisted by the demigods, they rule the three worlds. The Supreme Personality of Godhead also appears as incarnations in different yugas. He appears as Sanaka, Sanatana, Yajnavalkya, Dattatreya and others, and thus he gives instructions in spiritual knowledge, prescribed duties, principles of mystic yoga, and so on. As Marasi and others, he creates progeny. As the king, he punishes the miscreants, and in the form of time, he annihilates the creation. One may argue, if the all-powerful Supreme Personality of Godhead can do anything simply by his will, why has he arranged for so many personalities to manage? How and why he does this cannot be understood by those who are under the clutches of Maya. Text 1. Maharaja Pariksit inquired, O most opulent Sukadeva Goswami, please explain to me how Manu and the others in each manvantara are engaged in their respective duties, and by his order they are so engaged. Text 2. Sukadeva Goswami said, the Manas, the sons of Manu, the great sages, the Indras and all the demigods, O king, are appointed by the Supreme Personality of Godhead in his various incarnations such as Yajna. Text 3. O king, I have already described to you various incarnations of the Lord, such as Yajna. The Manas and others are chosen by these incarnations, under whose direction they conduct the universal affairs. Text 4. At the end of every 4 yugas, the great saintly persons, upon seeing that the eternal occupational duties of mankind have been misused, re-establish the principles of religion. Text 5. Thereafter, O king, the Manas, being fully engaged according to the instructions of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, directly re-establish the principles of occupational duty in its full 4 parts. Text 6. To enjoy the results of sacrifices, yajnas, the rulers of the world, namely the sons and grandsons of Manu, discharge the orders of the Supreme Personality of Godhead until the end of Manu's reign. The demigods also share the results of these sacrifices. Text 7. Indra, king of heaven, receiving benedictions from the Supreme Personality of Godhead and thus enjoying highly developed opulences, maintains the living entities all over the 3 worlds by pouring sufficient rain on all the planets. Text 8. In every yuga, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Hari, assumes the form of siddhas such as Sanaka to preach transcendental knowledge, he assumes the form of great saintly persons such as Yajnavalkya to teach the way of karma, and he assumes the form of great yogis such as Dattatreya to teach the system of mystic yoga. Text 9. In the form of Prajapati Marasi, the Supreme Personality of Godhead creates progeny, becoming the king. He kills the thieves and rogues, and in the form of time, he annihilates everything. All the different qualities of material existence should be understood to be qualities of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Text 10. People in general are bewildered by the illusory energy, and therefore they try to find the absolute truth, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, through various types of research and philosophical speculation. Nonetheless, they are unable to see the Supreme Lord. Text 11. In one kalpa, or one day of Brahma, there take place the many changes called vikalpas. O king, all of these have been previously described to you by me. Learned scholars who know the past, present and future have ascertained that in one day of Brahma there are 14 manas. Library Śrīmad Bhāgavatam, Bhagavata Purana, Canto 8, Withdrawal of the Cosmic Creations Chapter 15 Bali Maharaja conquers the heavenly planets. This chapter describes how Bali, after performing the Vaisvajit Yajna, received the benediction of a chariot and various kinds of paraphernalia for war, with which he attacked the king of heaven. All the demigods, being afraid of him, left the heavenly planets and went away, following the instructions of their guru. Maharaja Pariksit wanted to understand how Lord Vamanadeva, on the plea of taking 3 paces of land from Bali Maharaja, took everything away from him and arrested him. Sukadeva Goswami responded to this inquiry with the following explanation. In the fight between the demons and the demigods, as described in the 11th chapter of this canto, Bali was defeated, and he died in the fight, but by the grace of Shukrakarya he regained his life. Thus he engaged himself in the service of Shukrakarya, his spiritual master. The descendants of Bhrigu, being pleased with him, engaged him in the Vaisvajit Yajna. When this yajna was performed, from the fire of yajna came a chariot, horses, a flag, a bow, armor and 2 quivers of arrows. Maharaja Prahlada, Bali Maharaja's grandfather, gave Bali an eternal garland of flowers, and Shukrakarya gave him a conch shell. Bali Maharaja, after offering obeisances to Prahlada, the Brahmanas and his spiritual master, Shukrakarya, equipped himself to fight with Indra and went to Indrapuri with his soldiers. Blowing his conch shell, he attacked the outskirts of Indra's kingdom. When Indra saw Bali Maharaja's prowess, he went to his own spiritual master, Brihaspati, told him about Bali's strength, and inquired about his duty. Brihaspati informed the demigods that because Bali had been endowed with extraordinary power by the Brahmanas, the demigods could not fight with him. Their only hope was to gain the favor of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Indeed, there was no alternative. Under the circumstances, Brihaspati advised the demigods to leave the heavenly planets and keep themselves somewhere invisible. The demigods followed his orders, and Bali Maharaja, along with his associates, gained the entire kingdom of Indra. The descendants of Bhrigu Muni, being very affectionate to their disciple Bali Maharaja, engaged him in performing 100 Asvamedha yajnas. In this way, Bali enjoyed the opulences of the heavenly planets. Texts 1-2, Maharaja Pariksit inquired, "The Supreme Personality of Godhead is the proprietor of everything. Why did he beg 3 paces of land from Bali Maharaja like a poor man, and when he got the gift for which he had begged, why did he nonetheless arrest Bali Maharaja? I am very much anxious to know the mystery of these contradictions." Text 3, Sukadeva Goswami said, "O king, when Bali Maharaja lost all his opulence and died in the fight, Shukrakarya, a descendant of Bhrigu Muni, brought him back to life. Because of this, the great soul Bali Maharaja became a disciple of Shukrakarya and began to serve him with great faith, offering everything he had." Text 4, the Brahmana descendants of Bhrigu Muni were very pleased with Bali Maharaja, who desired to conquer the kingdom of Indra. Therefore, after purifying him and properly bathing him according to regulative principles, they engaged him in performing the yajna known as Vaisvajit. Text 5, when ghee, clarified butter, was offered in the fire of sacrifice, there appeared from the fire a celestial chariot covered with gold and silk. There also appeared yellow horses like those of Indra, and a flag marked with a lion. Text 6, a gilded bow, 2 quivers of infallible arrows, and celestial armor also appeared. Bali Maharaja's grandfather Prahlada Maharaja offered Bali a garland of flowers that would never fade, and Shukrakarya gave him a conch shell. Text 7, when Maharaja Bali had thus performed the special ritualistic ceremony advised by the Brahmanas and had received, by their grace, the equipment for fighting, he circumambulated the Brahmanas and offered them obeisances. He also saluted Prahlada Maharaja and offered obeisances to him. Texts 8-9, then, after getting on the chariot given by Shukrakarya, Bali Maharaja, decorated with a nice garland, put protective armor on his body, equipped himself with a bow, and took up a sword and a quiver of arrows. When he sat down on the seat of the chariot, his arms decorated with golden bangles and his ears with sapphire earrings, he shone like a worshipable fire. Texts 10-11, when he assembled with his own soldiers and the demon chiefs, who were equal to him in strength, opulence and beauty, they appeared as if they would swallow the sky and burn all directions with their vision. After thus gathering the demoniac soldiers, Bali Maharaja departed for the opulent capital of Indra. Indeed, he seemed to make the entire surface of the world tremble. Text 12, King Indra's city was full of pleasing orchards and gardens, such as the Nandana garden. Because of the weight of the flowers, leaves and fruit, the branches of the eternally existing trees were bending down. The gardens were visited by pairs of chirping birds and singing bees. The entire atmosphere was celestial. Text 13, beautiful women protected by the demigods sported in the gardens, which had lotus ponds full of swans, cranes, kakravakas and ducks. Text 14, the city was surrounded by trenches full of Ganges water, known as Akashaganga, and by a high wall, which was the color of fire. Upon this wall were parapets for fighting. Text 15, the doors were made of solid gold plates, and the gates were of excellent marble. These were linked by various public roads. The entire city had been constructed by Vishvakarma. Text 16, the city was full of courtyards, wide roads, assembly houses, and not less than 100 million airplanes. The crossroads were made of pearl, and there were sitting places made of diamond and coral. Text 17, everlastingly beautiful and youthful women, who were dressed with clean garments, glittered in the city like fires with flames. They all possessed the quality of Syama. Text 18, The breezes blowing in the streets of the city bore the fragrance of the flowers falling from the hair of the women of the demigods. Text 19, Asparas passed on the streets, which were covered with the white, fragrant smoke of a guru incense emanating from windows with golden filigree. Text 20, the city was shaded by canopies decorated with pearls, and the domes of the palaces had flags of pearl and gold. The city always resounded with the vibrations of peacocks, pigeons and bees, and above the city flew airplanes full of beautiful women who constantly chanted auspicious songs that were very pleasing to the ear. Text 21, the city was filled with the sounds of mridangas, conch shells, kettle drums, flutes and well-tuned stringed instruments all playing in concert. There was constant dancing and the Gandharvas sang. The combined beauty of Indrapuri defeated beauty personified. Text 22, no one who was sinful, envious, violent toward other living entities, cunning, falsely proud, lusty or greedy could enter that city. The people who lived there were all devoid of these faults. Text 23, Bali Maharaja, who was the commander of numberless soldiers, gathered his soldiers outside this abode of Indra and attacked it from all directions. He sounded the conch shell given him by his spiritual master, Shukrakarya, thus creating a fearful situation for the women protected by Indra. Text 24, seeing Bali Maharaja's indefatigable endeavor and understanding his motive, King Indra, along with the other demigods, approached his spiritual master, Brihaspati, and spoke as follows. Text 25, my lord, our old enemy Bali Maharaja now has new enthusiasm, and he has obtained such astonishing power that we think that perhaps we cannot resist his prowess. Text 26, no one anywhere can counteract this military arrangement of Bali's. It now appears that Bali is trying to drink up the entire universe with his mouth, lick up the 10 directions with his tongue, and raise fire in every direction with his eyes. Indeed, he has arisen like the annihilating fire known as Samvartaka. Text 27, kindly inform me. What is the cause for Bali Maharaja's strength, endeavor, influence and victory? How has he become so enthusiastic? Text 28, Brihaspati, the spiritual master of the demigods, said, O Indra, I know the cause for your enemies becoming so powerful. The Brahmana descendants of Bhrigu, being pleased by Bali Maharaja, their disciple, endowed him with such extraordinary power. Text 29, neither you nor your men can conquer the most powerful Bali. Indeed, no one but the Supreme Personality of Godhead can conquer him, for he is now equipped with the supreme spiritual power, Brahmatehas. As no one can stand before Yamaraja, no one can now stand before Bali Maharaja. Text 30, therefore, waiting until the situation of your enemies is reversed, you should all leave this heavenly planet and go elsewhere, where you will not be seen. Text 31, Bali Maharaja has now become extremely powerful because of the benedictions given him by the Brahmanas, but when he later insults the Brahmanas, he will be vanquished, along with his friends and assistants. Text 32, Sukadeva Goswami continued, the demigods, being thus advised by Brihaspati for their benefit, immediately accepted his words. Assuming forms according to their desire, they left the heavenly kingdom and scattered, without being observed by the demons. Text 33, when the demigods had disappeared, Bali Maharaja, the son of Virakana, entered the heavenly kingdom, and from there he brought the 3 worlds under his control. Text 34, the Brahmana descendants of Bhrigu, being very pleased with their disciple, who had conquered the entire universe, now engaged him in performing 100 Asvamedha sacrifices. Text 35, when Bali Maharaja performed these sacrifices, he gained a great reputation in all directions, throughout the 3 worlds. Thus he shone in his position, like the brilliant moon in the sky. Text 36, because of the favor of the Brahmanas, the great soul Bali Maharaja, thinking himself very satisfied, became very opulent and prosperous and began to enjoy the kingdom. Library Śrīmad Bhāgavatam, Bhagavata Purana, Canto 8, Withdrawal of the Cosmic Creations Chapter 16 Executing the Payavrata process of worship as described in this chapter, because Aditi, the mother of the demigods, was very afflicted, her husband, Kasyapa Muni, told her how to observe vows and austerities for the benefit of her sons. Since the demigods were not visible in the heavenly kingdom, their mother, Aditi, because of separation from them, was very much aggrieved. One day after many years, the great sage Kasyapa emerged from a trance of meditation and returned to his asrama. He saw that the asrama was no longer beautiful and that his wife was very morose. Everywhere in the asrama, he saw signs of lamentation. The great sage therefore inquired from his wife about the well-being of the asrama and asked her why she looked so morose. After Aditi informed Kasyapa Muni about the asrama's well-being, she told him that she was lamenting for the absence of her sons. She then requested him to tell her how her sons could return and reoccupy their positions. She wanted all good fortune for her sons. Moved by Aditi's request, Kasyapa Muni instructed her in the philosophy of self-realization, the difference between matter and spirit, and how to be unaffected by material laws. But when he saw that Aditi was not satisfied even after he had given these instructions, he advised her to worship Vasudeva, Janardana. He assured her that only Lord Vasudeva could satisfy her and fulfill all her desires. When Aditi then expressed her desire to worship Lord Vasudeva, Prajapati Kasyapa told her about a process of worship known as Payavrata, which is executed in 12 days. Lord Brahma had instructed him how to satisfy Lord Krishna by this process, and thus he advised his wife to observe this vow and its regulative principles. Text 1. Sukadeva Goswami said, O king, when Aditi's sons, the demigods, had thus disappeared from heaven and the demons had occupied their places, Aditi began lamenting, as if she had no protector. Text 2. After many days, the great powerful sage Kasyapa Muni arose from a trance of meditation and returned home to see the asrama of Aditi neither jubilant nor festive. Text 3. Ah, best of the Kurus, when Kasyapa Muni had been properly received and welcomed, he took his seat and then spoke as follows to his wife, Aditi, who was very morose. Text 4. O most gentle one, I wonder whether anything inauspicious has now taken place in regard to religious principles, the Brahmanas or the people in general, who are subject to the whims of death. Text 5. O my wife, who are very much attached to household life, if the principles of religion, economic development and satisfaction of the senses are properly followed in household life, one's activities are as good as those of a transcendentalist. I wonder whether there have been any discrepancies in following these principles. Text 6. I wonder whether because of being too attached to the members of your family, you failed to properly receive uninvited guests, who therefore were not welcomed and went away. Text 7. Homes from which guests go away without having been received even with an offering of a little water are like those holes in the field which are the homes of jackals. Text 8. O chaste and auspicious woman, when I left home for other places, were you in so much anxiety that you did not offer oblations of ghee into the fire? Text 9. By worshipping the fire and the Brahmanas, a householder can achieve the desired goal of residing in the higher planets, for the sacrificial fire and the Brahmanas are to be considered the mouth of Lord Vishnu, who is the supersoul of all the demigods. Text 10. O great-minded lady, are all your sons faring well? Seeing your withered face, I can perceive that your mind is not tranquil. How is this so? Text 11. Aditi said, O my respected Brahmana husband, all is well with the Brahmanas, the cows, religion and the welfare of other people. O master of the house, the three principles of Dharma, Artha and Kama flourish in household life, which is consequently full of good fortune. Text 12. O beloved husband, the fires, guests, servants and beggars are all being properly cared for by me. Because I always think of you, there is no possibility that any of the religious principles will be neglected. Text 13. O my lord, since you are a Prajapati and are personally my instructor in the principles of religion, where is the possibility that all my desires will not be fulfilled? Text 14. O son of Marasai, because you are a great personality you are equal toward all the demons and demigods, who are born either from your body or from your mind and who possess one or another of the three qualities, Sattvaguna, Rajoguna or Tamoguna. But although the Supreme Personality of Godhead, the Supreme Controller, is equal toward all living entities, he is especially favorable to the devotees. Text 15. Therefore, most gentle Lord, kindly favor your maidservant. We have now been deprived of our opulence and residence by our competitors, the demons. Kindly give us protection. Text 16. The demons, our formidably powerful enemies, have taken away our opulence, our beauty, our fame and even our residence. Indeed, we have now been exiled, and we are drowning in an ocean of trouble. Text 17. Ah, best of sages, best of all those who grant auspicious benedictions, please consider our situation and bestow upon my sons the benedictions by which they can regain what they have lost. Text 18. Sukadeva Goswami continued, when Kasyapa Muni was thus requested by Aditi, he slightly smiled. Alas, he said, how powerful is the illusory energy of Lord Vishnu, by which the entire world is bound by affection for children. Text 19. Kasyapa Muni continued, what is this material body, made of 5 elements? It is different from the spirit soul. Indeed, the spirit soul is completely different from the material elements from which the body is made. But because of bodily attachment, one is regarded as a husband or son. These illusory relationships are caused by misunderstanding. Text 20. My dear Aditi, engage in devotional service to the Supreme Personality of Godhead, who is the master of everything, who can subdue everyone's enemies, and who sits within everyone's heart. Only that Supreme Person, Krishna, or Vasudeva, can bestow all auspicious benedictions upon everyone, for he is the spiritual master of the universe. Text 21. The Supreme Personality of Godhead, who is very merciful to the poor, will fulfill all of your desires, for devotional service unto him is infallible. Any method other than devotional service is useless. That is my opinion. Text 22. Srimad Aditi said, O Brahmana, tell me the regulative principles by which I may worship the Supreme Master of the world so that he will be pleased with me and fulfill all my desires. Text 23. O best of the Brahmanas, kindly instruct me in the perfect method of worshipping the Supreme Personality of Godhead in devotional service, by which the Lord may very soon be pleased with me and save me, along with my sons, from this most dangerous condition. Text 24. Sri Kasyapa Muni said, when I desired offspring, I placed inquiries before Lord Brahma, who is born from a lotus flower. Now I shall explain to you the same process Lord Brahma instructed me, by which Kesava, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, is satisfied. Text 25. In the bright fortnight of the month of Falguna, February and March, for 12 days ending with Devadasi, one should observe the vow of subsisting only on milk and should worship the lotus-eyed Supreme Personality of Godhead with all devotion. Text 26. If dirt dug up by a boar is available, on the day of the dark moon one should smear this dirt on his body and then bathe in a flowing river. While bathing, one should chant the following mantra. Text 27. O Mother Earth, you were raised by the Supreme Personality of Godhead in the form of a boar because of your desiring to have a place to stay. I pray that you kindly vanquish all the reactions of my sinful life. I offer my respectful obeisances unto you. Text 28. Thereafter, one should perform his daily spiritual duties and then, with great attention, offer worship to the deity of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, and also to the altar, the sun, water, fire and the spiritual master. Text 29. O Supreme Personality of Godhead, greatest of all, who lives in everyone's heart and in whom everyone lives, O witness of everything, O Vasudeva, supreme and all-pervading person, I offer my respectful obeisances unto you. Text 30. I offer my respectful obeisances unto you, the Supreme Person. Being very subtle, you are never visible to material eyes. You are the knower of the 24 elements, and you are the inaugurator of the Sankhya Yoga system. Text 31. I offer my respectful obeisances unto you, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, who have 2 heads, Pranya and Udaniya, 3 legs, Savanatraya, 4 horns, the 4 Vedas, and 7 hands, the 7 Chandas, such as Gayatri. I offer my obeisances unto you, whose heart and soul are the 3 Vedic rituals, Karmakanda, Jnanakanda and Upasanakanda, and who expand these rituals in the form of sacrifice. Text 32. I offer my respectful obeisances unto you, Lord Shiva, or Rudra, who are the reservoir of all potencies, the reservoir of all knowledge, and the master of everyone. Text 33. I offer my respectful obeisances unto you, who are situated as Hiranyagarbha, the source of life, the supersoul of every living entity. Your body is the source of the opulence of all mystic power. I offer my respectful obeisances unto you. Text 34. I offer my respectful obeisances unto you, who are the original personality of Godhead, the witness in everyone's heart, and the incarnation of Naranarayana or Si in the form of a human being. O personality of Godhead, I offer my respectful obeisances unto you. Text 35. My Lord, I offer my respectful obeisances unto you, who are dressed in yellow garments, whose bodily hue resembles the Marikata gem, and who have full control over the goddess of fortune. O my Lord Kesava, I offer my respectful obeisances unto you. Text 36. O most exalted and worshipable Lord, best of those who bestow benediction, you can fulfill the desires of everyone, and therefore those who are sober, for their own welfare, worship the dust of your lotus feet. Text 37. All the demigods, as well as the goddess of fortune, engage in the service of his lotus feet. Indeed, they respect the fragrance of those lotus feet. May the Supreme Personality of Godhead be pleased with me. Text 38. Kasyapa Muni continued, by chanting all these mantras, welcoming the Supreme Personality of Godhead with faith and devotion, and offering him items of worship, such as Padya and Urghya, one should worship Kesava, Rishikesa, Krishna, the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Text 39. In the beginning, the devotees should chant the Devadasaksara mantra and offer flower garlands, incense and so on. After worshipping the Lord in this way, one should bathe the Lord with milk and dress him with proper garments, a sacred thread, and ornaments. After offering water to wash the Lord's feet, one should again worship the Lord with fragrant flowers, incense and other paraphernalia. Text 40, if one can afford to, one should offer the deity fine rice boiled in milk with clarified butter and molasses. While chanting the same original mantra, one should offer all this to the fire. Text 41, one should offer all the prasada to a Vaisnava or offer him some of the prasada and then take some oneself. After this, one should offer the deity akamana and then betel nut and then again worship the Lord. Text 42, thereafter, one should silently murmur the mantra 108 times and offer prayers to the Lord for his glorification. Then one should circumambulate the Lord and finally, with great delight and satisfaction, offer obeisances, falling straight like a rod, dandavat. Text 43, after touching to one's head all the flowers and water offered to the deity, one should throw them into a sacred place. Then one should feed at least 2 brahmanas with sweet rice. Texts 44 to 45, one should perfectly honor the respectable brahmanas one has fed, and then, after taking their permission, one should take prasada with his friends and relatives. For that night, one should observe strict celibacy, and the next morning, after bathing again, with purity and attention one should bathe the deity of Vishnu with milk and worship him according to the methods formally stated in detail. Text 46, worshipping Lord Vishnu with great faith and devotion and living only by drinking milk, one should follow this vow. One should also offer oblations to the fire and feed the brahmanas as mentioned before. Text 47, in this way, until 12 days have passed, one should observe this Payavrata, worshipping the Lord every day, executing the routine duties, performing sacrifices and feeding the brahmanas. Text 48, from Pratapat until the 13th day of the next bright moon, Shukla Trodasi, one should observe complete celibacy, sleep on the floor, bathe 3 times a day and thus execute the vow. Text 49, during this period, one should not unnecessarily talk of material subjects or topics of sense gratification, one should be completely free from envy of all living entities, and one should be a pure and simple devotee of Lord Vasudeva. Text 50, thereafter, following the directions of the Sastra with help from Brahmanas who know the Sastra, on the 13th day of the moon one should bathe Lord Vishnu with 5 substances, milk, yogurt, ghee, sugar and honey. Texts 51 to 52, giving up the miserly habit of not spending money, one should arrange for the gorgeous worship of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Vishnu, who is situated in the heart of every living entity. With great attention, one must prepare an oblation of grains boiled in ghee and milk and must chant the Purusa Sukta mantra. The offerings of food should be of varieties of tastes. In this way, one should worship the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Text 53, one should satisfy the spiritual master, Acharya, who is very learned in Vedic literature, and should satisfy his assistant priests, known as Hota, Udgata, Adhiryu and Brahma. One should please them by offering them clothing, ornaments and cows. This is the ceremony called Vishnu Aradhana, or worship of Lord Vishnu. Text 54, O most auspicious lady, one should perform all the ceremonies under the direction of learned acharyas and should satisfy them and their priests. By distributing prasada, one should also satisfy the brahmanas and others who have assembled. Text 55, one should satisfy the spiritual master and assistant priests by giving them cloth, ornaments, cows and also some monetary contribution. And by distributing prasada one should satisfy everyone assembled, including even the lowest of men, the Kandalas, eaters of dog flesh. Text 56, one should distribute Vishnu prasada to everyone, including the poor man, the blind man, the non-devotee and the non-brahmana. Knowing that Lord Vishnu is very pleased when everyone is sumptuously fed with Vishnu prasada, the performer of yajna should then take prasada with his friends and relatives. Text 57, every day from Pratapat to Trodasi, one should continue the ceremony, to the accompaniment of dancing, singing, the beating of a drum, the chanting of prayers and all auspicious mantras, and recitation of SRIMAD Bhagavatam. In this way, one should worship the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Text 58, this is the religious ritualistic ceremony known as Payavrata, by which one may worship the Supreme Personality of Godhead. I received this information from Brahma, my grandfather, and now I have described it to you in all details. Text 59, O most fortunate lady, establishing your mind in a good spirit, execute this process of Payavrata and thus worship the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Kesava, who is inexhaustible. Text 60, this Payavrata is also known as Sarva Yajna. In other words, by performing this sacrifice one can perform all other sacrifices automatically. This is also acknowledged to be the best of all ritualistic ceremonies. O gentle lady, it is the essence of all austerities, and it is the process of giving charity and pleasing the Supreme Controller. Text 61, This is the best process for pleasing the Transcendental Supreme Personality of Godhead, known as Adhok Saja. It is the best of all regulative principles, the best austerity, the best process of giving charity, and the best process of sacrifice. Text 62. Therefore, my dear gentle lady, follow this ritualistic vow, strictly observing the regulative principles. By this process, the Supreme Person will very soon be pleased with you and will satisfy all your desires. Library Śrīmad Bhāgavatam, Bhagavata Purana, Canto 8, Withdrawal of the Cosmic Creations Chapter 17. The Supreme Lord agrees to become a deity's son as explained in this chapter. The Supreme Personality of Godhead, being very pleased by the Payovrata ceremony performed by a deity, appeared before her in full opulence. At her request, the Lord agreed to become her son. After a deity performed the Payovrata ceremony for 12 continuous days, the Lord, who was certainly very pleased with her, appeared before her with 4 hands and dressed in yellow garments. As soon as a deity saw the Supreme Personality of Godhead present before her, she immediately got up, and with great ecstatic love for the Lord she fell to the ground to offer respectful obeisances. A deity's throat was choked because of ecstatic feelings, and her entire body trembled with devotion. Although she wanted to offer suitable prayers to the Lord, she could not do anything, and thus she remained silent for some time. Then, feeling solace, observing the beauty of the Lord, she offered her prayers. The Supreme Personality of Godhead, the Supersoul of all living entities, was very pleased with her, and he agreed to become her son by incarnating as a plenary expansion. He was already pleased by Kasyapa Muni's austerities, and thus he agreed to become their son and maintain the demigods. After giving his word of honor to this effect, the Lord disappeared. Following the order of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, a deity engaged in the service of Kasyapa Muni, who could see by samadhi that the Lord was within him and who thus placed his semen in the womb of a deity. Lord Brahma, who is known as Hiranyagarbha, understood that the Supreme Personality of Godhead had entered a deity's womb. Thus he offered prayers to the Lord. Text 1. Sukadeva Goswami said, O king, after a deity was thus advised by her husband, Kasyapa Muni, she strictly followed his instructions without laziness and in this way performed the Payovrata ritualistic ceremony. Texts 2-3, with full, undiverted attention, a deity thought of the Supreme Personality of Godhead and in this way brought under full control her mind and senses, which resembled forceful horses. She concentrated her mind upon the Supreme Lord, Vasudeva. Thus she performed the ritualistic ceremony known as Payovrata. Text 4, My dear king, the original Supreme Personality of Godhead, dressed in yellow garments and bearing a conch shell, disc, club and lotus in his 4 hands, then appeared before a deity. Text 5, When the Supreme Personality of Godhead became visible to a deity's eyes, a deity was so overwhelmed by transcendental bliss that she at once stood up and then fell to the ground like a rod to offer the Lord her respectful obeisances. Text 6, A deity stood silently with folded hands, unable to offer prayers to the Lord. Because of transcendental bliss, tears filled her eyes, and the hairs on her body stood on end. Because she could see the Supreme Personality of Godhead face to face, she felt ecstasy, and her body trembled. Text 7, O Maharaja Pariksit, the demigoddess Aditi then began offering her prayers to the Supreme Personality of Godhead in a faltering voice and with great love. She appeared as though drinking through her eyes the Supreme Lord, who is the husband of the goddess of fortune, the enjoyer of all sacrificial ceremonies, and the master and lord of the entire universe. Text 8, The goddess Aditi said, O master and enjoyer of all sacrificial ceremonies, O infallible and most famous person, whose name, when chanted, spreads all good fortune. O original Supreme Personality of Godhead, Supreme Controller, shelter of all holy places, you are the shelter of all poor, suffering living entities, and you have appeared to diminish their suffering. Please be kind to us and spread our good fortune. Text 9, My Lord, you are the all-pervading universal form, the fully independent creator, maintainer and destroyer of this universe. Although you engage your energy in matter, you are always situated in your original form and never fall from that position, for your knowledge is infallible and always suitable to any situation. You are never bewildered by illusion. O my Lord, let me offer my respectful obeisances unto you. Text 10, O Unlimited One, if your lordship is satisfied, one can very easily obtain a lifetime as long as that of Lord Brahma, a body either in the upper, lower or middle planetary systems, unlimited material opulence, religion, economic development and satisfaction of the senses, full transcendental knowledge, and the 8 yogic perfections. What to speak of such petty achievements as conquering one's rivals? Text 11, Sukadeva Goswami said, O King Pariksit, best of the Bharata dynasty, when the lotus-eyed Lord, the supersoul of all living entities, was thus worshipped by a deity. He replied as follows. Text 12, the Supreme Personality of Godhead said, O Mother of the demigods, I have already understood your long-cherished desires for the welfare of your sons, who have been deprived of all opulences and driven from their residence by their enemies. Text 13, O Devi, O Goddess, I can understand that you want to regain your sons and be together with them to worship me, after defeating the enemies in battle and retrieving your abode and opulences. Text 14, you want to see the wives of the demons lamenting for the death of their husbands when those demons, the enemies of your sons, are killed in battle by the demigods, of whom Indra is the chief. Text 15, you want your sons to regain their lost reputation and opulence and live again on their heavenly planet as usual. Text 16, O Mother of the demigods, in my opinion almost all the chiefs of the demons are now unconquerable, for they are being protected by brahmanas, whom the Supreme Lord always favors. Thus the use of power against them now will not at all be a source of happiness. Text 17, yet because I have been satisfied by the activities of your vow, O Goddess Aditi, I must find some means to favor you, for worship of me never goes in vain but certainly gives the desired result according to what one deserves. Text 18, you have prayed to me and properly worshipped me by performing the great Payavrata ceremony for the sake of protecting your sons. Because of Kasyapa Muni's austerities, I shall agree to become your son and thus protect your other sons. Text 19, always thinking of me as being situated within the body of your husband, Kasyapa, go worship your husband, who has been purified by his austerity. Text 20, O lady, even if someone inquires, you should not disclose this fact to anyone. That which is very confidential is successful if kept secret. Text 21, Sukadeva Goswami said, after speaking in this way, the Supreme Personality of Godhead disappeared from that very spot. Aditi, having received the extremely valuable benediction that the Lord would appear as her son, considered herself very successful, and with great devotion she approached her husband. Text 22, being situated in a meditational trance, Kasyapa Muni, whose vision is never mistaken, could see that a plenary portion of the Supreme Personality of Godhead had entered within him. Text 23, O king, as the wind promotes friction between two pieces of wood and thus gives rise to fire, Kasyapa Muni, whose transcendental position was fully absorbed in the Supreme Personality of Godhead, transferred his potency into the womb of Aditi. Text 24, when Lord Brahma understood that the Supreme Personality of Godhead was now within the womb of Aditi, he began to offer prayers to the Lord by reciting transcendental names. Text 25, Lord Brahma said, O Supreme Personality of Godhead, all glories unto you, who are glorified by all and whose activities are all uncommon. I offer my respectful obeisances unto you, O Lord of the Transcendentalists, controller of the three modes of nature. I offer my respectful obeisances unto you again and again. Text 26, I offer my respectful obeisances unto you, the all-pervading Lord Vishnu, who have entered the cores of the hearts of all living entities. All the three worlds reside within your navel, yet you are above the three worlds. Formerly you appeared as the son of Prithvi. To you, the Supreme Creator, who are understood only through Vedic knowledge, I offer my respectful obeisances. Text 27, O my Lord, you are the beginning, the manifestation and the ultimate dissolution of the three worlds, and you are celebrated in the Vedas as the reservoir of unlimited potencies, the Supreme Person. O my Lord, as waves attract branches and leaves that have fallen into deep water, you, the Supreme Eternal Time Factor, attract everything in this universe. Text 28, my Lord, you are the original generator of all living entities, stationary or moving, and you are also the generator of the Prajapitas. O my Lord, as a boat is the only hope for a person drowning in the water, you are the only shelter for the demigods, who are now bereft of their heavenly position. Library Śrīmad Bhāgavatam, Bhagavata Purana, Canto 8, Withdrawal of the Cosmic Creations Chapter 18 Lord Vamanadeva, the dwarf incarnation. This chapter describes how Lord Vamanadeva appeared and how he went to the sacrificial arena of Maharaja Bali, who received him well and fulfilled his desire by offering him benedictions. Lord Vamanadeva appeared in this world from the womb of Aditi completely equipped with conch shell, disc, club and lotus. His bodily hue was blackish, and he was dressed in yellow garments. Lord Vishnu appeared at an auspicious moment on Shravana Devadasi when the Abhijit star had arisen. At that time, in all the three worlds, including the higher planetary system, outer space and this earth, all the demigods, the cows, the brahmanas and even the seasons were happy because of God's appearance. Therefore this auspicious day is called Vijaya. When the Supreme Personality of Godhead, who is a Saksidananda body, appeared as the son of Kasyapa and Aditi, both of his parents were very astonished. After his appearance, the Lord assumed the form of a dwarf, Vamana. All the great sages expressed their jubilation, and with Kasyapa Muni before them they performed the birthday ceremony of Lord Vamana. At the time of Lord Vamanadava's sacred thread ceremony, he was honored by the sun god, Brihaspati, the goddess presiding over the planet Earth, the deity of the heavenly planets, his mother, Lord Brahma, Kuvera, the seven rishis and others. Lord Vamanadava then visited the sacrificial arena on the northern side of the Narmada River, at the field known as Bragkaka, where Brahmanas of the Bragya dynasty were performing yajnas. Wearing a belt made of munja straw, an upper garment of deerskin and a sacred thread and carrying in his hands a danda, an umbrella and a water pot, Kamandalu, Lord Vamanadava appeared in the sacrificial arena of Maharaja Bali. Because of his transcendentally effulgent presence, all the priests were diminished in their prowess, and thus they all stood from their seats and offered prayers to Lord Vamanadava. Even Lord Shiva accepts on his head the Ganges water generated from the toe of Lord Vamanadava. Therefore, after washing the Lord's feet, Bali Maharaja immediately accepted the water from the Lord's feet on his head and felt that he and his predecessors had certainly been glorified. Then Bali Maharaja inquired of Lord Vamanadava's welfare and requested the Lord to ask him for money, jewels or anything he might desire. Text 1, Sukadeva Goswami said, after Lord Brahma had thus spoken, glorifying the Supreme Lord's activities and prowess, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, who is never subject to death like an ordinary living being, appeared from the womb of a deity. His 4 hands were decorated with a conch shell, club, lotus and disc, he was dressed in yellow garments, and his eyes appeared like the petals of a blooming lotus. Text 2, the body of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, blackish in complexion, was free from all inebrieties. His lotus face, decorated with earrings resembling sharks, appeared very beautiful, and on his bosom was the mark of Srivatsa. He wore bangles on his wrists, armlets on his arms, a helmet on his head, a belt on his waist, a sacred thread across his chest, and ankle bells decorating his lotus feet. Text 3, an uncommonly beautiful garland of flowers decorated his bosom, and because the flowers were extremely fragrant, a large group of bees, making their natural humming sounds, invaded them for honey. When the Lord appeared, wearing the kaustuba gem on his neck, his effulgence vanquished the darkness in the home of the Prajapati Kasyapa. Text 4, at that time, there was happiness in all directions, in the reservoirs of water like the rivers and oceans, and in the core of everyone's heart. The various seasons displayed their respective qualities, and all living entities in the upper planetary system, in outer space and on the surface of the earth were jubilant. The demigods, the cows, the brahmanas and the hills and mountains were all filled with joy. Text 5, on the day of Shravana Devadasi, the 12th day of the bright fortnight in the month of Bhadra, when the moon came into the lunar mansion Shravana, at the auspicious moment of Abhijit, the Lord appeared in this universe. Considering the Lord's appearance very auspicious, all the stars and planets, from the sun to Saturn, were munificently charitable. Text 6, O King, when the Lord appeared, on Devadasi, the 12th day of the moon, the sun was at the meridian, as every learned scholar knows. This Devadasi is called Vijaya. Text 7, conch shells, kettle drums, panavas and anakas vibrated in concert. The sound of these and various other instruments was tumultuous. Text 8, being very pleased, the celestial dancing girls, Asparas, danced in jubilation, the best of the Gandharvas sang songs, and the great sages, demigods, manas, pitas and fire gods offered prayers to satisfy the Lord. Texts 9-10, the Siddhas, Vidyadharas, Kimpurusas, Kinnaras, Karanas, Yaksas, Raksasas, Suparnas, the best of serpents, and the followers of the demigods all showered flowers on a deity's residence, covering the entire house, while glorifying and praising the Lord and dancing. Text 11, when a deity saw the Supreme Personality of Godhead, who had appeared from her own womb, having accepted a transcendental body by his own spiritual potency, she was struck with wonder and was very happy. Upon seeing the child, Prajapati Kasyapa exclaimed, Jaya! Jaya! In great happiness and wonder. Text 12, the Lord appeared in his original form, with ornaments and weapons in his hands. Although this ever-existing form is not visible in the material world, he nonetheless appeared in this form. Then, in the presence of his father and mother, he assumed the form of Vamana, a Brahmana dwarf, a Brahmachari, just like a theatrical actor. Text 13, when the great sages saw the Lord as the Brahmachari dwarf Vamana, they were certainly very pleased. Thus they placed before them Kasyapa Muni, the Prajapati, and performed all the ritualistic ceremonies, such as the birthday ceremony. Text 14, at the sacred thread ceremony of Vamanadava, The sun god personally uttered the Gayatri mantra, Brihaspati offered the sacred thread, and Kasyapa Muni offered a straw belt. Text 15, Mother Earth gave him a deerskin, and the demigod of the moon, who is the king of the forest, gave him a Brahmadanda, the rod of a Brahmachari. His mother, Aditi, gave him cloth for underwear, and the deity presiding over the heavenly kingdom offered him an umbrella. Text 16, O king, Lord Brahma offered a water pot to the inexhaustible Supreme Personality of Godhead, the 7 sages offered him kusa grass, and Mother Sarasvati gave him a string of Rudraksha beads. Text 17, When Vamanadeva had thus been given the sacred thread, Kuvera, king of the Yaksas, gave him a pot for begging alms, and Mother Bhagavati, the wife of Lord Shiva and most chaste mother of the entire universe, gave him his first alms. Text 18, Having thus been welcomed by everyone, Lord Vamanadeva, the best of the Brahmacharis, exhibited his Brahma effulgence. Thus he surpassed in beauty that entire assembly, which was filled with great saintly Brahmanas. Text 19, After Lord Sri Vamanadeva set a sacrificial fire, he offered worship and performed a fire sacrifice on the sacrificial field. Text 20, When the Lord heard that Bali Maharaja was performing Asvamedha sacrifices under the patronage of Brahmanas belonging to the Bhragya dynasty, the Supreme Lord, who is full in every respect, proceeded there to show his mercy to Bali Maharaja. By his weight, he pushed down the earth with every step. Text 21, While engaged in performing the sacrifice in the field known as Bragkaka, on the northern bank of the Narmada river, the Brahminical priests, the descendants of Bhragyu, saw Vamanadeva to be like the sun rising nearby. Text 22, O king, because of Vamanadeva's bright effulgence, the priests, along with Bali Maharaja and all the members of the assembly, were robbed of their splendor. Thus they began to ask one another whether the sun god himself, Sanat Kumara, or the fire god had personally come to see the sacrificial ceremony. Text 23, While the priests of the Bhragya dynasty and their disciples talked and argued in various ways, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Vamanadeva, holding in his hands the rod, the umbrella and a water pot full of water, entered the arena of the Asvamedha sacrifice. Texts 24-25, Appearing as a Brahmana boy, wearing a belt of straw, a sacred thread, an upper garment of deerskin, and matted locks of hair, Lord Vamanadeva entered the arena of sacrifice. His brilliant effulgence diminished the brilliance of all the priests and their disciples, who thus stood from their seats and welcomed the Lord properly by offering obeisances. Text 26, Bali Maharaja, jubilant at seeing Lord Vamanadeva, whose beautiful limbs contributed equally to the beauty of his entire body, offered him a seat with great satisfaction. Text 27, Thus offering a proper reception to the Supreme Personality of Godhead, who is always beautiful to the liberated souls, Bali Maharaja worshipped him by washing his lotus feet. Text 28, Lord Shiva, the best of demigods, who carries on his forehead the emblem of the moon, receives on his head with great devotion the Ganges water emanating from the toe of Vishnu. Being aware of religious principles, Bali Maharaja knew this. Consequently, following in the footsteps of Lord Shiva, he also placed on his head the water that had washed the Lord's lotus feet. Text 29, Bali Maharaja then said to Lord Vamanadeva, O Brahmana, I offer you my hearty welcome and my respectful obeisances. Please let us know what we may do for you. We think of you as the personified austerity of the great Brahmana sages. Text 30, O my Lord, because you have kindly arrived at our home, all my forefathers are satisfied, our family and entire dynasty have been sanctified, and the sacrifice we are performing is now complete because of your presence. Text 31, O son of a Brahmana, today the fire of sacrifice is ablaze according to the injunction of the Sastra, and I have been freed from all the sinful reactions of my life by the water that has washed your lotus feet. O my Lord, by the touch of your small lotus feet the entire surface of the world has been sanctified. Text 32, O son of a Brahmana, it appears that you have come here to ask me for something. Therefore, whatever you want you may take from me. Are best of those who are worshipable. You may take from me a cow, gold, a furnished house, palatable food and drink, the daughter of a Brahmana for your wife, prosperous villages, horses, elephants, chariots or whatever you desire. Library Śrīmad Bhāgavatam, Bhagavata Purana, Canto 8, Withdrawal of the Cosmic Creations Chapter 19 Lord Vamanadeva begs charity from Bali Maharaja. This 19th chapter describes how Lord Vamanadeva asked for 3 paces of land and charity, how Bali Maharaja agreed to his proposal, and how Shukrakarya forbade Bali Maharaja to fulfill Lord Vamanadeva's request. When Bali Maharaja, thinking Vamanadeva to be the son of a Brahmana, told him to ask for anything he liked, Lord Vamanadeva praised Hiranyakasipu and Hiranyaksha for their heroic activities, and after thus praising the family in which Bali Maharaja had been born, he begged the king for 3 paces of land. Bali Maharaja agreed to give this land in charity, since this was very insignificant, but Shukrakarya, who could understand that Vamanadeva was Vishnu, the friend of the demigods, forbade Bali Maharaja to give this land. Shukrakarya advised Bali Maharaja to withdraw his promise. He explained that in subduing others, in joking, in responding to danger, in acting for the welfare of others, and so on, one could refuse to fulfill one's promise, and there would be no fault. By this philosophy, Shukrakarya tried to dissuade Bali Maharaja from giving land to Lord Vamanadeva. Text 1, Sukadeva Goswami continued, when the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Vamanadeva, heard Bali Maharaja speaking in this pleasing way, he was very satisfied, for Bali Maharaja had spoken in terms of religious principles. Thus the Lord began to praise him. Text 2, the Supreme Personality of Godhead said, O King, you are indeed exalted because your present advisors are the Brahmanas who are descendants of Bhrigu, and because your instructor for your future life is your grandfather, the peaceful and venerable Prahlada Maharaja. Your statements are very true, and they completely agree with religious etiquette. They are in keeping with the behavior of your family, and they enhance your reputation. Text 3, I know that even until now, no one taking birth in your family has been poor-minded or miserly. No one has refused to give charity to Brahmanas, nor after promising to give charity has anyone failed to fulfill his promise. Text 4, O King Bali, never in your dynasty has the low-minded king been born who upon being requested has refused charity to Brahmanas in holy places or a fight to Kshatriyas on a battlefield. And your dynasty is even more glorious due to the presence of Prahlada Maharaja, who is like the beautiful moon in the sky. Text 5, it was in your dynasty that Hiranyaksha was born. Carrying only his own club, he wandered the globe alone, without assistance, to conquer all directions, and no hero he met could rival him. Text 6, when delivering the earth from the Garbhodaka sea, Lord Vishnu, in his incarnation as a boar, killed Hiranyaksha, who had appeared before him. The fight was severe, and the Lord killed Hiranyaksha with great difficulty. Later, as the Lord thought about the uncommon prowess of Hiranyaksha, he felt himself victorious indeed. Text 7, when Hiranyakasipu heard the news of his brothers being killed, with great anger he went to the residence of Vishnu, the killer of his brother, wanting to kill Lord Vishnu. Text 8, seeing Hiranyakasipu coming forward bearing a trident in his hand like personified death, Lord Vishnu, the best of all mystics and the knower of the progress of time, thought as follows. Text 9, wheresoever I go, Hiranyakasipu will follow me, as death follows all living entities. Therefore it is better for me to enter the core of his heart, for then, because of his power to see only externally, he will not see me. Text 10, Lord Vamanadeva continued, O King of the demons, after Lord Vishnu made this decision, he entered the body of his enemy Hiranyakasipu, who was running after him with great force. In a subtle body inconceivable to Hiranyakasipu, Lord Vishnu, who was in great anxiety, entered Hiranyakasipu's nostril along with his breath. Text 11, upon seeing that the residence of Lord Vishnu was vacant, Hiranyakasipu began searching for Lord Vishnu everywhere. Angry at not seeing him, Hiranyakasipu screamed loudly and searched the entire universe, including the surface of the earth, the higher planetary systems, all directions and all the caves and oceans. But Hiranyakasipu, the greatest hero, did not see Vishnu anywhere. Text 12, unable to see him, Hiranyakasipu said, I have searched the entire universe, but I could not find Vishnu, who has killed my brother. Therefore, he must certainly have gone to that place from which no one returns. In other words, he must now be dead. Text 13, Hiranyakasipu's anger against Lord Vishnu persisted until his death. Other people in the bodily concept of life maintain anger only because of false ego and the great influence of ignorance. Text 14, your father, Virakana, the son of Maharaja Prahlada, was very affectionate toward Brahmanas. Although he knew very well that it was the demigods who had come to him in the dress of Brahmanas, at their request he delivered to them the duration of his life. Text 15, you also have observed the principles followed by great personalities who are householder Brahmanas, by your forefathers and by great heroes who are extremely famous for their exalted activities. Text 16, O King of the Daityas, from your majesty, who come from such a noble family and who are able to give charity munificently, I ask only 3 paces of land, to the measurement of my steps. Text 17, O King, controller of the entire universe, although you are very munificent and are able to give me as much land as I want, I do not want anything from you that is unnecessary. If a learned Brahmana takes charity from others only according to his needs, he does not become entangled in sinful activities. Text 18, Bali Maharaja said, "O son of a Brahmana, your instructions are as good as those of learned and elderly persons. Nonetheless, you are a boy, and your intelligence is insufficient. Thus you are not very prudent in regard to your self-interest." Text 19, I am able to give you an entire island because I am the proprietor of the three divisions of the universe. You have come to take something from me and have pleased me by your sweet words, but you are asking only 3 paces of land. Therefore you are not very intelligent. Text 20, O small boy, one who approaches me to beg something should not have to ask anything more, anywhere. Therefore, if you wish, you may ask from me as much land as will suffice to maintain you according to your needs. Text 21, the personality of Godhead said, "O my dear king, even the entirety of whatever there may be within the 3 worlds to satisfy one's senses cannot satisfy a person whose senses are uncontrolled." Text 22, if I were not satisfied with 3 paces of land, then surely I would not be satisfied even with possessing one of the 7 islands, consisting of 9 varsas. Even if I possessed one island, I would hope to get others. Text 23, we have heard that although powerful kings like Maharaja Prithu and Maharaja Gaya achieved proprietorship over the 7 Dvipas, they could not achieve satisfaction or find the end of their ambitions. Text 24, one should be satisfied with whatever he achieves by his previous destiny, for discontent can never bring happiness. A person who is not self-controlled will not be happy even with possessing the 3 worlds. Text 25, material existence causes discontent in regard to fulfilling one's lusty desires and achieving more and more money. This is the cause for the continuation of material life, which is full of repeated birth and death. But one who is satisfied by that which is obtained by destiny is fit for liberation from this material existence. Text 26, a Brahmana who is satisfied with whatever is providentially obtained is increasingly enlightened with spiritual power, but the spiritual potency of a dissatisfied Brahmana decreases, as fire diminishes in potency when water is sprinkled upon it. Text 27, therefore, O king, from you, the best of those who give charity, I ask only 3 paces of land. By such a gift I shall be very pleased, for the way of happiness is to be fully satisfied to receive that which is absolutely needed. Text 28, Sukadeva Goswami continued, when the Supreme Personality of Godhead had thus spoken to Bali Maharaja, Bali smiled and told him, "All right. Take whatever you like." To confirm his promise to give Vamanadeva the desired land, he then took up his water pot. Text 29, understanding Lord Vishnu's purpose, Shukrakarya, the best of the learned, immediately spoke as follows to his disciple, who was about to offer everything to Lord Vamanadeva. Text 30, Shukrakarya said, "O son of Virakana, this Brahmachari in the form of a dwarf is directly the imperishable Supreme Personality of Godhead, Vishnu. Accepting Kasyapa Muni as his father and Aditi as his mother, he has now appeared in order to fulfill the interests of the demigods." Text 31, you do not know what a dangerous position you have accepted by promising to give him land. I do not think that this promise is good for you. It will bring great harm to the demons. Text 32, this person falsely appearing as a Brahmachari is actually the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Hari, who has come in this form to take away all your land, wealth, beauty, power, fame and education. After taking everything from you, he will deliver it to Indra, your enemy. Text 33, you have promised to give him 3 steps of land in charity, but when you give it he will occupy the 3 worlds. You are a rascal. You do not know what a great mistake you have made. After giving everything to Lord Vishnu, you will have no means of livelihood. How then shall you live? Text 34, Vamanadeva will first occupy the 3 worlds with 1 step. Then he will take his 2nd step and occupy everything in outer space, and then he will expand his universal body to occupy everything. Where will you offer him the 3rd step? Text 35, you will certainly be unable to fulfill your promise, and I think that because of this inability your eternal residence will be in hell. Text 36, learned scholars do not praise that charity which endangers one's own livelihood. Charity, sacrifice, austerity and fruitive activities are possible for one who is competent to earn his livelihood properly. They are not possible for one who cannot maintain himself. Text 37, therefore one who is in full knowledge should divide his accumulated wealth in 5 parts, for religion, for reputation, for opulence, for sense gratification and for the maintenance of his family members. Such a person is happy in this world and in the next. Text 38, one might argue that since you have already promised, how can you refuse? O best of the demons, just take from me the evidence of the Bharka Shruti, which says that a promise is truthful preceded by the word Om and untruthful if not. Text 39, the Vedas enjoin that the factual result of the tree of the body is the good fruits and flowers derived from it. But if the bodily tree does not exist, there is no possibility of factual fruits and flowers. Even if the body is based on untruth, there cannot be factual fruits and flowers without the help of the bodily tree. Text 40, when a tree is uprooted it immediately falls down and begins to dry up. Similarly, if one doesn't take care of the body, which is supposed to be untruth, in other words, if the untruth is uprooted, the body undoubtedly becomes dry. Text 41, the utterance of the word Om signifies separation from one's monetary assets. In other words, by uttering this word one becomes free from attachment to money because his money is taken away from him. To be without money is not very satisfactory, for in that position one cannot fulfill one's desires. In other words, by using the word Om one becomes poverty-stricken. Especially when one gives charity to a poor man or beggar, one remains unfulfilled in self-realization and in sense gratification. Text 42, therefore, the safe course is to say no. Although it is a falsehood, it protects one completely, it draws the compassion of others toward oneself, and it gives one full facility to collect money from others for oneself. Nonetheless, if one always pleads that he is nothing, he is condemned, for he is a dead body while living, or while still breathing he should be killed. Text 43, in flattering a woman to bring her under control, in joking, in a marriage ceremony, in earning one's livelihood, when one's life is in danger, in protecting cows and Brahminical culture, or in protecting a person from an enemy's hand, falsity is never condemned. Library Śrīmad Bhāgavatam, Bhagavata Purana, Canto 8, Withdrawal of the Cosmic Creations Chapter 20 Bali Maharaja surrenders the universe. The summary of this 20th chapter is as follows. Despite his knowledge that Lord Vamanadeva was cheating him, Bali Maharaja gave everything to the Lord in charity, and thus the Lord extended his body and assumed a gigantic form as Lord Vishnu. After hearing the instructive advice of Shukrakarya, Bali Maharaja became contemplative. Because it is the duty of a householder to maintain the principles of religion, economic development and sense gratification, Bali Maharaja thought it improper to withdraw his promise to the Brahmachari. To lie or fail to honor a promise given to a Brahmachari is never proper, for lying is the most sinful activity. Everyone should be afraid of the sinful reactions to lying, for Mother Earth cannot even bear the weight of a sinful liar. The spreading of a kingdom or empire is temporary. If there is no benefit for the general public, such expansion has no value. Previously, all the great kings and emperors expanded their kingdoms with a regard for the welfare of the people in general. Indeed, while engaged in such activities for the benefit of the general public, eminent men sometimes even sacrificed their lives. It is said that one who is glorious in his activities is always living and never dies. Therefore, fame should be the aim of life, and even if one becomes poverty-stricken for the sake of a good reputation, that is not a loss. Bali Maharaja thought that even if this Brahmachari, Vamanadeva, were Lord Vishnu, if the Lord accepted his charity and then again arrested him, Bali Maharaja would not envy him. Considering all these points, Bali Maharaja finally gave in charity everything he possessed. Lord Vamanadeva then immediately extended himself into a universal body. By the mercy of Lord Vamanadeva, Bali Maharaja could see that the Lord is all-pervading and that everything rests in his body. Bali Maharaja could see Lord Vamanadeva as the supreme Vishnu, wearing a helmet, yellow garments, the mark of Srivatsa, the Kaustubha jewel, a flower garland, and ornaments decorating his entire body. The Lord gradually covered the entire surface of the world, and by extending his body he covered the entire sky. With his hands he covered all directions, and with his second footstep he covered the entire upper planetary system. Therefore there was no vacant place where he could take his third footstep. Text 1, Sri Sukadeva Goswami said, O King Pariksit, when Bali Maharaja was thus advised by his spiritual master, Shukrakarya, his family priest, he remained silent for some time, and then, after full deliberation, he replied to his spiritual master as follows. Text 2, Bali Maharaja said, as you have already stated, the principle of religion that does not hinder one's economic development, sense gratification, fame and means of livelihood is the real occupational duty of the householder. I also think that this religious principle is correct. Text 3, I am the grandson of Maharaja Prahlada. How can I withdraw my promise because of greed for money when I have already said that I shall give this land? How can I behave like an ordinary cheater, especially toward a Brahmana? Text 4, there is nothing more sinful than untruthfulness. Because of this, Mother Earth once said, I can bear any heavy thing except a person who is a liar. Text 5, I do not fear hell, poverty, an ocean of distress, fall down from my position or even death itself as much as I fear cheating a Brahmana. Text 6, my Lord, You can also see that all the material opulences of this world are certainly separated from their possessor at death. Therefore, if the Brahmana Vamanadeva is not satisfied by whatever gifts one has given, why not please him with the riches one is destined to lose at death? Text 7, Dadasai, Sibi and many other great personalities were willing to sacrifice even their lives for the benefit of the people in general. This is the evidence of history. So why not give up this insignificant land? What is the serious consideration against it? Text 8, Our best of the Brahmanas, certainly the great demoniac kings who were never reluctant to fight enjoyed this world, but in due course of time everything they had was taken away, except their reputation, by which they continue to exist. In other words, one should try to achieve a good reputation instead of anything else. Text 9, Our best of the Brahmanas, many men have laid down their lives on the battlefield, being unafraid of fighting, but rarely has one gotten the chance to give his accumulated wealth faithfully to a saintly person who creates holy places. Text 10, By giving charity, a benevolent and merciful person undoubtedly becomes even more auspicious, especially when he gives charity to a person like your good self. Under the circumstances, I must give this little Brahmachari whatever charity he wants from me. Text 11, O great sage, great saintly persons like you, being completely aware of the Vedic principles for performing ritualistic ceremonies and yajnas, worship Lord Vishnu in all circumstances. Therefore, whether that same Lord Vishnu has come here to give me all benedictions or to punish me as an enemy, I must carry out his order and give him the requested tract of land without hesitation. Text 12, Although he is Vishnu himself, out of fear he has covered himself in the form of a Brahmana to come to me begging. Under the circumstances, because he has assumed the form of a Brahmana, even if he religiously arrests me or even kills me, I shall not retaliate, although he is my enemy. Text 13, If this Brahmana really is Lord Vishnu, who is worshipped by Vedic hymns, he would never give up his widespread reputation, either he would lie down having been killed by me, or he would kill me in a fight. Text 14, Sri Sukadeva Goswami continued, Thereafter, the spiritual master, Shukrakarya, being inspired by the Supreme Lord, cursed his exalted disciple Bali Maharaja, who was so magnanimous and fixed in truthfulness that instead of respecting his spiritual master's instructions, he wanted to disobey his order. Text 15, Although you have no knowledge, you have become a so-called learned person, and therefore you dare be so impudent as to disobey my order. Because of disobeying me, you shall very soon be bereft of all your opulence. Text 16, Sukadeva Goswami continued, Even after being cursed in this way by his own spiritual master, Bali Maharaja, being a great personality, never deviated from his determination. Therefore, according to custom, he first offered water to Vamanadeva and then offered him the gift of land he had promised. Text 17, Bali Maharaja's wife, known as Vrindavan, who was decorated with a necklace of pearls, immediately came and had a large golden water pot brought there, full of water with which to worship the Lord by washing his feet. Text 18, Bali Maharaja, the worshipper of Lord Vamanadeva, jubilantly washed the Lord's lotus feet and then took the water on his head, for that water delivers the entire universe. Text 19, At that time, the residents of the higher planetary system, namely the demigods, the Gandharvas, the Vidyadharas, the Siddhas and the Karanas, all being very pleased by Bali Maharaja's simple, non-duplicitous act, praised his qualities and showered upon him millions of flowers. Text 20, The Gandharvas, the Kimparusas and the Kinnaras sounded thousands and thousands of kettle drums and trumpets again and again, and they sang in great jubilation, declaring, How exalted a person is Bali Maharaja, and what a difficult task he has performed. Even though he knew that Lord Vishnu was on the side of his enemies, he nonetheless gave the Lord the entire three worlds in charity. Text 21, The unlimited Supreme Personality of Godhead, who had assumed the form of Vamana, then began increasing in size, acting in terms of the material energy, until everything in the universe was within his body, including the earth, the planetary systems, the sky, the directions, the various holes in the universe, the seas, the oceans, the birds, beasts, human beings, the demigods and the great saintly persons. Text 22, Bali Maharaja, along with all the priests, acharyas and members of the assembly, observed the Supreme Personality of Godhead's universal body, which was full of 6 opulences. That body contained everything within the universe, including all the gross material elements, the senses, the sense objects, the mind, intelligence and false ego, the various kinds of living entities, and the actions and reactions of the 3 modes of material nature. Text 23, Thereafter, Bali Maharaja, who was occupying the seat of King Indra, could see the lower planetary systems, such as Rasatala, on the soles of the feet of the Lord's universal form. He saw on the Lord's feet the surface of the globe, on the surface of his calves all the mountains, on his knees the various birds, and on his thighs the varieties of air. Text 24, Bali Maharaja saw beneath the garments of the Lord, who acts wonderfully, the evening twilight. In the Lord's private parts he saw the Prajapatis, and in the round portion of the waist he saw himself with his confidential associates. In the Lord's navel he saw the sky, on the Lord's waist he saw the seven oceans, and on the Lord's bosom he saw the clusters of stars. Texts 25-29, My dear king, on the heart of Lord Murari he saw religion, on the chest, both pleasing words and truthfulness, in the mind, the moon, on the bosom, the goddess of fortune, with a lotus flower in her hand, on the neck, all the Vedas and all sound vibrations, on the arms, all the demigods, headed by King Indra, in both ears, all the directions, on the head, the upper planetary systems, on the hair, the clouds, in the nostrils, the wind, on the eyes, the sun, and in the mouth, fire. From his words came all the Vedic mantras, on his tongue was the demigod of water, Varuna Deva, on his eyebrows were the regulative principles, and on his eyelids were day and night. When his eyes were open it was daytime, and when they were closed it was night, on his forehead was anger, and on his lips was greed. O king, in his touch were lusty desires, in his semen were all the waters, on his back was irreligion, and in his wonderful activities or steps was the fire of sacrifice. On his shadow was death, in his smile was the illusory energy, and on the hairs of his body were all the drugs and herbs. In his veins were all the rivers, on his nails were all the stones, in his intelligence were Lord Brahma, the demigods and the great saintly persons, and throughout his entire body and senses were all living entities, moving and stationary. Bali Maharaja thus saw everything in the gigantic body of the Lord. Text 30, O king, when all the demons, the followers of Maharaja Bali, saw the universal form of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, who held everything within his body, when they saw in the Lord's hand his disc, known as the Sudarsana Chakra, which generates intolerable heat, and when they heard the tumultuous sound of his bow, all of these caused lamentation within their hearts. Text 31, the Lord's conch shell, named Pankayanya, which made sounds like that of a cloud, the very forceful club named Kamadaki, the sword named Vidyadhara, with a shield decorated with hundreds of moon-like spots, and also Aksayasayaka, the best of quivers, all of these appear together to offer prayers to the Lord. Texts 32-33, these associates, headed by Sunanda and other chief associates and accompanied by all the predominating deities of the various planets, offered prayers to the Lord, who wore a brilliant helmet, bracelets, and glittering earrings that resembled fish. On the Lord's bosom were the lock of hair called Srivatsa and the transcendental jewel named Kaustuba. He wore a yellow garment, covered by a belt, and he was decorated by a flower garland, surrounded by bees. Manifesting himself in this way, O king, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, whose activities are wonderful, covered the entire surface of the earth with one footstep, the sky with his body, and all directions with his arms. Text 34, as the Lord took his second step, he covered the heavenly planets. And not even a spot remained for the third step, for the Lord's foot extended higher and higher, beyond Maharloka, Janaloka, Tapaloka and even Satyaloka. Library Śrīmad Bhāgavatam, Bhagavata Purana, Canto 8, Withdrawal of the Cosmic Creations Chapter 21 Bali Maharaja arrested by the Lord. This chapter describes how Lord Vishnu, desiring to advertise the glories of Bali Maharaja, arrested him for not fulfilling his promise in regard to the Lord's third step. With the second step the Supreme Personality of Godhead reached the topmost planet of the universe, Brahmaloka, which he diminished in beauty by the effulgence of his toenails. Thus Lord Brahma, accompanied by great sages like Marasaya and the predominating deities of all the higher planets, offered humble prayers and worship to the Lord. They washed the Lord's feet and worshipped him with all paraphernalia. Riksaraja, Jambavan, played his bugle to vibrate the glories of the Lord. When Bali Maharaja was deprived of all his possessions, the demons were very angry. Although Bali Maharaja warned them not to do so, they took up weapons against Lord Vishnu. All of them were defeated, however, by Lord Vishnu's eternal associates, and, in accordance with Bali Maharaja's order, they all entered the lower planets of the universe. Understanding Lord Vishnu's purpose, Garuda, the carrier of Lord Vishnu, immediately arrested Bali Maharaja with the ropes of Varuna. When Bali Maharaja was thus reduced to a helpless position, Lord Vishnu asked him for the third step of land. Because Lord Vishnu appreciated Bali Maharaja's determination and integrity, when Bali Maharaja was unable to fulfill his promise, Lord Vishnu ascertained that the place for him would be the planet Sutala, which is better than the planets of heaven. Text 1, Sukadeva Goswami continued, when Lord Brahma, who was born of a lotus flower, saw that the effulgence of his residence, Brahmaloka, had been reduced by the glaring effulgence from the toenails of Lord Vamanadeva. He approached the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Lord Brahma was accompanied by all the great sages, headed by Marici, and by yogis like Sanandana, but in the presence of that glaring effulgence, O king, even Lord Brahma and his associates seemed insignificant. Texts 2-3. Among the great personalities who came to worship the lotus feet of the Lord were those who had attained perfection in self-control and regulative principles, as well as experts in logic, history, general education and the Vedic literature known as Kalp, dealing with old historical incidents. Others were experts in the Vedic corollaries like Brahma Samhita, all the other knowledge of the Vedas, Sama, Yajur, Arjya and Atharva, and also the supplementary Vedic knowledge, Ayurveda, Dhanurveda, etc. Others were those who had been freed of the reactions to fruitive activities by transcendental knowledge awakened by practice of yoga. And still others were those who had attained residence in Brahmaloka not by ordinary karma but by advanced Vedic knowledge. After devotedly worshipping the upraised lotus feet of the Supreme Lord with oblations of water, Lord Brahma, who was born of the lotus emanating from Lord Vishnu's navel, offered prayers to the Lord. Text 4. O king, the water from Lord Brahma's Kamandalu washed the lotus feet of Lord Vamanadeva, who is known as Urakrama, the wonderful actor. Thus that water became so pure that it was transformed into the water of the Ganges, which went flowing down from the sky, purifying the three worlds like the pure fame of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Text 5. Lord Brahma and all the predominating deities of the various planetary systems began to worship Lord Vamanadeva, their Supreme Master, who had reduced himself from his all-pervading form to his original form. They collected all the ingredients and paraphernalia for this worship. Texts 6-7, they worshipped the Lord by offering fragrant flowers, water, padya and urgya, sandalwood pulp and agaru pulp, incense, lambs, fused rice, unbroken grains, fruits, roots and sprouts. While so doing, they offered prayers indicating the glorious activities of the Lord and shouted Jaya, Jaya. They also danced, played instruments, sang, sounded conch shells and beat kettle drums, in this way worshipping the Lord. Text 8, Jambavan, king of the bears, also joined in the ceremony. Sounding his bugle in all directions, he declared a great festival for Lord Vamanadava's victory. Text 9, when the demoniac followers of Maharaja Bali saw that their master, who had been determined in performing sacrifice, had lost all his possessions to Vamanadeva, who had taken them away on the plea of begging 3 paces of land, they were very angry and spoke as follows. Text 10, this Vamana is certainly not a Brahmana but the best of cheaters, Lord Vishnu. Assuming the form of a Brahmana, he has covered his own form, and thus he is working for the interests of the demigods. Text 11, our Lord, Bali Maharaja, because of his position in performing the yajna, has given up the power to punish. Taking advantage of this, our eternal enemy, Vishnu, dressed in the form of a Brahmachari beggar, has taken away all his possessions. Text 12, our Lord, Bali Maharaja, is always fixed in truthfulness, and this is especially so at present, since he has been initiated into performing a sacrifice. He is always kind and merciful toward the Brahmanas, and he cannot at any time speak lies. Text 13, therefore it is our duty to kill this Vamanadeva, Lord Vishnu. It is our religious principle and the way to serve our master. After making this decision, the demoniac followers of Maharaja Bali took up their various weapons with a view to killing Vamanadeva. Text 14, O king, the demons, aggravated by their usual anger, took their lances and tridents in hand, and against the will of Bali Maharaja they pushed forward to kill Lord Vamanadeva. Text 15, O king, when the associates of Lord Vishnu saw the soldiers of the demons coming forward in violence, they smiled. Taking up their weapons, they forbade the demons to continue their attempt. Text 16-17, Nanda, Sunanda, Jaya, Vijaya, Prabala, Bala, Kamuda, Kumyadaksa, Visvaksena, Padatrarat, Garuda, Jayanta, Srutadeva, Puspadana and Sadvata were all associates of Lord Vishnu. They were as powerful as 10,000 elephants, and now they began killing the soldiers of the demons. Text 18, when Bali Maharaja saw that his own soldiers were being killed by the associates of Lord Vishnu, he remembered the curse of Shukrakarya and forbade his soldiers to continue fighting. Text 19, O Viprasiddhi, O Rahu, O Nemi, please hear my words. Don't fight. Stop immediately, for the present time is not in our favor. Text 20, O Daityas, by human efforts no one can supersede the Supreme Personality of Godhead, who can bring happiness and distress to all living entities. Text 21, the Supreme Time Factor, which represents the Supreme Person, was previously in our favor and not in favor of the demigods, but now that same time factor is against us. Text 22. No one can surpass the time representation of the Supreme Personality of Godhead by material power, by the council of ministers, by intelligence, by diplomacy, by fortresses, by mystic mantras, by drugs, by herbs or by any other means. Text 23. Previously, being empowered by providence, you defeated a great number of such followers of Lord Vishnu. But today those same followers, having defeated us, are roaring in jubilation like lions. Text 24. Unless providence is in our favor, we shall not be able to gain victory. Therefore we must wait for that favorable time when our defeating them will be possible. Text 25. Sukadeva Goswami continued, O king, in accordance with the order of their master, Bali Maharaja, all the chiefs of the demons and the deities entered the lower regions of the universe, to which they were driven by the soldiers of Vishnu. Text 26. Thereafter, on the day of Somapana, after the sacrifice was finished, Garuda, king of the birds, understanding the desire of his master, arrested Bali Maharaja with the ropes of Varuna. Text 27. When Bali Maharaja was thus arrested by Lord Vishnu, who is the most powerful, there was a great roar of lamentation in all directions throughout the upper and lower planetary systems of the universe. Text 28. O king, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Vamanadeva, then spoke to Bali Maharaja, the most liberal and celebrated personality whom he had arrested with the ropes of Varuna. Bali Maharaja had lost all bodily luster, but he was nonetheless fixed in his determination. Text 29. O king of the demons, you have promised to give me 3 steps of land, but I have occupied the entire universe with 2 steps. Now think about where I should put my 3rd. Text 30. As far as the sun and moon shine with the stars and as far as the clouds pour rain, all the land throughout the universe is in your possession. Text 31. Of these possessions, with 1 step I have occupied Burloka, and with my body I have occupied the entire sky in all directions. And in your presence, with my 2nd step, I have occupied the upper planetary system. Text 32. Because you have been unable to give charity according to your promise, the rule is that you should go down to live in the hellish planets. Therefore, in accordance with the order of Shukrakarya, your spiritual master, now go down and live there. Text 33. Far from being elevated to the heavenly planets or fulfilling one's desire, one who does not properly give a beggar what he has promised falls down to a hellish condition of life. Text 34. Being falsely proud of your possessions, you promised to give me land, but you could not fulfill your promise. Therefore, because your promise was false, you must live for a few years in hellish life. Library SRIMAD Bhāgavatam, Bhagavata Purana, Canto 8, Withdrawal of the Cosmic Creations Chapter 22. Bali Maharaja surrenders his life. The summary of this 22nd chapter is as follows. The Supreme Personality of Godhead was pleased by the behavior of Bali Maharaja. Thus the Lord placed him on the planet Sutala, and there, after bestowing benedictions upon him, the Lord agreed to become his doorman. Bali Maharaja was extremely truthful. Being unable to keep his promise, he was very much afraid, for he knew that one who has deviated from truthfulness is insignificant in the eyes of society. An exalted person can suffer the consequences of hellish life, but he is very much afraid of being defamed for deviation from the truth. Bali Maharaja agreed with great pleasure to accept the punishment awarded him by the Supreme Personality of Godhead. In Bali Maharaja's dynasty there were many asuras who because of their enmity toward Vishnu had achieved a destination more exalted than that of many mystic yogis. Bali Maharaja specifically remembered the determination of Prahlada Maharaja in devotional service. Considering all these points, he decided to give his head in charity as the place for Vishnu's 3rd step. Bali Maharaja also considered how great personalities give up their family relationships and material possessions to satisfy the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Indeed, they sometimes even sacrifice their lives for the satisfaction of the Lord, just to become his personal servants. Accordingly, by following in the footsteps of previous Acharyas and devotees, Bali Maharaja perceived himself successful. While Bali Maharaja, having been arrested by the ropes of Varuna, was offering prayers to the Lord, his grandfather Prahlada Maharaja appeared there and described how the Supreme Personality of Godhead had delivered Bali Maharaja by taking his possessions in a tricky way. While Prahlada Maharaja was present, Lord Brahma and Bali's wife, Vrindavan, described the supremacy of the Supreme Lord. Since Bali Maharaja had given everything to the Lord, they prayed for his release. The Lord then described how a non-devotee's possession of wealth is a danger whereas a devotee's opulence is a benediction from the Lord. Then, being pleased with Bali Maharaja, the Supreme Lord offered his disk to protect Bali Maharaja and promised to remain with him. Text 1. Sukadeva Goswami said, "O king, although the Supreme Personality of Godhead was superficially seen to have acted mischievously toward Bali Maharaja was fixed in his determination. Considering himself not to have fulfilled his promise, he spoke as follows." Text 2, Bali Maharaja said, "Our best personality of Godhead, most worshipable for all the demigods, if you think that my promise has become false, I shall certainly rectify matters to make it truthful. I cannot allow my promise to be false. Please, therefore, place your third lotus footstep on my head." Text 3, I do not fear being deprived of all my possessions, living in hellish life, being arrested for poverty by the ropes of Varuna, or being punished by you as much as I fear defamation. Text 4, although a father, mother, brother or friend may sometimes punish one as a well-wisher, they never punish their subordinate like this. But because you are the most worshipable Lord, I regard the punishment you have given me as most exalted. Text 5, since your lordship is indirectly the greatest well-wisher of us demons, you act for our best welfare by posing as if our enemy. Because demons like us always aspire for a position of false prestige, by chastising us you give us the eyes by which to see the right path. Text 6-7, many demons who were continuously inimical towards you finally achieved the perfection of great mystic yogis. Your lordship can perform one work to serve many purposes, and consequently, although you have punished me in many ways, I do not feel ashamed of having been arrested by the ropes of Varuna, nor do I feel aggrieved. Text 8, my grandfather Prahlada Maharaja is famous, being recognized by all your devotees. Although harassed in many ways by his father, Hiranyakasipu, he still remained faithful, taking shelter at your lotus feet. Text 9, what is the use of the material body, which automatically leaves its owner at the end of life? And what is the use of all one's family members, who are actually plunderers taking away money that is useful for the service of the Lord in spiritual opulence? What is the use of a wife? She is only the source of increasing material conditions. And what is the use of family, home, country and community? Attachment for them merely wastes the valuable energy of one's lifetime. Text 10, my grandfather, the best of all men, who achieved unlimited knowledge and was worshipable for everyone, was afraid of the common men in this world. Being fully convinced of the substantiality afforded by shelter at your lotus feet, he took shelter of your lotus feet, against the will of his father and demoniac friends, who were killed by your own self. Text 11, only by providence have I been forcibly brought under your lotus feet and deprived of all my opulence. Because of the illusion created by temporary opulence, people in general, who live under material conditions, facing accidental death at every moment, do not understand that this life is temporary. Only by providence have I been saved from that condition. Text 12, Sukadeva Goswami said, our best of the Kurus, while Bali Maharaja was describing his fortunate position in this way, the most dear devotee of the Lord, Prahlada Maharaja, appeared there, like the moon rising in the night time. Text 13, then Bali Maharaja saw his grandfather Prahlada Maharaja, the most fortunate personality, whose dark body resembled black ointment for the eyes. His tall, elegant figure was dressed in yellow garments, he had long arms, and his beautiful eyes were like the petals of a lotus. He was very dear and pleasing to everyone. Text 14, being bound by the ropes of Varuna, Bali Maharaja could not offer befitting respect to Prahlada Maharaja as he had before. Rather, he simply offered respectful obeisances with his head, his eyes being inundated with tears and his face lowered in shame. Text 15, when the great personality Prahlada Maharaja saw that the Supreme Lord was sitting there, surrounded and worshipped by his intimate associates like Sunanda, he was overwhelmed with tears of jubilation. Approaching the Lord and falling to the ground, he offered obeisances to the Lord with his head. Text 16, Prahlada Maharaja said, my Lord, it is your lordship who gave this Bali the very great opulence of the post of heavenly king, and now, today, it is you who have taken it all away. I think you have acted with equal beauty in both ways. Because his exalted position as king of heaven was putting him in the darkness of ignorance, you have done him a very merciful favor by taking away all his opulence. Text 17, material opulence is so bewildering that it makes even a learned, self-controlled man forget to search for the goal of self-realization. But the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Narayana, the Lord of the universe, can see everything by his will. Therefore I offer my respectful obeisances unto him. Text 18, Sukadeva Goswami continued, O King Pariksit, Lord Brahma then began to speak to the Supreme Personality of Godhead, within the hearing of Prahlada Maharaja, who stood nearby with folded hands. Text 19, but Bali Maharaja's chaste wife, afraid and aggrieved at seeing her husband arrested, immediately offered obeisances to Lord Vamanadeva, Upendra. She folded her hands and spoke as follows. Text 20, Srimati Vrindavan said, "O my Lord, you have created the entire universe for the enjoyment of your personal pastimes, but foolish, unintelligent men have claimed proprietorship for material enjoyment. Certainly they are shameless agnostics. Falsely claiming proprietorship, they think they can give charity and enjoy. In such a condition, what good can they do for you, who are the independent creator, maintainer and annihilator of this universe?" Text 21. Lord Brahma said, "O well-wisher and master of all living entities, O worshipable deity of all the demigods, O all-pervading personality of Godhead, now this man has been sufficiently punished, for you have taken everything. Now you can release him. He does not deserve to be punished more." Text 22. Bali Maharaja had already offered everything to your lordship. Without hesitation, he has offered his land, the planets and whatever else he earned by his pious activities, including even his own body. Text 23, by offering even water, newly grown grass, or flower buds at your lotus feet, those who maintain no mental duplicity can achieve the most exalted position within the spiritual world. This Bali Maharaja, without duplicity, has now offered everything in the three worlds. How then can he deserve to suffer from rest? Text 24, the Supreme Personality of Godhead said, "My dear Lord Brahma, because of material opulence a foolish person becomes dull-witted and mad. Thus he has no respect for anyone within the three worlds and defies even my authority. To such a person I show special favor by first taking away all his possessions." Text 25, while rotating in the cycle of birth and death again and again in different species because of his own fruitive activities, the dependent living entity, by good fortune, may happen to become a human being. This human birth is very rarely obtained. Text 26, if a human being is born in an aristocratic family or a higher status of life, if he performs wonderful activities, if he is youthful, if he has personal beauty, a good education and good wealth, and if he is nonetheless not proud of his opulences, it is to be understood that he is especially favored by the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Text 27, although aristocratic birth and other such opulences are impediments to advancement in devotional service because they are causes of false prestige and pride, these opulences never disturb a pure devotee of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Text 28, Bali Maharaja has become the most famous among the demons and non-believers, for in spite of being bereft of all material opulences, he is fixed in his devotional service. Texts 29-30, although bereft of his riches, fallen from his original position, defeated and arrested by his enemies, rebuked and deserted by his relatives and friends, although suffering the pain of being bound and although rebuked and cursed by his spiritual master, Bali Maharaja, being fixed in his vow, did not give up his truthfulness. It was certainly with pretension that I spoke about religious principles, but he did not give up religious principles, for he is true to his word. Text 31, the Lord continued, because of his great tolerance, I have given him a place not obtainable even by the demigods. He will become king of the heavenly planets during the period of the Manu known as Savarni. Text 32, until Bali Maharaja achieves the position of king of heaven, he shall live on the planet Sutala, which was made by Visvakarma according to my order. Because it is especially protected by me, it is free from mental and bodily miseries, fatigue, dizziness, defeat and all other disturbances. Bali Maharaja, you may now go live there peacefully. Text 33, O Bali Maharaja, Indrasena, now you may go to the planet Sutala, which is desired even by the demigods. Live there peacefully, surrounded by your friends and relatives. All good fortune unto you. Text 34, on the planet Sutala, not even the predominating deities of other planets, what to speak of ordinary people, will be able to conquer you. As far as the demons are concerned, if they transgress your rule, my disc will kill them. Text 35, O great hero, I shall always be with you and give you protection in all respects along with your associates and paraphernalia. Moreover, you will always be able to see me there. Text 36, because there you will see my supreme prowess. Your materialistic ideas and anxieties that have arisen from your association with the demons and Danavas will immediately be vanquished. Library Śrīmad Bhāgavatam, Bhagavata Purana, Canto 8, Withdrawal of the Cosmic Creations Chapter 23 The demigods regain the heavenly planets. This chapter describes how Bali Maharaja, along with his grandfather Prahlada Maharaja, entered the planet Sutala and how the Supreme Personality of Godhead allowed Indra to re-enter the heavenly planet. The great soul Bali Maharaja experienced that the highest gain in life is to attain devotional service under the shelter of the Lord's lotus feet in full surrender. Being fixed in this conclusion, his heart full of ecstatic devotion and his eyes full of tears, he offered obeisances to the personality of Godhead and then, with his associates, entered the planet known as Sutala. Thus the Supreme Personality of Godhead satisfied the desire of a deity and reinstalled Lord Indra. Prahlada Maharaja, being aware of Bali's release from rest, then described the transcendental pastimes of the Supreme Personality of Godhead in this material world. Prahlada Maharaja praised the Supreme Lord for creating the material world, for being equal to everyone and for being extremely liberal to the devotees, just like a desire tree. Indeed, Prahlada Maharaja said that the Lord is kind not only to his devotees but also to the demons. In this way he described the unlimited causeless mercy of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Then, with folded hands, he offered his respectful obeisances unto the Lord, and after circumambulating the Lord he also entered the planet Sutala in accordance with the Lord's order. The Lord then ordered Shukrakarya to describe Bali Maharaja's faults and discrepancies in executing the sacrificial ceremony. Shukrakarya became free from fruitive actions by chanting the holy name of the Lord, and he explained how chanting can diminish all the faults of the conditioned soul. He then completed Bali Maharaja's sacrificial ceremony. All the great saintly persons accepted Lord Vamanadeva as the benefactor of Lord Indra because he had returned Indra to his heavenly planet. They accepted the Supreme Personality of Godhead as the maintainer of all the affairs of the universe. Being very happy, Indra, along with his associates, placed Vamanadeva before him and re-entered the heavenly planet in their airplane. Having seen the wonderful activities of Lord Vishnu in the sacrificial arena of Bali Maharaja, all the demigods, saintly persons, Pitas, Bhuttas and Siddhas glorified the Lord again and again. The chapter concludes by saying that the most auspicious function of the conditioned soul is to chant and hear about the glorious activities of Lord Vishnu. Text 1, Sukadeva Goswami said, when the Supreme, Ancient, Eternal Personality of Godhead had thus spoken to Bali Maharaja, who is universally accepted as a pure devotee of the Lord and therefore a great soul, Bali Maharaja, his eyes filled with tears, his hands folded and his voice faltering in devotional ecstasy, responded as follows. Text 2, Bali Maharaja said, what a wonderful effect there is in even attempting to offer respectful obeisances to you. I merely endeavor to offer you obeisances, but nonetheless the attempt was as successful as those of pure devotees. The causeless mercy you have shown to me, a fallen demon, was never achieved even by the demigods or the leaders of the various planets. Text 3, Sukadeva Goswami continued, after speaking in this way, Bali Maharaja offered his obeisances first to the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Hari, and then to Lord Brahma and Lord Shiva. Thus he was released from the bondage of the Nagapasa, the ropes of Varuna, and in full satisfaction he entered the planet known as Sutala. Text 4, thus having delivered the proprietorship of the heavenly planets to Indra and having fulfilled the desire of a deity, mother of the demigods, the Supreme Personality of Godhead ruled the affairs of the universe. Text 5, when Prahlada Maharaja heard how Bali Maharaja, his grandson and descendant, had been released from bondage and had achieved the benediction of the Lord, he spoke as follows in a tone of greatly ecstatic devotion. Text 6, Prahlada Maharaja said, O Supreme Personality of Godhead, you are universally worshipped, even Lord Brahma and Lord Shiva worship your lotus feet. Yet although you are such a great personality, you have kindly promised to protect us, the demons. I think that such kindness has never been achieved even by Lord Brahma, Lord Shiva or the goddess of fortune, Lakshmi, what to speak of other demigods or common people. Text 7, O Supreme Shelter of everyone, great personalities like Brahma enjoy their perfection simply by tasting the honey of rendering service at your lotus feet. But as for us, who are all rogues and debauchees born of an envious family of demons, how have we received your mercy? It has been possible only because your mercy is causeless. Text 8, O my Lord, your pastimes are all wonderfully performed by your inconceivable spiritual energy, and by her perverted reflection, the material energy, you have created all the universes. As the supersoul of all living entities, you are aware of everything, and therefore you are certainly equal toward everyone. Nonetheless, you favor your devotees. This is not partiality, however, for your characteristic is just like that of a desire tree, which yields everything according to one's desire. Text 9, the Supreme Personality of Godhead said, My dear son Prahlada, all good fortune unto you. For the time being, please go to the place known as Sutala and there enjoy happiness with your grandson and your other relatives and friends. Text 10, the Supreme Personality of Godhead assured Prahlada Maharaja, you shall be able to see me there in my usual feature with conch shell, disc, club and lotus in my hand. Because of your transcendental bliss due to always personally seeing me, you will have no further bondage to fruitive activities. Texts 11 to 12, Srila Sukadeva Goswami said, accompanied by Bali Maharaja, my dear King Pariksit, Prahlada Maharaja, the master of all the chiefs of the demons, took the Supreme Lord's order on his head with folded hands. After saying yes to the Lord, circumambulating him and offering him respectful obeisances, he entered the lower planetary system known as Sutala. Text 13, Hari, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Narayana, thereafter addressed Shukrakarya, who was sitting nearby in the midst of the assembly with the priests, Brahma, Hota, Udgata and Itrayu. O Maharaja Pariksit, these priests were all Brahmavadas, followers of the Vedic principles for performing sacrifices. Text 14, O best of the Brahmanas, Shukrakarya, please describe the fault or discrepancy in your disciple Bali Maharaja, who engaged in performing sacrifices. This fault will be nullified when judged in the presence of qualified Brahmanas. Text 15, Shukrakarya said, My lord, you are the enjoyer and lawgiver in all performances of sacrifice, and you are the Yajnapurusa, the person to whom all sacrifices are offered. If one has fully satisfied you, where is the chance of discrepancies or faults in his performances of sacrifice? Text 16, there may be discrepancies in pronouncing the mantras and observing the regulative principles, and, moreover, there may be discrepancies in regard to time, place, person and paraphernalia. But when your lordship's holy name is chanted, everything becomes faultless. Text 17, Lord Vishnu, I must nonetheless act in obedience to your order because obeying your order is most auspicious and is the first duty of everyone. Text 18, Sukadeva Goswami continued, in this way, the most powerful Shukrakarya accepted the order of the Supreme Personality of Godhead with full respect. Along with the best Brahmanas, he began to compensate for the discrepancies in the sacrifices performed by Bali Maharaja. Text 19, O King Pariksit, thus having taken all the land of Bali Maharaja by begging, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Lord Vamanadeva, delivered to his brother Indra all the land taken away by Indra's enemy. Texts 20-21, Lord Brahma, the master of King Daksa and all other Prajapatis, accompanied by all the demigods, the great saintly persons, the inhabitants of Pitraloka, the Manas, the Munis, and such leaders as Daksa, Bhrigu, and Angira, as well as Kartikeya and Lord Shiva, accepted Lord Vamanadeva as the protector of everyone. He did this for the pleasure of Kasyapa Muni and his wife Aditi and for the welfare of all the inhabitants of the universe, including their various leaders. Texts 22-23, O King Pariksit, Indra was considered the king of all the universe, but the demigods, headed by Lord Brahma, wanted Upendra, Lord Vamanadeva, as the protector of the Vedas, the principles of religion, fame, opulence, auspiciousness, vows, elevation to the higher planetary system, and liberation. Thus they accepted Upendra, Lord Vamanadeva, as the supreme master of everything. This decision made all living entities extremely happy. Text 24, thereafter, along with all the leaders of the heavenly planets, Indra, the king of heaven, placed Lord Vamanadeva before him and, with the approval of Lord Brahma, brought him to the heavenly planet in a celestial airplane. Text 25, Indra, king of heaven, being protected by the arms of Vamanadeva, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, thus regained his rule of the three worlds and was reinstated in his own position, supremely opulent, fearless and fully satisfied. Texts 26-27, Lord Brahma, Lord Shiva, Lord Kartikeya, the great sage Bhrigu, other saintly persons, the inhabitants of Pitraloka and all other living entities present, including the inhabitants of Siddhaloka and living entities who travel in outer space by airplane, all glorified the uncommon activities of Lord Vamanadeva. O King, while chanting about and glorifying the Lord, they returned to their respective heavenly planets. They also praised the position of Aditi. Text 28, O Maharaja Pariksit, pleasure of your dynasty, I have now described to you everything about the wonderful activities of the Supreme Personality of Godhead Vamanadeva. Those who hear about this are certainly freed from all the results of sinful activities. Text 29, one who is subject to death cannot measure the glories of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Trivikrama, Lord Vishnu, any more than he can count the number of atoms on the entire planet Earth. No one, whether born already or destined to take birth, is able to do this. This has been sung by the great sage Vashishta. Text 30, if one hears about the uncommon activities of the Supreme Personality of Godhead in his various incarnations, he is certainly elevated to the higher planetary system or even brought back home, back to Godhead. Text 31, whenever the activities of Vamanadeva are described in the course of a ritualistic ceremony, whether the ceremony be performed to please the demigods, to please one's forefathers in Pitraloka, or to celebrate a social event like a marriage, that ceremony should be understood to be extremely auspicious. Library Śrīmad Bhāgavatam, Bhagavata Purana, Canto 8, Withdrawal of the Cosmic Creations Chapter 24 Matsya, The Lord's fish incarnation. This chapter describes the Supreme Personality of Godhead's incarnation as a fish, and it also describes the saving of Maharaja Satyavrata from an inundation. The Supreme Personality of Godhead expands himself by Svamsa, his personal expansions, and Vibhinamsha, his expansions as the living entities. As stated in Bhagavad Gita 4.8, Paritranaya sadhunam vinasaya ca duskritam, the Supreme Personality of Godhead appears on this planet for the protection of the sadhus, or devotees, and for the destruction of the miscreants, or non-devotees. He especially descends to give protection to the cows, the brahmanas, the demigods, the devotees and the Vedic system of religion. Thus he appears in various forms, sometimes as a fish, sometimes a boar, sometimes Nrsimhadeva, sometimes Vamanadeva and so on, but in any form or incarnation, although he comes within the atmosphere of the material modes of nature, he is unaffected. This is a sign of his supreme controlling power. Although he comes within the material atmosphere, Maya cannot touch him. Therefore, no material qualities can be attributed to him in any degree. Once, at the end of the previous kalpa, a demon named Hayagriva wanted to take the Vedic knowledge away from Lord Brahma at the time of annihilation. Therefore the Supreme Personality of Godhead took the incarnation of a fish at the beginning of the period of Svayam Bhagavan and saved the Vedas. During the reign of Kaksusamanu there was a king named Satyavrata, who was a great pious ruler. To save him, the Lord appeared as the fish incarnation for a second time. King Satyavrata later became the son of the sun god and was known as Sratadeva. He was established as Manu by the Supreme Personality of Godhead. To receive the favor of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, King Satyavrata engaged in the austerity of subsisting only by drinking water. Once, while performing this austerity on the bank of the Kritamala river and offering oblations of water with the palm of his hand, he found a small fish. The fish appealed to the king for protection, asking the king to keep him in a safe place. Although the king did not know that the small fish was the Supreme Personality of Godhead himself, as a king he gave shelter to the fish and kept him in a water jug. The fish, being the Supreme Personality of Godhead, wanted to show his potency to King Satyavrata, and thus he immediately expanded his body in such a way that he could no longer be kept in the jug of water. The king then put the fish in a big well, but the well was also too small. Then the king put the fish in a lake, but the lake was also unsuitable. Finally the king put the fish in the sea, but even the sea could not accommodate him. Thus the king understood that the fish was no one else but the Supreme Personality of Godhead, and he requested the Lord to describe his incarnation as a fish. The Personality of Godhead, being pleased with the king, informed him that within a week there would be an inundation throughout the universe and that the fish incarnation would protect the king, along with the rishis, herbs, seeds and other living entities, in a boat, which would be attached to the fish's horn. After saying this, the Lord disappeared. King Satyavrata offered respectful obeisances to the Supreme Lord and continued to meditate upon him. In due course of time, annihilation took place, and the king saw a boat coming near. After getting aboard with learned brahmanas and saintly persons, he offered prayers to worship the Supreme Personality of Godhead. The Supreme Lord is situated in everyone's heart, and thus he taught Maharaja Satyavrata and the saintly persons about Vedic knowledge from the core of the heart. King Satyavrata took his next birth as Vaivasvata Manu, who is mentioned in Bhagavad Gita. Vivasvan Manu Praha, the sun god spoke the science of Bhagavad Gita to his son Manu. Because of being the son of Vivasvan, this Manu is known as Vaivasvata Manu. Text 1, Maharaja Pariksit said, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Hari, is eternally situated in his transcendental position, yet he descends to this material world and manifests himself in various incarnations. His first incarnation was that of a great fish. O most powerful Sukadeva Goswami, I wish to hear from you the pastimes of that fish incarnation. Texts 2-3, what was the purpose for which the Supreme Personality of Godhead accepted the abominable form of a fish, exactly as an ordinary living being accepts different forms under the laws of karma? The form of a fish is certainly condemned and full of terrible pain. O my Lord, what was the purpose of this incarnation? Kindly explain this to us, for hearing about the pastimes of the Lord is auspicious for everyone. Text 4, Suta Goswami said, when Pariksit Maharaja thus inquired from Sukadeva Goswami, that most powerful saintly person began describing the pastimes of the Lord's incarnation as a fish. Text 5, Sri Sukadeva Goswami said, O king, for the sake of protecting the cows, brahmanas, demigods, devotees, the Vedic literature, religious principles, and principles to fulfill the purpose of life, the Supreme Personality of Godhead accepts the forms of incarnations. Text 6, like the air passing through different types of atmosphere, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, although appearing sometimes as a human being and sometimes as a lower animal, is always transcendental. Because he is above the material modes of nature, he is unaffected by higher and lower forms. Text 7, O King Pariksit, at the end of the past millennium, at the end of Brahma's day, because Lord Brahma sleeps during the night, annihilation took place, and the three worlds were covered by the water of the ocean. Text 8, at the end of Brahma's day, when Brahma felt sleepy and desired to lie down, the Vedas were emanating from his mouth, and the great demon named Hayagriva stole the Vedic knowledge. Text 9, understanding the acts of the great demon Hayagriva, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Hari, who is full of all opulences, assumed the form of a fish and saved the Vedas by killing the demon. Text 10, during the Kaksusam in Wandara there was a great king named Satyavrata who was a great devotee of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Satyavrata performed austerities by subsisting only on water. Text 11, in this, the present, millennium king Satyavrata later became the son of Vivasvan, the king of the sun planet, and was known as Sratadeva. By the mercy of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, he was given the post of Manu. Text 12, one day while King Satyavrata was performing austerities by offering water on the bank of the river Kartamala, a small fish appeared in the water in his palms. Text 13, Satyavrata, the king of Dravida Desa, threw the fish into the water of the river along with the water in his palm, O King Pariksit, descendant of Burda. Text 14, with an appealing voice, the poor small fish said to King Satyavrata, who was very merciful, my dear king, protector of the poor, why are you throwing me in the water of the river, where there are other aquatics who can kill me? I am very much afraid of them. Text 15, to please himself, King Satyavrata, not knowing that the fish was the Supreme Personality of Godhead, decided with great pleasure to give the fish protection. Text 16, the merciful king, being moved by the pitiable words of the fish, placed the fish in a water jug and brought him to his own residence. Text 17, but in one night that fish grew so much that he could not move his body comfortably in the water of the pot. He then spoke to the king as follows. Text 18, O my dear king, I do not like living in this water pot with such great difficulty. Therefore, please find some better reservoir of water where I can live comfortably. Text 19, then, taking the fish out of the water pot, the king threw him in a large well. But within a moment the fish developed to the length of 3 cubits. Text 20, the fish then said, my dear king, this reservoir of water is not fit for my happy residence. Please give me a more extensive pool of water, for I have taken shelter of you. Text 21, O Maharaja Pariksit, the king took the fish from the well and threw him in a lake, but the fish then assumed a gigantic form exceeding the extent of the water. Text 22, the fish then said, O king, I am a large aquatic, and this water is not at all suitable for me. Now kindly find some way to save me. It would be better to put me in the water of a lake that will never reduce. Text 23, when thus requested, King Satyavrata took the fish to the largest reservoir of water. But when that also proved insufficient, the king at last threw the gigantic fish into the ocean. Text 24, while being thrown in the ocean, the fish said to King Satyavrata, O hero, in this water there are very powerful and dangerous sharks that will eat me. Therefore you should not throw me in this place. Text 25, after hearing these sweet words from the Supreme Personality of Godhead in the form of a fish, the king, being bewildered, asked him, Who are you, Sur? You simply bewilder us. Text 26, my lord, in one day you have expanded yourself for hundreds of miles, covering the water of the river and the ocean. Before this I had never seen or heard of such an aquatic animal. Text 27, my lord, you are certainly the inexhaustible Supreme Personality of Godhead, Narayana, Sri Hari. It is to show your mercy to the living entities that you have now assumed the form of an aquatic. Text 28, O my lord, Master of creation, maintenance and annihilation, our best of enjoyers, Lord Vishnu, you are the leader and destination of surrendered devotees like us. Therefore let me offer my respectful obeisances unto you. Text 29, all your pastimes and incarnations certainly appear for the welfare of all living entities. Therefore, my lord, I wish to know the purpose for which you have assumed this form of a fish. Text 30, O my lord, possessing eyes like the petals of a lotus, the worship of the demigods, who are in the bodily concept of life, is fruitless in all respects. But because you are the supreme friend and dearmost supersoul of everyone, worship of your lotus feet is never useless. You have therefore manifested your form as a fish. Text 31, Sukadeva Goswami said, when King Satyavrata spoke in this way, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, who at the end of the yuga had assumed the form of a fish to benefit his devotee and enjoy his pastimes in the water of inundation, responded as follows. Text 32. The Supreme Personality of Godhead said, O King, who can subdue your enemies, on the seventh day from today the three worlds, Bhuh, Bhuva and Sva, will all merge into the water of inundation. Text 33. When all the three worlds merge into the water, a large boat sent by me will appear before you. Texts 34-35. Thereafter, O King, you shall collect all types of herbs and seeds and load them on that great boat. Then, accompanied by the seven rishis and surrounded by all kinds of living entities, you shall get aboard that boat, and without moroseness you shall easily travel with your companions on the ocean of inundation, the only illumination being the effulgence of the great rishis. Text 36. Then, as the boat is tossed about by the powerful winds, attach the vessel to my horn by means of the great serpent Vasuki, for I shall be present by your side. Text 37. Pulling the boat, with you and all the rishis in it, O King, I shall travel in the water of devastation until the night of Lord Brahma's slumber is over. Text 38. You will be thoroughly advised and favored by me, and because of your inquiries, everything about my glories, which are known as Param Brahma, will be manifest within your heart. Thus you will know everything about me. Text 39. After thus instructing the king, the Supreme Personality of Godhead immediately disappeared. Then King Satyavrata began to wait for that time of which the Lord had instructed. Text 40. After spreading Kusa with its tips pointing east, the saintly king, himself facing the northeast, sat down on the grass and began to meditate upon the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Vishnu, who had assumed the form of a fish. Text 41. Thereafter, gigantic clouds pouring incessant water swelled the ocean more and more. Thus the ocean began to overflow onto the land and inundate the entire world. Text 42. As Satyavrata remembered the order of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, he saw a boat coming near him. Thus he collected herbs and creepers, and, accompanied by saintly brahmanas, he got aboard the boat. Text 43. The saintly brahmanas, being pleased with the king, said to him, O King, please meditate upon the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Kesava. He will save us from this impending danger and arrange for our well-being. Text 44. Then, while the king constantly meditated upon the Supreme Personality of Godhead, a large golden fish appeared in the ocean of inundation. The fish had one horn and was 8 million miles long. Text 45. Following the instructions formerly given by the Supreme Personality of Godhead, the king anchored the boat to the fish's horn, using the serpent Vasuki as a rope. Thus being satisfied, he began offering prayers to the Lord. Text 46. The king said, By the grace of the Lord, those who have lost their self-knowledge since time immemorial, and who because of this ignorance are involved in a material, conditional life full of miseries, obtain the chance to meet the Lord's devotee. I accept that Supreme Personality of Godhead as the Supreme Spiritual Master. Text 47. In hopes of becoming happy in this material world, the foolish conditioned soul performs fruitive activities that result only in suffering. But by rendering service to the Supreme Personality of Godhead, one becomes free from such false desires for happiness. May my Supreme Spiritual Master cut the knot of false desires from the core of my heart. Text 48. One who wants to be free of material entanglement should take to the service of the Supreme Personality of Godhead and give up the contamination of ignorance, involving pious and impious activities. Thus one regains his original identity, just as a block of gold or silver sheds all dirt and becomes purified when treated with fire. May that inexhaustible Supreme Personality of Godhead become our spiritual master, for he is the original spiritual master of all other spiritual masters. Text 49. Neither all the demigods, nor the so-called gurus nor all other people, either independently or together, can offer mercy that equals even 1/10,000th of yours. Therefore I wish to take shelter of your lotus feet. Text 50. As a blind man, being unable to see, accepts another blind man as his leader, people who do not know the goal of life accept someone as a guru who is a rascal and a fool. But we are interested in self-realization. Therefore we accept you, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, as our spiritual master, for you are able to see in all directions and are omniscient like the sun. Text 51. A materialistic so-called guru instructs his materialistic disciples about economic development and sense gratification, and because of such instructions the foolish disciples continue in the materialistic existence of ignorance. But your lordship gives knowledge that is eternal, and the intelligent person receiving such knowledge is quickly situated in his original constitutional position. Text 52. My lord, you are the supreme well-wishing friend of everyone, the dearmost friend, the controller, the super-soul, the supreme instructor and the giver of supreme knowledge and the fulfillment of all desires. But although you are within the heart, the foolish, because of lusty desires in the heart, cannot understand you. Text 53. O Supreme Lord, for self-realization I surrender unto you, who are worshipped by the demigods as the supreme controller of everything. By your instructions, exposing life's purpose, kindly cut the knot from the core of my heart and let me know the destination of my life. Text 54, Sukadeva Goswami continued, when Satyavrata had thus prayed to the Supreme Personality of Godhead, who had assumed the form of a fish, the Lord, while moving in the water of inundation, explained to him the absolute truth. Text 55, the Supreme Personality of Godhead thus explained to King Satyavrata the spiritual science known as Sankhya Yoga, the science by which one distinguishes between matter and spirit, in other words, Bhakti Yoga, along with the instructions contained in the Puranas, the old histories, and the Samhitas. The Lord explained himself in all these literatures. Text 56, while sitting in the boat, King Satyavrata, accompanied by the great saintly persons, listened to the instructions of the Supreme Personality of Godhead in regard to self-realization. These instructions were all from the eternal Vedic literature, Brahma. Thus the king and sages had no doubt about the absolute truth. Text 57, at the end of the last inundation, during the period of Svayam Bhagavan, the Supreme Personality of Godhead killed the demon named Hayagriva and delivered all the Vedic literatures to Lord Brahma when Lord Brahma awakened from sleeping. Text 58, King Satyavrata was illuminated with all Vedic knowledge by the mercy of Lord Vishnu, and in this period he has now taken birth as Vaivasvata Manu, the son of the sun god. Text 59, this story concerning the great King Satyavrata and the fish incarnation of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Vishnu, is a great transcendental narration. Anyone who hears it is delivered from the reactions of sinful life. Text 60, one who narrates this description of the Matsya incarnation and King Satyavrata will certainly have all his ambitions fulfilled, and he will undoubtedly return home, back to Godhead. Text 61, I offer my respectful obeisances unto the Supreme Personality of Godhead, who pretended to be a gigantic fish, who restored the Vedic literature to Lord Brahma when Lord Brahma awakened from sleep, and who explained the essence of Vedic literature to King Satyavrata and the great saintly persons.